Oh, we're right into. Oh no, my name on the screen. Oh yeah, okay. So,
Still need a couple more judges, please. Once again, if you're competing in the next group, you should be helping me out with this one. See if you're empty spot on the green stage.
it's around the commentary.
We still need some help with splitting this video. A couple of runners as well, thank you.
It says there.
Yep, there we go.
Alright.
Awesome.
I think we are live. Yeah.
Well,
So yeah.
welcome everybody. My name is Harry Forbes. I'm joined by Zaid Chadu here on my right. We are here preparing for the final day, the fourth day of Australian Nationals 2026. In front of us now, we have our second round of 2x2, the last round before the finals. So we will see the top 20 solvers of this round go through to our 2x2 final. So here we have the first group. We've got seeds 61 to 120, I think, if I've got my stats correct there. So we will see our top solvers in the later groups. But here now we're going to start out with stations 1 and 2. We have Liam Sawad, and I believe station 2's name is Matthew. We don't have let's see if we have a list here somewhere. We don't for now, but we'll get to see these solvers complete their averages as we speak. Here we go.
All right. So this is the final day where we'll be crowning our final 9 national champions. Harry, do you have any expectations of what to see in the coming events?
I think it's safe to say we're going to see so many fireworks today. We saw an incredible 3x3 round 2 yesterday, one that sent me absolutely bonkers. I completely lost my mind after seeing 4 sub-6 averages in our second round. So expecting to see some crazy things in 3x3. Obviously got a few more big cube rounds. We have 5x5 and 4x4 finals today. So it'll be cool to see the race for second and third for those respective events. And yeah, all our sprint events just full of excitement and so many big names looking to have redemption stories and whatnot. So I think it's safe to say it's really hard to put into words just how excited I am for our finals block here.
Absolutely. We saw in that second round 3 new sub-6 average havers. Phoenix Patterson, obviously a long-time Victorian competitor at the high level, been putting down a few insane 3x3 averages in the low 6 range, but finally been able to break through that sub-6. Following him in that same round was Toby Seufert of Queensland, was also chasing that sub-6 for an undescribably long amount of time, after also having something in the low 6 range. And then following both of them was a bit of a fresher face in the Australian 3x3 scene. Caden Liu managed to pull out another 590 average. And yeah, that happening all at the same time, all on the green stage right in front of our eyes, was absolutely nothing short of insane.
It was truly something dreams are made of. We obviously saw so many mental barriers broken in the names of Phoenix Patterson and Toby Seufert. Worth noting, actually, Phoenix Patterson also in that average earned himself a 4.13 personal record single. So both of his 3x3 PRs have stood since 2023. So he was looking to finally break those with something, but I think it's safe to say, even in his eyes, he did not expect in his wildest dreams to get sub-6 average and a 4.1 single on the Australian national stage. It was just absolutely incredible. And then, yeah, Toby Seufert with his 5.97 average as well, just another huge mental barrier. It's a goal he's been chasing for years now, and it's amazing to see the hard work finally pay off.
We also saw the first rounds of the other 3 big events yesterday, that being 2x2, which we are currently watching right now, as we will see our top seeds try to qualify for the semi-finals happening this morning. And Pyraminx and Scoob, obviously we have Sebastian Lee, the overwhelming favorite to win Pyraminx. But he's been contending with some fierce competition recently. Notable names in his home state, including Archimedes Dines and Miles Irwin, including others from Victoria too, our very own Eli Pineda and Zichi Ting. And we also saw the Scoob first round before closing up for the day. And in that we saw Eli Pineda taking out that first round with a very comfortable 2.3 average. Max Paris, the favorite, not able to pull out the performance he wanted, but still putting himself in a favorable position to claw back some decent performance in the coming rounds today. And we have, while I was yapping there for a bit, we have had a switch over in commentators. I'm now joined by Michael Tripodi, my fellow commentator from yesterday's States Cup that closed out yesterday.
What a day that was.
What
Yeah,
a day.
to provide some extra context as to why I had to swap, we're only running 2 groups of 2x2 in this second round. So Harry, unfortunately, well, fortunately for him, he placed himself second seed in the first round. So he's going to be competing right after this group finishes. So I just thought I'd swap in and give him some time to warm up. Anyway, we've got Angus Hanley, station number 3, 7.12 for Angus. New South Welshman, this will be his first nationals in quite some time, considering his comeback to cubing. I believe he is a 2015 ID. So 11 years of competitions under his belt.
I asked this to Harry earlier, Michael, but do you have any bold expectations for what we'll see coming in this afternoon with the other finals?
Me winning clock.
Yep.
Nothing more needs to be said.
Nothing more?
Nothing
more, nothing less?
No, genuinely, I think we might see a WR from Cheggins later on today. I'd love to see him take back that single that he lost to Tommy Cherry 2 weeks ago, and possibly, even with the average of 5 format, he's shown no signs of slowing down. He obviously has the world record, which was an average of 5, a 14.05. So potentially with a conducive scramble set, sub 14 could be on the cards. I'd love to see that. And in fact, I'll be sitting right next to him for that one, because we're top 2 seeds somehow for 3x3 blind. But like to see him perform well, if at all possible.
Also grabbing himself another sub 12 in that first round.
I think 2x2 finals later on today is going to be one to watch as well. We saw from last Australian Nationals that podiums are never guaranteed. We saw Roman, who was probably the favourite coming into that competition, unfortunately not able to make it onto the podium. And we saw our very own Harry Forbes sneak into 3rd place. So 2x2 podiums always volatile. And we've said it so often that Victorian 2x2 rounds often read like a bit of reality TV.
That's a saying that has been quite worn over the couple years we've seen the recent competition here in Victoria, especially it being like very fierce, with needing 1.5 averages to podium in some occasions. So I'm sure nationals here in the capital of 2x2 solving here in Australia will be nothing short of fierce in terms of its competition.
That is absolutely one way of phrasing it. We've not seen a major competition in Victoria for quite some time, and Victoria, being home of some of the greatest 2x2 solvers in the continent, is almost set to deliver come finals later on today. So we will see how that pans out for you. Again, there's 4 rounds of 2x2, and this is only number 2, so we're going to have 3 rounds of 2x2, 2 more before we get to those finals. And until then, we'll just see how things shake out. There could be drama in the semis next round. There could be some bowing out early here. It's only top 40 that makes it through to the semi-finals, and that's still a reasonably tough mark. Top 40 in the previous round was a 2.44 average, so We've seen mistakes lead to worse averages than that. It just depends how everyone copes under pressure.
Battery set on the display, like the portable battery.
Oh, yeah.
All right, and it looks like we are slowly wrapping up. That's Liam Sawade on station 1. Not sure of the times on there. Unfortunately, we've had some issues with displays over the course of this weekend, but we're hoping to fix those before we get to our finals later on today.
And now, given our recent information that we are running only 2 groups of this second group of 2x2, I will have to make a swap to compete now. So for now, I will bid the stream adieu and wish me luck going into this second round for me. All right.
Enjoy. I believe we might... Oh, we'll be finding a substitute soon. I believe it's going to be Zach Kenny and Philip Lewicki commentating this second group of 2x2. But until we get those swaps in, I'll have to grace the stream with a lovely presence. In fact, hello, Wei. How are we doing?
Oh, how are you?
I am still upright and breathing,
That's
which is an
good.
accomplishment after 3 days of absolutely hectic Speed Cube action. But nonetheless, happy
Been
to
hectic.
be
Oh, it's warm
around still.
here.
It's quite warm.
These lights are quite warm.
The lovely lights of
Yeah.
showbiz that we've got here. So this second group of 2x2, we're going to be seeing our top seeds. So notably Harry Forbes on station number 2, we saw in the first round. The stream team's very own Harry Forbes,
Very
finishing
nice.
with an average that's, by his standards, is pretty all right, 1.64. But that actually was the equal best average for the round. Only tied with Caden Liu, who is going to be in station number 1. Caden Liu, a newly minted sub-6 3x3 solver after that hectic round 2 yesterday.
Yeah. Some great scrambles apparently in that group.
So I've been told, but it does still take a lot to capitalise on those scrambles. In fact, we had 2 extra solvers also getting their first sub-5 average in that round too, in Toby Soifert and Phoenix Patterson. So
Yeah.
3x3 semi-finals later on today is going to be a little bit hectic. But
Phoenix
we would
even
love
got
it
a
if you'd
4,
stick
I
around for that. Yeah, Phoenix got a 4.13. It's the fastest
Wow.
solved by an Australian at an Australian Nationals.
Wow.
So very nicely done for Phoenix and got his just rewards for that.
4.1.
It's just adulation. And obviously stations 3 and 4 are going to be our 3rd and 4th seeds from the previous round. It's going to be Nicholas Moritidis and Lachlan Adams-Romain. Now I'm going to swap for one Mr. Zach Kenny so he can
Oh my
commentate
gosh.
this second group.
Zach Kenny.
And I think Way's filling in time, or did you want to stick on? Because I think Philip could possibly be on too.
Philip, are you coming
I don't know.
on?
Either way, I'm
Yeah,
swapping
okay.
out, and you can swap with someone who's
I
really
just
going to try
asked
and
to come
test
on.
the. Going to swap with someone who's
That's
really
okay.
going to try and test the handsome filter on this live stream here. If the stream breaks, it might just be due to Zach Kenny's handsomeness, but we will see how that turns out.
Thank you, Mike. Too kind. Too kind.
Good morning, Zach.
Good morning, Philip. How are you feeling?
Fantastic. I'm so excited for today's stream. We have a new simultaneous view, so we can watch all the action at once. And
So, how would you pair up your 2x2 knowledge watching this group?
not great.
Not great.
I know you are a CLL intermediate, let's say.
Well, if you count using 3x3 algs on 2x2, then that's about as much as I've learned. Hence why I'm here and not in second round.
Yeah. So who do we have in the second group of 2x2? Oh, or is this the third group?
Well, there's only 2 groups, a little bit of a last minute change from the delegates out here.
Oh, okay.
I see Roman on 5. He's always a big player to watch out for.
How do we access this server? The live results page from your server. So we can put that on I'll bring that up.
I don't know what they're talking about.
In addition to the
I think it's top secret stuff.
Okay. So we will be able to watch all of the 2x2 action all at once. Okay, so we have Caden Liu on station 1, Nicholas Mortidis on station 3. About to start his solve. Looks nice at 173. Caden Liu on station 1, one to watch out for. Fantastic. Oh no, it looks like a 2-look. 293. A lot of moves as well. What are you looking for in 2x2, Zach?
I'm looking for a way to get out of it. That's what I'm doing. Well, I will say I did compete in it yesterday. It is a small lie. I did compete, but it was purely to warm up for 3x3.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have our own Harry Forbes on station 2, and Lachlan Adams remain on station 4. Lachlan with a nice 1-look 155. Harry taking his time to start inspection. $160 a bit locky, but one looked.
So, Philip, have you had the chance to talk about this being your first Australian Nationals?
I have not, but I am excited. I've been to an Oceanics and a World Championship in Australia, but this is the first Nationals.
You're hitting the trifecta here.
Yeah.
How's your experience been so far?
Very nice. 201 for Caden, so Caden's struggling. So Zach, you are delegating this competition. Could you give us some insight into how that's been going?
Well, for the first time on stream, I had the chance to talk about this and let everyone know that delegates have very little say in how the comp actually runs. This may be contrary to popular belief, and I may be breaking some of the power that we have as delegates, but if it falls behind, there is absolutely nothing we as delegates can do to bring it back, and vice versa. If we're ahead, there's not much we can do. It's all comes down to luck and all the pre-comp work, which I want to say I think Lennon has done an amazing job. You know, here in SCA, all the delegates act as organizers. And, you know, so Lennon, being the lead organizer of this comp, has done a significant amount of work, and I think he's done a fantastic job. And so on the day, because of the job he's done, it's been a very easy chill time for us delegates.
Lachlan with a 136. See how Harry handles the second scramble. We also have Nicholas inspecting. Okay, that seems to have been a good scramble, a 115. Nicholas, 165 with slow turning, so second scramble.
And a bit of a hesitation on that stop there. He might have miscalculated his AUF.
Seems to have been a good scramble. But yeah, how has the staff situation been? And how's it changed over the last few days?
Yesterday and so far today, it hasn't been too much of an issue. You know, Saturday being 3x3, 2x2 skew pyramids, it's everyone that's going to be at the competition is going to be here. That we have no opportunity to miss out on any judging roles here, but the Thursday and Friday were a bit of a struggle from a staffing point of view. Trying to get bums in the seats as judges was a difficult time.
I'm glad to hear that things have gotten better and hope that it continues today. As we transition into the later rounds, we will use fewer and fewer stations, so that'll make things easier.
It will, and everybody wants to judge finals.
Of course.
You know, the issue is having the right judges for finals. You know, at the end of the day, this is a championship. We want to make sure everyone has an equal opportunity. We don't want to be impeded by any of the judges.
Yeah, Lachlan with a 143. Bit of a hesitation before the first move, but the rest of the solve was fluid.
Caden
Oh,
would not be happy there. 301 from him.
yeah, that's tough because he counts at 293, and he could be on the brink of elimination from the next round here. 2x2, the margins are so thin. Here's Harry Forbes on your left. Harry's been solving well. 176.
.352 from Nicholas. Is there anything you're looking most forward to today, Philip?
3x3 semifinals. We had some insane performances in the second round by several Australians, getting their first sub-6 averages. And for good measure, David Epstein getting a PR. So I'm excited to see if they can carry that momentum forward into the semifinals. It was a big day for Oceanic Speed Cubing as Dwayne Ramos also got a sub-6 average over in New Zealand Nationals. Okay, Lachlan solving 161. So Lachlan Adams Romain looks to be advancing to the next round.
I think everybody in the second round of 3x3 yesterday were very happy with the scramble set they received.
Yeah, it was a nice scramble set. And here's Harry Forbes, station 2. Harry's been solving really well.
He's struggling to find a solution there.
Okay. So that introduces some risk into the average, but his first 3 solves are so good that he should be okay. Here's Nicholas on station 3 on your right. On your left. 138, fantastic. So Nicholas should be through to the next round. We're not sure what he got second solve, but seems like everything is going okay for these competitors, except for Caden, who's solving here. Oh, and Caden
Oh.
really struggling. Oh, this is a disaster. Oh, no.
Really not happy there.
Okay, so I don't think... Is Caden going to miss the next round? 265 average. That might not cut it. I believe the next round is the finals.
Well, we have the semis
Oh, no,
coming in
semis. Okay.
just after
So
11.
top 40. Okay, it might be
think
top
it-
40.
It'll be close, but
Yeah.
I think he might scrape through.
Oh, but he's just devastated because he came into this group as the top competitor and just had a horrible showing. 2 counting threes.
+2 from Lachlan as well.
Oh, well. Okay, so Lachlan, not sure what he got first solve, but okay, Harry with a 132. So Harry finishing well with mid-1 average. 156 for Harry. He's safely through.
Got Cameron Stollery solving off screen at the moment, all the way back on station 20. But for those of you who have been around for a while, you might remember him as one of the world champions back in 2x2.
Yeah, back in 2013, Cameron Stollery was the 2x2 world champion in Las Vegas. And today he's on station 19 of the Australian Nationals Group 2. Okay, so I believe that's all for 2x2. And next up, we'll see Pyraminx. And there's only one group. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
80 have made it through.
Okay, so that will be very exciting. We'll get to watch all the top competitors at once. In particular, Sebastian Lee is the favorite. But there are several other competitors that could solve really well.
Actually, I might be mistaken there. It looks like there could be 2 groups. So we have 41 to 80 first, followed by the top 40.
Let me see one group here. Looks like Roman Rudakov off stream also had a good average this round. We're back.
Hello, everyone. Looks like they're a bit slow on the transition out there, but that's okay. You can look at Philip's pretty face in the meantime.
We are transitioning to Pyraminx. So this morning is 2x2 round 2, Pyraminx round 2, Scube round 2, and then 3x3 semis, 2x2 semis, and then we get into the finals. So before lunch we have clock final and 5x5 final, and then after lunch Scube final, Pyra final, OH final, 3 blind, 4x4, and 2x2. And of course 3x3 at the end. 3x3 will be the classic head-to-head style.
Is there anything you're competing in, Philip? Anything you're excited about still these days?
Yeah, I'm excited to compete in 3x3 semis, 5x5 finals, maybe 3x3 finals if I can make it.
If you can make it.
Yeah.
Well, you did pretty well in the previous round of 3x3. That would have secured you a spot.
Yep, but every round is a new day, new set of solves. Nothing
is-
carries forward.
That is very true.
You never know. So yeah, we're just waiting on Pyraminx round 2.
So carrying on from our previous conversation, the one thing that we can do as delegates is make these transitions as smooth as possible. And I will say I am on the edge of the seat because I'm fighting every instinct in my body to get up and start the round myself.
Well, perhaps you should.
Yeah, I don't want to leave you out here all alone. I'm more than happy to wait for somebody else to pick up the microphone, which doesn't seem to be happening. I will say though, by cutting the groups from 3 to 2 groups, I think we have saved ourselves a little bit of time. Could very well be that they're just passing up some of the time, letting the competitors relax after that round 2. I don't know about you, Philip, but it is too early in the morning for me to be thinking of things to say at the moment, so maybe we should whistle some lovely tunes, some elevator music for our viewers at home.
I think the silence is okay.
It is very much okay.
We're just waiting for the next round to start. Pyraminx round 2 coming up. Sebastian Lee is the most notable competitor, but there are many competitors here who could, on a good day, do well in Pyraminx.
Pyraminx round 2. All competitors who placed from 41st through to 8th in round 1 now competing in Pyraminx round 2. Places 41 through to 80.
And now we will have the pleasure of passing you off to Michael Tripodi and Roman Rudakov to commentate Pyraminx round 2.
Everyone in the next group, please helping out in this group of Pyraminx round 2.
Alrighty, good morning everybody. We are back once more. We're going to be continuing on our coverage of Australian Nationals. We have finished 2x2 and we are now going to be going on with our round 2 of Pyraminx. My name is Mark Tripodi and I am joined here by current 2x2 Oceanic record holder Roman Rudakov. Roman,
Hello,
we're in the
stream.
next Yes, hello to the stream. You've seen Roman probably a couple times over this weekend. A very familiar face to you all. But we are in the next group of Pyraminx. However, in
Yeah.
this group of Pyraminx, we've got a couple of familiar faces on stations 1 and 2, particularly on station number 1. We've got Caden Liu. We've talked about
Yes,
him a lot
Caden.
over this live stream. Newly minted sub-6 5x5 solver. Oh,
Sorry,
sub-6
three-
3x3 solver.
3x3, not 5x5. But yes, Caden, yesterday, if you didn't see it, in the second round of 3x3, he got his first sub-6 average, 5.92, which is fourth or fifth in Australia. Either way, yep, very highly ranked. He pulled it off with a 4.82 PR single on the last solve. So yeah, that 3x3 round was a very interesting one to watch, a very fun one to watch. There were a lot of fast solves going down.
Yeah,
So-
from what we know, it was the peak intersection of luck and skill is when you get the top solvers in the country and then good scrambles for them to solve on. That is just what you'd expect to see. We had 4 solvers going sub-6 in the second round of 3x3, and 3 of those going sub-6 for the first time, which is exceptional to see. So yes, Caden Liu won that first round with an average of 5.92. As you said, his first sub-6 average. Also with a 5.92 average is Toby Soifert regaining the Queensland state record.
Ah, yes.
And then Phoenix Patterson, Victoria's very own former 2x2 Oceanic record holder, reigning 2x2 Australian champion with a 5.97 average. The third new sub-6 average, 5.97, plus a 4.13 PR single,
Yes,
which is the
4.13.
fastest solve by an Australian at an Australian Nationals.
Ah,
So
yeah. The Oznats record, or whatever you call it.
that's the way Australian Nationals record.
Yes.
So it's nice that Phoenix can lay claim to that. Obviously, he's got some stellar results across the other events too. We've
Oh
not
yeah, the
seen-
2x2 average. I just realized. So have I got the 2x2 Oznats record then?
You have the 2x2 Australian
Okay,
Nationals
that's cool.
record
I
with
kind
both of your averages from Australian Nationals last
well,
year in the
I-
first and second
I
rounds.
got 118 or 119 just before. That's
I
what
haven't
was talking
updated
about.
it yet, so
Okay,
yes, you've
well,
probably
yes. No, I remember. I think I was having a look at this sheet with the Australian Nationals records, and I saw 1.32, and I was like, I can beat that.
that's a
so-
nice way to keep yourself motivated, to keep yourself in the record books. Got
Yeah.
Andy Gong on station number 2. Looks to have solved. It's got a +2 on the
have-
tip there, but 4.60.
Caden got a 361, and I think we saw a 3.7 from station 3 or 4. I forget now, but I believe I saw that on one of the timer displays.
Again, we've been a little bit unfortunate to have a little bit of display issues this time around, so
Yeah.
we will still endeavour to get those times to you. Might be worth checking the scorecards in the back. However, Pyraminx,
But yeah,
continue.
3.61 for Caden, I believe, is a pretty solid solve. Looks like round 1 he got a 4.56 average, so 3.61 is a decent bit faster than that.
Caden Liu's current Pyraminx PR average sits at a 373, so any times around there would
Okay.
be lovely for him, I'm sure. Has a sub-2 single in there as well somewhere, 1.98.
Yeah.
And those Pyraminx PRs were set in the same round at the last competition that he solved a Pyraminx at, which was Cubing at the Cube 2026, one of Sydney's competitions early in the year, January or so.
Yeah, well, we have station 4. I apologize, but I forget who this is.
Not
But either way,
not that
7.02, not the greatest time for them.
This is Hui Min Tran.
Hoymin Tran.
So all of these competitors here seated themselves in it with an average around about the 4.6 mark. So Caden Liu 4.56, and then Hui, our slowest seed on stream, but still a 4.63 average. We've got Caden also receiving another puzzle on stream. So
All right.
started off with a 3.61, and as we've mentioned, that PR average 3.73. So
Yeah.
off to a decent start by his standards. He would like to see similar times around that range. And what can we see on this scramble here? We've got a nice yellow and red block.
Yeah, looks like there's a couple blocks there. Makes for a nice solution, and 2.99. Gets the sub 3 there by a small margin.
Yeah, so continuing on a nice trajectory here for Caden Liu.
We have this nice
Certainly
view
the way he
on-
would like to
oh,
start. But yes, now on station number 3, we've got Jeff Xu.
Yeah, and unfortunately we don't have the timer display, but based off the way he stopped the timer, I don't think it was the fastest solve.
but that's okay.
I believe we're getting Swami to have a look at that display.
Yeah, and we've got Andy going on station 2. We have this nice view on stream where we can have all of the top 4 stations on camera at the same time. So we'll see what Andy can do on this scramble. Seems like it's a pretty decent one. And I think he's done the same solution as Caden.
Maybe just
But
doesn't quite know the L4E there. I'm
7.24.
not sure about Caden's
Yeah.
L4E knowledge, whether he knows full or whether just because there are intuitive ways to solve your L4E as well. So
Yeah.
it's always a chance
quite
he's just
sure,
solving a back edge and then going into an L3E
Yeah,
or something
I
like
believe
that.
the L4E that he did, he could have done intuitive, he could know the L, you can't really tell. Hoyman Chan here on station 4, this is his 3rd solve?
I believe it to be so. Started with a 3.7 and then a 7.0.
Yeah.
Possible that the stream pressure might just be getting to him a little bit. 6.02 is going to be a counting time for Koi.
Yeah, that's unfortunate, considering that he got a 4.6 average in the first round. Counting a 6-second solve is probably not what he's looking for.
He did get a 6-second average in the 6-second solve in the first round. However, that was not counting. He did count a 5, then managed to claw it back in the first round. So hoping to see similar clutch factor from him there
Yeah.
over the coming few solves. But regardless, I think we're all looking forward to the next group of Pyraminx here. It's
Yeah.
familiar story. Sebastian Lee has won the last 3 national champion titles in Pyraminx. Has had a clean sheet since 2023.
Yeah,
then-
it was pretty close last year. Eli Panetta put up a good fight and almost took the title off him. But I believe Seb was still able to clutch it up with a 1.0 on the last solve.
Yep, so he finished with a 101 there. And he needed best possible average to keep himself in the fight, and he did exactly that in quite an emphatic fashion.
Yeah.
Just as we know Sebastian Lee to do on a regular basis. Has to be said, though, for anyone to have a chance of beating Sebastian Lee, Sebastian's going to have a really bad day.
Yeah, I think if Sebastian gets the times that he's usually getting at home, it'll be pretty hard for anyone to beat him. And we've had Caden Liu with a 4.12 there on his 3rd solve. Looks like he's pacing a pretty good average, definitely looking to be faster than his first round average. So I should be satisfied with the times he's getting.
Andy Gong on station number 2 keeps the action coming on our top 2 stations.
I believe this is his 3rd solve, and from what we can see, the 3rd scramble doesn't look the greatest.
Got 3 tips, and it looks like Andy's chosen to do the 3 tips on the bottom here. It might just be the best for the rest of the solution. It does make for a little bit of an awkward start. 5.11 there for Andy. It certainly shows,
Yeah.
which is unfortunate. But yeah, Sebastian Lee is obviously our top seed. We have seen him falter under pressure, though, in the World Championships last year. Unfortunately for him, came in as the 2nd seed and finished way down in the field. So
Yeah.
we know that the pressure sometimes can get to him. Obviously got to him a little bit at Australian Nationals last year as well.
Yeah.
However,
well,
given the quality of the field at Australian Nationals, you can almost certainly expect that even on a bad day, he should still be able to comfortably take home first place.
yes.
There's
we
Jeff
should.
on station 3, 5.05. Boy, counting a 6 now. We're looking to finish strong. Looked like a
Yeah.
rotation there. He started in the same orientation as Andy with the 3 tips on the bottom, then rotated and had one still on the top. 4.00.
Hoyman Chan there, 4.00. It's a bit better than some of his other times. He is unfortunately counting a 6, but he's doing his best to bring back the average.
Has quite a wide range for best and worst possible average, does Hui Min Tran. Best possible average, 4.59. And then his worst, because of that 7-second solve on the 2nd scramble, goes all the way to a 5.6.
Yeah. Do we know what we'd be looking at to make the finals for Pyraminx? I believe it's either top 16 or top 20.
So top 20 is
And-
our finals cut. And judging by the results in the first round, 20th seed was Phoenix Patterson with a 3.54 average. So
yeah.
I have a feeling that quite a few of our competitors would have underperformed in that first round. So I'm
Maybe,
expecting the
yeah.
mark to be probably closer to about a 3.3 or 3.2.
Yeah. So doesn't look like any of the solvers in this group will be getting it, but after this group, Group 2, we'll see our top seeds who you should be expecting to make that final round.
Exactly. So we're just getting to finish up just a few more solves to finish up for our competitors.
Yeah, we had
Then after that, we'll get
Caden-
into the real meat and potatoes of our Pyramix Group 2.
Caden Liu with a 4 flat there. His average is looking pretty consistent. Best possible average is 3.53 and worst possible average is 3.91. So not too much of a range there, staying in the 3 seconds. Oh, and Andy with a 4.51 there. That was his fourth solve, was it?
That was 4 solves. So we've locked in a range for best and worst possible.
Yeah, he's got 5.41 best possible average and 6.32 worst possible. So, fortunately, he didn't quite live up to the times that he got in the first round, but I don't think he's putting too much importance on Pyramix this competition.
One of our stalwart Victorian competitors has been around for a very long time at the top level.
Yeah. I know he got some pretty good 2x2 solves in the first round, a sub-2 average, but not sure how he went in the second round. Maybe we can have a look at that. And Jeff Zhu here, 6.33. Again, it's another not particularly good solve for him. And Huimin Tran, some lockups there, but 4.79. But still not the worst time, and it's going to give him a sub-5 average of 4.94.
Just quietly, we've seen Caden Liu on station number 1 has locked himself a very consistent average so far. Anywhere from a 3.5 to a 3.9 is his range.
Yeah, and we're going to see what his exact average is with this solve. Here he goes. Oh, looks like he's messed up his V there, so I believe this is going to be his worst possible average, but
Yeah.
it's still going to be a sub-4 average for him, 3.91. It's pretty solid.
Anything slower than a 4.12 would have given him worst possible anyway, so it doesn't really make too much of an effect, that 6-second solve, but still.
Yeah.
3.91, we expect that to unfortunately be outside the cut. Obviously, it's slower than the average that he got in the first round, as is the same with Huimin Tran. So maybe, unfortunately, it could be up to scrambles, or whether they are just feeling the pressure of the live stream. Who knows?
Yeah. Well, stations 1 and 4 have finished now, so we're just waiting on Andy and Jeff to finish up the averages. And I believe this is Andy with his final solve here, starting shortly.
All right, Andy going in inspection now. How's this scramble looking? There's at least 2 tips that we can see. And in fact, yes,
Yeah.
the 2-tip scramble. So
Doesn't look like there's very many blocks here, so a little bit hard to work with. And Jeff Zhu also, oh, they're starting at basically the same time.
head to head, whether they know it or not.
Yeah, well, Andy's won the race, 3.55. Oh, and Jeff Zhu with a 9.42. That's going to be a counting solve, unfortunately. So getting closer to that worst possible average.
It looks like all of our competitors on our stream stations, Andy, Jeff, and Hui, all faltered a little bit on that second scramble. However, Caden actually got his best time on that scramble, so
Yeah,
who knows
it
what
is
he found that
interesting.
the other competitors couldn't. Maybe there is a little bit of that L4E knowledge coming to the fore for Caden.
Could be. Yeah, I think Caden definitely seems like he's maybe a little bit faster than the other people who we saw on stream. You know, sub-4 average was about a second faster than anyone else who we saw on the cameras.
And yes, that concludes group number 1 for our second round of Pyramix. So in that second group, who we've been singing the praises of Sebastian Lee the entire
Yes.
time. However, it's a tight race behind Archimedes Dines, the only other competitor to get sub-2, a name that we've not often seen at an Australian Championships,
Yeah, no.
up the top of the table.
1.94. From what I've heard, that average isn't anything special for him. You know, 1.9 is, obviously it's a good average. Sub-2 average is always nice to see, but I think he can definitely improve on that.
Yes, he's the current 3rd ranked in Australia with a 1.90 PR average. So getting a time close to personal record, but maybe he's got high expectations for himself here. We will look
Yeah.
forward to seeing how he solves on station number 2.
Yeah, well, I think me and Michael will need to head off now. We are also in this group of Pyramix.
Certainly
so
are.
Not sure who we're handing off to, but yeah, I think I need to compete. Michael needs to compete. So, yeah.
So, well, lovely having you on, Roman. Wish you all the best in this group for yourself, and then
Yeah,
obviously for the rest of the
thank
day
you.
as well.
All right.
All right. So it looks like while we wait for a substitute on Roman, I will be just leading you through these next two competitors that we've got on stations 3 and 4. So we've got Eli Panetta, most notably known as a former Scube Oceanic record holder. Whoever has turned his hand to Pyramix recently and is netting down some solid low 2-second averages. PR currently stands at a 192, so we'll hope to see some express solving again from him on station number 3. And then station number 4, we've got a 2-time national podium placer in Pyramix. This is Emmett Hobbs of 107 OCR fame, also SD card kid fame if you know ball. However, Emmett Hobbs finished first place as the Australian national champion in Pyramix in 2022, and then the year after that backed it up with a 3rd place in 2023. Finished off the podium in the last 2 years, unfortunately for Emmett, but we would like to see him back up the top, and there he is sitting down on station number 4. Sebastian Lee and Archimedes Dines taking their respective seats on stations 1 and 2. And Eli, soon to be on station number 3. We will be underway with their solving very shortly.
Hello? I think we're on. I think Lockie's coming on with me. Hello, Lockie.
Hello, way.
This is Pyramix. We got Seb Lee.
Is this Pyramix? Oh, this is the final.
Definitely Pyramix.
Yep, okay. So we've got Pyramix round 2, the final group with our top 4 seeds for the previous round. On station 1, we've got Sebastian Lee, who
Former world record holder.
former world record current
Current?
world
Current?
record.
Former? I'm not sure.
Let's double check.
Let's double
I'm
check.
pretty sure he's the current world record holder.
Interesting. I'm not sure. I should probably keep up with this. No.
Former,
Former.
but the OCR holder.
OCR holder.
And on station 2, we have Archimedes,
Mhm.
who last round got an average of 194. Station 3, we've got Eli Panetta, who got a 241 average last round, and Emmett Hobbs on station 4 with an average of 243 last round. So currently it's a pretty tight race for the 3rd spot between Eli, Emmett, and a few other people off stream, who are Jack McCarley, Zichi, and Junkie Feng. But we'll turn our attention to Emmett for solve number 1 of this round. So it looks like 1 tip scramble, or 2 tips, sorry. I can see some blocks, so it might be potentially an easy one. And a bit of a big lock up there for Emmett, 339 for solve number 1.
Definitely not the pace that he wants to get.
Yeah, Emmett's definitely going to be aiming for a low 2 to maybe around 2 flat is a pretty good time for him. But regardless, most of these people should comfortably be making the final. Potentially not in the top spot, but and
Eli's having some timer issues, but hopefully the delegates can sort that out. Archimedes with his first, and Seb with his first as well. Archimedes in inspection.
it's like Archimedes a little indecisive on the orientation there. Some trouble during the solve. 271 for solve number 1. Here's Sebastian Lee about to go up now.
Yeah.
Seb with his signature LA hat. You'll see it in most of his rounds. He loves that hat.
I think it's a baseball team.
Yeah. I don't know what team.
Um,
LA.
I know they have the Dodgers in LA. Maybe that's the team. Anyway. Getting into the solve now.
And Seb a little indecisive again on this, but some pretty good execution there. 148.
Nice.
Seems pretty upset with it, but didn't look like a particularly bad solution.
Mm-hmm. For sure. Eli has no timer right now. I think the delegates are getting him a new one.
Yep,
Seems to have
looks
some issues with that one. He also hasn't gotten his cube delivered at all, while Emmett has his second. So we can have a look at the second scramble, see how it is.
All right, so scramble number 2 looks like another 2-tip, or a 3-tip actually. There's one bar on the green and red. Looks like he's holding that in the front, and a big rotation there in the middle for the L4E. 296 for Emmett's second solve.
Eli's getting his new timer. Let's hope this one works. How have you been, Lockie?
I've been good. I've been good. Just had 2x2 well, maybe like 20 minutes ago.
Very nice, very nice.
It was a pretty good set of scrambles for that group. The top 60 seeds would have received those scrambles. I'm not sure how most people did. Roman came up to me afterwards and told me he had a little bit of trouble on the scrambles. Potentially just the early morning cold fingers. You really need warm fingers for 2x2 to be to be a fun time. So yeah, I think hopefully we should be seeing a bit of a better performance going into the semis, where the top 40 will be proceeding.
While it's quite warm in the venue, outside it is very, very chilly. So if you're just coming in first thing in the morning, it can be quite cold for your fingers. Melbourne
Absolutely.
is no joke in the winter.
Yep, and if anyone was present at Worlds 2019, that was one of the coldest experiences of my life. I think every day it was probably an average of like 7 degrees by the time we were getting to the venue in the morning, and
Wow.
yeah, it was absolutely abysmal and rainy the whole time, and you know there was a sickness going around. Luckily, I can say with pretty high confidence there's pretty good health in at this nationals.
Yeah. A couple of the delegates got like common cold, but I think most of them are over it now. It seems that Archimedes has his second. Eli's having more timer issues. Hasn't even done his first yet. But we'll have a look at how Archimedes does with this one.
Yeah, looks like Station 3 might be a little cursed. I know we were having issues with Station 3 a few days ago.
Also for States Cup last night, I think we were having
Oh yeah, with
some timer issues there as well.
with I think
Oh, a
maybe
bit.
Toby. Yeah, 250 for Archimedes on solve number 2. Another mid 2 for him. Again, it's not bad pace for him, and it's very comfortably through the next round if he can continue with this pace. But he's looking to get better times than mid 2s.
Yeah. I think all of these guys here are very comfortably through to. Is it 3 rounds of pyramids or is it finals next?
It'll be finals after this.
See.
But here's Eli for solve number 1, finally getting his first attempt.
We'll have to switch to overheads to see his time. Oh, not great.
Yeah, looks like a bit of a rough execution there. The tip is solved, so it looked to me like about a low to mid 2. But Eli's definitely capable of getting. He said that was a 303, I believe. So my internal clock's a bit off. But here's Seb for solve number 2. Started off with a 140. Looking to get.
Something a bit faster.
Yeah, I would say this the second scramble doesn't look any noticeable amount better than the first scramble, but Sebastian Lee, of course. Yeah, looks like he's locked onto an orientation. Oh, no, changed at the last minute. And a big lock up there at the end of the L4E, 174. Archimedes pretty impressed, but Seb looks pretty unimpressed if I can say. I think he was, of course, he's got pretty
Practicing
high.
that lock up that he had. Before
Yeah.
he puts it back in.
Oh no, I think he's just drilling his favorite alg to drill, which is the 4-flip. Michael told me he can do it in 0.7, which is ridiculous because it's like 12 moves.
That's crazy.
Yep, so that's
That's crazy.
something like 18 tons a
Emmett
second.
has his next one.
Yep, in inspection
So-
now. Yep. So this looks like a 4-tip, so pretty rough, but hopefully the body is not too bad.
Oh,
Looks like he misturned that back tip there, 316.
not too bad considering some of the issues that he was having there. But He's probably aiming to do a bit better than that. Eli having more timer issues. I think this is the third timer that he's getting.
Yeah, and Archimedes for solve number 3 now. Started off with 2 mid 2s. And hopefully can pull something out on this 4-tip scramble.
Oh,
Just a massive lock up there and a +2. It's going to give him a 477. And
Very
really, really
unhappy.
expressive
Oh.
there. Really upset.
oh dear. So he's going to be counting one of the slower solves that he had earlier as well with that.
But in the meantime, more Eli timer drama. Hopefully we can get
Changing
the
the battery now? Oh, display's
yeah.
on.
Okay, display working. That's a good sign.
That's a good sign. Let's hope that this means that it will be working from here on out. Putting the number on so we know who's on that station. And he has his second now, I believe.
Yep, on his second. So this one was a 3-tip. And it does have that block on green-red. So usually a bar indicates that it's on the better side of scrambles. But a big pause there at the end and a +2. It's going to give him a 419. So that's going to potentially count his first solve, which I believe was a 303. And yeah, a bit of a rough start there.
Here we go. Here are the times. So yeah,
It was a 308 for
308.
Eli on the first solve. That's just got the graphic up now.
nice. Emmett Hobbs. And this is Seb's third here.
And Seb on decent pace to start off with. Nothing too impressive by his own standards, but by the standards of the rest of the competitors here, he's well ahead.
Well,
And we know this third scramble is a 4-tip, which is rather unlucky, but for Seb, who is pretty good at this event, shouldn't be too much of a problem.
pretty good.
Yeah, 174.
174. Very nice on kind of a tricky scramble. Same time as he got last solve as well. 174 again.
And Emmett with a 212.
212, but I think that's a +2.
Yeah, it's going to be a +2.
You think it's easier to get +2s on Pyraminx than
Absolutely, yeah. And the table, often when you put the Pyraminx down, when you stop the timer, if you don't like lay it perfectly flat as you're stopping it, it can easily bump one of the sides on the table and twist one of the tips, which can give you a +2 very easily. So yeah, Pyraminx is 100% one of the easiest events to +2.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think we're pretty fortunate last round to not see many +2s at all from our top Pyraminx solvers, but looks like we're having a few more issues in this group from Archimedes, Eli, and Emmett all having 1 +2 each. Sebastian, pretty consistent though, not suffering from any +2 issues so far.
That's all good from that front as well. Is it? Here's Eli with his next one. A bit of a huge hesitation. Oh dear.
And a
And
410.
Oh dear.
It should still put him on pretty good pace to make finals, but
But that will be counting.
yeah, that
410
is going to count because of that +2 that he got on the
Mm,
on the 219.
not looking good for Eli. And a lot of the issues that he's been having have been coming from his timer. So maybe that has thrown him off a little bit. It's not great confidence when the technology doesn't work. We've got Archimedes now with his fourth as well. Bit lucky, but
Yep.
a bit of a smile, but not too happy with that one. But
Yeah, 217 for Archimedes. So that's going to put him on pace for a 246 best possible average and a 333 worst possible average. All of those averages should pretty comfortably be making it through to the finals. Based on the previous round, we can see that the top 16, Yeah, it's looking like low 3 is
Low
the
3.
cutoff. Yeah.
Yeah.
So 333, which is his worst possible average, puts him a little bit on the chopping block there, but doesn't seem like anyone's doing particularly well in these scrambles. So potentially,
Could still make
potentially,
it through.
yeah, it's not putting him in a particularly unsafe position. Just maybe wants to clean up his act on the last solve here and get a bit closer to that best possible.
And again, it's pretty cold. They could just be warming up.
Yeah.
First solves of the day.
Yeah, Pyramix was one of the was the second event of yesterday, right after 3x3 round 1. So the competitors were probably a little more warm, but for a lot of these guys, this is their only their first round of the day, and very very early on. Looks
Eli
like
has gotten the wrong cube, it seems.
yeah, Eli's having an absolute and
Oh, he got Emmett's cube, and I think Emmett
ah,
got his cube. I see what's happened here.
so
Oh dear. What a mix up. Oh dear. Eli's not having great luck with
uh,
the other parts of his solves today either.
looks like Seb's in inspection for solve number 4 now. 151.
Very nice.
Yep, it's gonna give him his that's gonna be his best counting time so far. 158 best possible average and 166 worst possible. So that's it's gonna put him on at very worst similar pace to last round, which he himself wouldn't be too happy with, but it is still well ahead of any of the other competitors here.
Here goes Emmett. Oh,
307 and looks like it might be a plus
Plus
2. Looks like it's a bit on the cusp and
and Archimedes.
284 for Archimedes. Yeah.
With a 284.
Yeah, looks like it should be good from Emmett
Yeah.
with that 307.
From our angle, it actually looks pretty good from here. Like just borderline. Yeah. That's good.
Yeah, but that's going to finish off Emmett's average with a 321. Like I said, based on last round's results, it's a little on the chopping block side, but I think based on these scrambles and what we've seen from our top competitors, it shouldn't put him in a whole lot of trouble. But we still have 2 more solves to see from Eli and the last to see from Seb. Looks like Archimedes has wrapped up his average.
Yeah, he finished off with a 284 for his last solve, and yeah, that'll put him pretty comfortably within the sort of mid-high 2s. Definitely making it through to finals.
And we have seen some pretty good souls from Zichi off stream. Saw a 184 there, so it looks like
Couple
Zichi is
twos.
probably on a lot better pace than the previous round.
Yeah. Couple of 2s also from him off stream. Is a very, very nice split view that we've got now.
Yeah,
Much
I'm
better
loving
than
I'm loving being able to see all the competitors at once. This is great. Here's Eli for solve number 4. He's tracking a little bit behind because of his timer issues, but some pretty good execution
Nice.
there. 210.
10.
He seems not too bothered by it. But yeah, I think his mind's probably set on just recovering from these mishaps that have kind of thrown him off a little bit.
Yeah.
And here's Seb for his last solve. Best possible average of 158 and worst possible of 166. So his consistency is going to give him a pretty tight range here. And some really good
Very
turning
nice.
there. 151, going to get the exact same time as his last solve and lock in a 159 average for this round.
Seb is nothing if not consistent. A 148, 2 174s, and 2 151s.
Yeah.
And we're just going to round it out with Eli's last one. And before we go into what's happening next, I think it's Scube next, which is very fitting for Eli with his Scube hoodie
Yep.
and his Scube that he's solving.
Absolutely. And he is the second in the continent for Scoob. Much more dedicated to Scoob than Pyramix, but he is highly skilled in both. So
I'm
gonna be
hoping to see some really good stuff from him, yeah.
yeah. But in terms of the placements of our top 4, we had Sebastian Lee, who's very, very likely the top seed for this this round with a 159 average, and then second being Archimedes and third being Emmett so far. But likely we're going to have seen some better souls. But here's Emmett's last. And a 228 seems fine with it. It's considering the type of round he's had, he's probably just glad it's over, and then he can move on to Scoob warm up now. But it's going to give him a final average of 315.
15. So a bit better than Emmett, but they'll still get both of them cleanly through to the finals. Are you excited for finals today?
Oh, of course.
Of course.
Of course. Finals are always the best part of the day. It's where the heartbreak and the dark horse stories kind of come through. It's a lot of fun for us to watch here on the best seats in the house, the commentators booth. But also for any spectators, it's always fun to see. Even if you can't quite tell what's going on, you can see the emotions and the celebrations and the crash outs, and it's all very exciting.
It is very exciting. Is there anyone that you would like to see or you think is a dark horse pick for any event?
I think given how 3x3 went last round, I think it could go a number of ways. We saw 6 separate sub-6 averages from that round,
yeah.
including many 3 new sub-6 averages. The top 3 seeds all PR'd on that scramble set. I've talked about it a few times, but it's a pretty wild scramble set. I thought it was some of the best scrambles I'd seen in competition, but I think that puts a lot of people in a pretty confident spot, thinking that they can perform well in the finals. But we still have the semifinals to come, which could definitely knock some people's confidence going into the finals. But yeah, we're yet to see the semis. I think that'll be coming up right after Scoob, actually.
Yeah. And other than 3x3, is there any other finals that you're looking forward to the most?
I mean, 2x2 is always great. I think just events in general that I love watching, Scuba's up there. I do love seeing Max Paris. He performs really well, especially in finals. Last nationals, he did get a clutch NR average, and even in Melbourne Summer, which is kind of a local major, I could say, probably one of the biggest competitions in Australia of the year. That besides nationals and oceanics and all that, he performed really well there as well. So yeah, looking forward to that, especially.
For sure. I think we're going to get Haldo on the mics.
Sounds
So,
good.
It was lovely chatting with you, Lockie. But
You too.
let's see some Scoob.
Yeah, I'm excited. Let's see some Scoob.
I'm excited too. All right. Come on now. So for Scoob today, we are looking at our 41st to 80th. So this is the bottom half of the qualifiers for this round. But on our top 4 stations, we have Nate Garthorn, Lucas Din on 1 and 2, and then on 3 and 4 we have Maxwell Dorset and Jun Ki Feng.
Yep.
Hey.
Hello.
Hello, Hal.
Hello.
How are you doing?
I'm doing great. Just chilling.
Have you
Got no
been
run.
delegating?
Sure. Nah, I'm kidding. Honestly, this competition, I've somehow been given second in charge. I don't know when I signed up for that, but Lennon just has, whenever he's been off in the side room competing in like big blinds, I've been given the reins. I don't know how.
I hear your voice of God coming down, calling for different groups. Anyone here that you're excited to see for Scoob in
In
particular?
this group,
Yeah. We have, some,
honestly, I don't know.
we have a couple of fast people, but this is our slower group for Scoob. You never know though. Sometimes there's
Some random scramble,
Yeah.
UPalm out of nowhere. Reference to my goat Andrew Huang, OCR holder.
So Max and Junchi now have their first ones. They were looking up at the overhead camera, waving, giving it away. Giving it a race, trying to start at the same time.
I believe they are both employees at our sponsor Spark Cubing.
Very nice.
So it's a little bit of a, competition between fellow colleagues.
So a 4 flat or a 4 something for Junchi
Yeah.
and a 473 for Max.
We have both competitors on station 1 and 2 practicing clock. I assume they are both in clock finals later today. about that event. Yeah, I'm not going to talk about it.
You're not going to talk about.
I'm not the one. I'm not the one to talk about it. to
I'll be honest. Clock was the second event that I ever learned, so I'm a little sad about it going away. It seems like Lucas has his first as well.
Yep. Looking at the scramble. Looks like most people. Actually, I can't even tell. But we have the U. Locking the U. Oh,
dear.
wait.
Oh, and is that good?
From here, looks like it's.
I can't tell. There's a clock in the way. You're the delegate. You
think-
let me know. It looks okay.
I think it's good.
Yeah, it looks okay.
Yeah. Honestly, this angle isn't the greatest, to be honest.
So these guys all got pretty similar times in the last round, with Nate and Lucas up top getting a 5:15. Max got a 5:17, and Junchi got a 5:20. So pretty standard across the board. They're getting quite fast times right now. Nate has his first as well. Getting into the clock practice as well. Let's have a look.
That
Oh.
looks like a 5.
Oh.
That was a 5 center. 5C.
Oh dear.
Oh, messes up the 5C.
Does a bit of a fist pump. Solves the scoop. That's what you need to
Yep.
do. Yeah. Getting some good times across the board from some of our other competitors though. So what have you been doing this comp?
What have I been doing
Is this your first time on the commentary desk?
for this entire comp? Yeah, it's first time. I've
Nice,
been
nice.
way too busy over the past 3 days, competing, doing a bit of delegating, which I know is a surprise to the people from Queensland. I know. Surprise, shocker.
Another race from Junchi and Max.
Oh, looks like
Bit
the
of a giggle from Junchi.
okay,
Okay.
okay now.
I don't think he realizes that we don't have the overheads on right now.
Yeah, someone needs to tell him.
383 for Junchi and 489. So he's putting up some pretty good times right now. Very impressive. Even though the camera that he was looking at is not on.
Not actually live, yep.
Yeah. Because Scuba's not one of those events where you necessarily need an overhead
No,
camera.
it's pretty short.
Yeah. No one's putting their cube under the desk or anything.
I believe believe they are trying to find out whether or not it was on stream or not, and
Nah.
I think they have just come
I
to that
think-
realization.
I think they're realizing now that they were not.
Over on station 2, we have Lucas.
Let's see. Oh,
Oh, Upalm to finish.
nice.
5:38.
Probably not the time that he wanted, but still a solid time. Will probably solidly get him through to the finals. Depending on how people. Actually, no. Depending
Be
on-
tough
Yeah.
because it's top 16
Top
from
six.
this round.
Oh, top 16. I thought it was
Yeah.
top 20.
No, I
okay.
think the only event that has top 20 for finals is 3x3,
I see.
from what I know.
So probably actually we're looking for some
We'd be
slightly faster times.
we'd be looking at least a 4 average, if
for
not faster.
average, if not faster. That does make a lot of sense. Yeah, something like
Yeah, like
Hey.
low 4.
a low 4.
Yeah. So Junchi's looking at a good pace though.
So everyone else lagging a little behind. Some of them have only done their first solve though.
Yep.
Unfortunately, Nate seems to have gotten an 8:31. I think
Ooh, that's probably not great.
Yeah,
That would count an 8 though, unfortunately.
that alongside what he got earlier today. Probably not. Someone's asking why you aren't competing in Scoop.
Why am I not competing in Scube?
They said they thought you were the GOAT.
Oh, it is Scube top 20 for finals? Okay, I'm very mistaken. Well, my statement still stands. It is about a mid 4 average then.
Another race from Axe and Junxi.
And Junchi takes it again.
He's actually
He's doing pretty
pacing
good.
quite well for getting into finals. Max, I think, is a little bit behind, but you never know.
Yep.
Things can go wrong. Scrambles can be really
Oh,
bad. Ah!
and yep.
And he chucks up the 6-7,
Dang it.
playing it up for the stream, I think.
Definitely.
Lucas with his next one. He's been pacing a bit behind as well.
Ooh, 488.
Best one that we've seen so far from him, but still not probably
yeah.
what he wants to be getting in order to get into finals.
Yep, he'll be counting about a 5 though. That looks a bit. Yep, Ainsley's got me. Okay, so it's top 20 for Skew, Pure, OH 2 and 3, and then everything else is top 16. Got you.
Got you. Alright, and this is Nate with his next one as well. I'm not very good at skew. I'm not very good at analyzing scrambles. I get very lost easily.
I just think competitors don't really. Oh, that looks like triple
Ooh.
sledge. Triple sledge. There we go. Didn't do that very well.
So I think Nate is probably solely out of finals with a 6 and an 8 and a couple other slow solves. Unfortunately for him, this is going to be his last skew average of the comp.
Yep.
Yeah. Looking at some of the other stations though, we've gotten some pretty good solves from some of the other competitors as well.
I think from my peripheral, everyone's 7 and 8. I think with Michael and Andy Gong, I saw some pretty fast times. I saw a 3 from Andy. I think Michael had like a low 4 on one of the solves.
Michael, obviously no stranger to the stream desk, but he does dabble in a few other events as well. I think he's really gunning for something good in Clock later. But
Clock, 3 blind as well.
yeah, 3 blind of course is one of his main events that he tries to do really well in. And we're trying to see some fast times also from Andy, who is much more used to bigger cubes, I think, at this point.
He's also, I mean, judging by his profile, he is quite the all-rounder outside of blinds.
That's true. But also a long-time veteran of the Victorian cubing scene as well. We've got the next race. I think this might be the last one between Max and Junchi. I haven't been counting, I'll be honest.
I think this is 4th, actually.
Oh, 4th actually, okay. Let's have a look. Oh, Max seems to be pacing pretty.
Oh, no,
big
Junchi's on
pause.
the UPAM already.
There we
Yep.
go.
Junchi
453.
is 4-0 up, for those wondering.
And Lucas up top got a 772. Junchi's been throwing down 4s this whole time.
Yep. So he's pacing pretty good.
For his finals prospects. Very nice. What stage have you mainly been on?
What stage have I mainly been on?
For-
Yesterday, I was... Oh, wait, for competing?
No, for delegating.
For delegating, I've been mostly on green, I believe. At least yesterday, I was on green for the most part. At least in the afternoon. In the morning, I was over on yellow and red.
So just everywhere.
Bit of everything, yeah.
Nate with a 505. Even though he's solidly out of finals, still trying to get some good times, maybe get a PR single. or
Maybe
two.
get a fluke single.
Yeah.
Nothing can be more fluke than Andrew Huang's OCR single. I'm going to keep referencing it. He's my goat.
He's your goat. Do you aspire to be
Oh, of
getting
course.
OCR singles like
Of
that?
course. Fluking it out of nowhere with a UPalm at Worlds 2019.
How's the weather been in Melbourne? I was just commenting about how being a bit cold might be contributing to some of the times that we're seeing from some people here.
Yeah, in terms of the weather, there is actually, I think some of the tables, there is like a little bit of a cold, like drift from potentially, I think it's some like temperature control in the venue.
Oh, I see. Like some air
So,
conditioning or something is
yeah.
blowing onto the tables.
Yeah, so I think yellow stage is the one where it's pretty bad, personally, because I think during 5x5 round 2, I was actually pretty cold. I made the mistake of not getting my jacket, and yeah, so I missed finals because of that. I think I definitely could have done better, but oh well.
That's okay. And we got Junchi with his next one, but I think he's waiting for Max so
Yep.
they can do one more race.
And Lucas drops a 484. Looks like a solid
Round it
average from them.
Yeah. He did get a 7 earlier, but this might be good enough to get him into finals. We'll have to see. I don't think we've been keeping track
Think-
of times.
I think it's roughly either a low 5 or a high 4 average by the looks of it from
Okay.
the times I remember.
Final race between Max and Junchi.
Will Junchi clean sweep?
And it looks
And
good.
he will.
340.
He'll be
Best
counting-
time
yep.
of the session for
He
him.
will be counting, I
Ooh.
believe, a high 3.
And
so-
for Max, is that a plus
Plus
2?
two,
Plus 2
plus
from
2.
Max. Ah.
Oh,
missing
and we have the overhead.
Ah.
We have an overhead
Let's
view.
see.
out
Oh,
in the
yes,
left.
that is definitely a plus 2.
Oh, yeah, 100%. Yep.
Yeah, but Junchi ending up with
Probably a
around
low
a low 4
4.
average.
I'd say a low 4. He's counting
Nice.
he's counting a high 3
High 3
and a couple of 4s.
and
So
a
it's
couple of 4s.
looking like a low 4 potentially.
And we're just going to finish up with Nate's last one, even though he's probably out of finals. We'll just have a look at what he gets.
Let's have a look at the scramble. What? Oh, looks like a solid blue face.
Ooh,
And
applause.
UPerm.
nearly dropped the
482.
cube, but did solve it for 82. Very nice. And I think that's basically going to round us out. Phoenix Patterson in the back, warming up for his... I think he's in the next group.
He's
I don't
definitely in
think
the
he's
next group.
this one.
He's 100% in the next group.
I was going to say, I don't think he placed outside of top 40 for that. But that's going to round out our group. Are you staying on? How are you going?
I'm having a look.
I think we're both leaving, actually.
yeah, but looks at it.
I think it's might be Michael and Zaid coming
Yep,
back on.
looks like it.
Have a look.
We are joining you once again with our continued coverage of Skewb. We've got Eli Panetta on station number 1. First seed from round 1 with an average of 2.38. Notably, he is the former Oceanic record holder. Starting off quite strong there, 2.09, sub his personal record average.
Yeah, once again, we saw Eli just shy of his personal record. Even with solves, he wasn't really happy with at all. So that 208 is a very, very solid start for him if he wants to pace under that.
No, my apologies, inaccuracy there. Eli recently PR'd with a 208 average. This would be one of the first PRs that he's had in a fair while, and that was at his last competition.
We still need about four more judges on the yellow stage.
The 208, which now ranks him 42nd in the world, second in Oceania and in Australia. That average set at Queensland Open. Last competition he attended with Skewb, that was actually the last round that he did of Skewb. He's in red hot form. We'll see if he can continue that trajectory. And then a couple familiar faces on stations 2 and 3. We've got Max Paris on station number 2. Current Oceanic record holder with a 1.78 average. Rare defeat in the first round. However, we've seen this in Nationals before. And Roman Rudakov, station number 3. Fresh off of a round win in 2x2.
Quick check at the back to recognize that NS there, but it seems he's displeased with that. It looked like he wanted to potentially one-look that, but maybe not have had the chance to. Roman known for being a speedy 2-looker. Max tracing there. It's opting for green. Just missed one look that NS there, 354.
That looked like an EG2 layer for mine. So Max Paris, one of these competitors that has an absolute wealth of alg knowledge in Skewb, knows the customary NS and also the optional EG2, but is also the only person in the world to know full TCLL. So layers with a twisted corner. 3.15 there for Eli. Unfortunate not to continue on the trajectory that he set earlier. Alrighty, Thomas Tinley left of picture. We'll start with his first. 2:01 to start. Great solve from Thomas. Thomas, not a name that we've seen much of on the national stage, but certainly showing that he deserves to be on our top 4 seeds here. At the moment, he's current NR6, so sits with a 259 personal record average from Melbourne Summer this year.
All of our competitors have done at least their first solve. Just having Max, Thomas, and Roman waiting on their second.
So Roman started off quite well for himself, 2.57 on that first scramble. Unfortunate for Max, we spoke about it, that missed one look on that EG2 layer. 3.54's cost him a little bit there.
We're going to see Roman Rudakov begin inspecting for number 2.
Started very strong, that 2.57 you can see in the graphic. Current NR5 in Skewb average with a 2.52.
Quick recognition, but he's fumbling on the execution of that NS.
That's going to be a +2 as well, unfortunately, it looks like. Yep, confirmed there, +2. It's not the way you would have wanted to begin. Roman's been very quickly, or very sneakily climbing the ranks in Australia. And now NR5, again, of course, known for his 2x2 exploits, and then up until recently had the Megaminx national record until finals at this very competition. just 3 days ago. But Thomas Tinlin started off express 201. Current PR at a 2.59. We will see if he can continue on a similar trajectory. Might get himself a lovely seed heading into finals. Looked like a bit of a long algorithm there after that layer, and possibly a two-look solution as well, but 2.90 for Thomas. Even still hovering around that personal record mark. Solves in and around about the 2.5s. I've got Max Paris here.
And Eli just about to begin. Bit of a fumble on the layer, and it seems like he also didn't expect to see that case quickly. Seemed to be a Sarah's advanced alg for that one.
Looks really jagged in the turning as well, so not what we're used to seeing from Eli. He's usually pretty express, but here's Max Paris now. Very quick starts the solve. One looked, it looked like 228 on another EG layer. But it looked very smooth the whole way through for that. That's right, Eli counting a 3.15 due to that unfortunate performance on scramble number 3. Would say out of your current seeds, it looks like Thomas Tinlin is performing the best at the moment. Early days still, there's still 3 solves, and a lot of these competitors will be able to claw it back after a not so great start. Top 20 is the cutoff for finals. And if we look back at that first round of Scube that we had yesterday, top 20 looks to be a 444, so definitely a mark that a lot of these competitors will be way under. Only Roman has a time over that 444 mark, and that was due to a +2 penalty. Speaking of Roman, scramble number 3 here.
Seemed like he reduced to a U-perm after building that first layer there. 158.
258.
258, sorry, I misspoke.
That 258 accounting time for Roman. You remember, of course, his personal record sits at a 252, so pacing pretty alright. It's going to be somewhere in and around that mark if he can continue on. Here we are, Thomas Tinlin pacing in front for the time being. Started off red hot with a 201 and then 290 to continue after that. That particular 290 is some ways off of his personal record, but he should still be happy with the 201. Gives him a chance to better the average. Should he get any quick times soon. We've also got Eli on station number 1 in inspection now, so you can see top left and Eli and bottom right Thomas Tinlin. Eli begun express to start, a bit shaky on the alg again, 336, and Thomas is falling off here as well. This is not a great time for him whatsoever. 6:57, and Max Paris left a picture. He capitalized on the mistake, finishes with a U-perm. 2.63 might have been the same solution that we saw from Roman. Yeah, 263 for Max Paris. That's a counting time. Current best sits at a 228. His PR average / Oceanic record average sits half a second faster than that, so. Just laying in wait for our top 4 competitors. And here's Roman Rudakov. So bounced back after that +2 on the 3 for that second attempt. And scramble number 3. Sorry, scramble number 4. On your right.
Considering a solution on yellow, it seems that just one twisted corner pre-made TCLL there. That's something Max Paris may be able to capitalize on. Another skipped opposite layer.
Extremely consistent there. Looks like that's what Eli has in front of him right now. Oh, it's a +2. Hang on, is that? Yeah, that looks to be a +2
Yeah.
there for Eli, unfortunately. So 4.78. The average is not going to plan for him at all. It's going to be his worst possible with a 341. So we'll probably still see him in the finals, but I doubt he will end up on any of our stream stations. Thomas Tinley in inspection on scramble number 4 now.
Make sure you see.
That pre-made TCLL. Another not great solve there from Thomas. 4.56 is going to count. Now I've got Max Paris here, station number 2. This is a pre-made TCLL, so he will know the exact alg for this. Oh, what's he doing there? 215, still a great solve. Almost the fastest that we've seen on stream so far.
It seems to be good, just barely saving himself from a +2 penalty.
But I think you can see a little bit of anger at himself there, that he knows that he should know the alg for that one. I would think he's trying to recall it right now. But unfortunate there for Max. TCLL knowledge getting tested in the most direct way. And unfortunately in this scenario it was not able to be found. Got Roman Rudakov, station number 3. Right hand side of your picture. Quick rotation, and it's 2.67 there for Roman, so counting some extremely consistent times here. Doesn't matter about the 5.81, but he finishes up with an average of 2.61, so very nice there from Roman. Expect to see him possibly in the top 4 seeds for the final. Now only 2 competitors left. 1 solve each in order to finish this round off. Thomas Tinley, unfortunate with that counting. 4.5 on the previous scramble means his best possible average is going to be a 3.1. PR off the cards for both of these last 2 competitors right now. Thomas
opting to look this one, not able to find a safe first phase solution in time. 3:53.
Max Paris counting 2.2 and 2.6 would be helpful for him. We imagine he's very comfortably making the finals. He should probably slot himself top seed. And 203 looked a little bit slightly frantic, but still it's his best time of the round. 203 gives him a 235 average, so I would say he's slotting himself in favourite. You'd expect so as the national record holder / oceanic record holder. Has a PR of 1.78, which is not his average from nationals last year. However, in that average he did... Oh, last nationals he actually set 2 oceanic record averages, including the very first sub 2 with a 1.84. It was a massive jump, that, wasn't it? PR'd by 0.3 of a second in order to get to Oceania's first sub 2. So we know he can perform in a nationals, and I know his preparation for that competition might not have been the best due to illness, but here in Melbourne he'd look to replicate and defend his title if at all possible. And so we will wait for the finals for him, which is going to be the very first thing after lunch. However, before then we've got quite a few interesting rounds incoming, including not least our 3x3 semi-finals. In our top 4 seeds, we've been talking about them sporadically all throughout the stream, but our top 4 seeds, all sub 6, something like you've never seen in an Australian competition before. Australian nationals in Melbourne really bringing the best out of these competitors. These top 4, you're used to seeing them, but gee, they are faster than ever before. The new age of speed cubing is well and truly here.
3 out of these 4 top seeds have all bested their personal record. In particular, Caden Liu, Phoenix Patterson and Toby Soifert, all fresh with their first ever sub sixes, something they've all been hoping to achieve for quite a while now, in particular Toby and Phoenix, looking to break that barrier for well over 2 years now.
And with that mental barrier broken, who knows, they might be able to let loose in this semi-finals. We simply don't know what they're going to be able to achieve. They are coming off of their best round in competition ever. And in station number 4 also, we've got David Epstein, who's gone sub-6 in both the first round and the second round, notably a PR in the first round of 5.59 for the average. So hard to say anyone other than him is our top competitor for 3x3 this competition so far. Just off stream, we've got Riley Dexter, though, the current Oceanic record holder, many people's favourite coming into this competition. It's been a long time since anyone said that anyone other than Felix would be a top seed. But he's found himself second place so many times before by the barest of margins, particularly in 3x3.
We will be doing our best to keep our eyes on Riley Dexter as he completes his solves just off stream.
The last few competitors are finishing with skew. We'll transition into our 3x3. It's going to be one to watch. So we'll see you very shortly for those. We are just about to get started with our 3x3 semi-finals. It's going to be absolutely one of the rounds to watch of the entire championships. Round 2 delivered, semi-finals. These guys are in red hot form. It's looking to be more of the same, really.
Indeed, Michael. We are, if any indication was to be seen from the second round, we are truly in for a treat here. We have 5, maybe 6 top contenders to possibly get another sub-6 to see themselves really high in the upcoming head-to-head final this afternoon.
No, you're absolutely right. And I think in preparation for this head-to-head final, this field has laid down some of the best times that we've ever seen at an Australian Nationals. Remember when you could count on one hand the number of times we'd seen a sub-6 average in an Australian Nationals any round, and we've seen 4 in one round just gone. So, as we said before, the new age of speed cubing is absolutely here, but bringing up the old guard is David Epstein here, newly minted one-handed national record holder. Won the first round of 3x3 and has gone sub 2 in both rounds so far. Looking to continue the momentum.
Bit of a
Well done
hesitation
here.
on that Olo, but 6:46 to finish.
You can see he's not too impressed with himself there. It's some ways off the pace. We've got Caden Liu on station number 1. One of these 3 competitors who's just fresh off of their first sub-6 3x3 average.
And not to mention Caden Liu in last year's national final, seating himself second to Felix Zemdegs. Off stream, we have Felix inspecting alongside Caden. On to last lay at about 4.2 there, 5.66, extremely solid start for Caden. And Riley Dexter off stream, finishing the same solve, 6.68. Felix finishing with a 6.53.
The Riley Dexter that's come into these 3x3 rounds is not the Riley Dexter that we've been used to seeing all of this year. He's gone on an absolute tear, taking both the single and average oceanic records for 3x3. But in this competition, it looks like he's only just not been up to his best shape.
Yeah, Riley's still waiting to see himself pull out that sub-6 that he's gotten at least once every comp this year.
We know he's capable of it. We obviously remember the Nationals finals last year where Riley unfortunately once again lost by 0.02 of a second, but he had to lay down a 5.92 himself in order to make Felix fight for the win. So we know it's possible. He's Phoenix Patterson, another one of our newly minted sub-6 solvers. 7.18 there for Phoenix. So we've not seen Toby Seufert his first solve yet, but a former national champion himself in 2023. It's been a long time between drinks for him. He podiumed last year, 3rd place behind the dynamic duo of Felix and Riley. One of the many dynamic duos Felix seems to find himself in. We've got Toby on the left of screen here. Oh, well, he's looking pretty speedy too. 5.74 there for Toby. Another solid start for him.
Extremely quick transition to that A-perm there.
So it looks like Caden and Toby are just picking up right where they left off in the previous round. Both gone 5.92 in the previous round to get their sub-6 averages.
David Epstein on our bottom right, inspecting.
Oh, Caden on an awesome pace again. 5.69 for Caden.
Incredible pace. Just a reminder, his PR average that he set in the second round was a 5.9, 5.92.
Seen David Epstein with a 5.44 there in the bottom right, just as we were distracted by Caden. Caden pacing exceptionally well at the moment. We'd love to see if Toby can match that, or indeed any of these other competitors. Riley off stream with a 6.46. It's going to take a lot for him to get himself a high seed for this final. We'd imagine that the current oceanic record holder should still be making the final though. Phoenix Patterson here started off with a 7.1. Somehow finding himself off of the pace of everyone else in this group. But the pressure's on here. Might be tougher to make this finals than we first thought. Fluid start from Phoenix.
Unfortunately, a bit unfortunate Ola, but into an LPAM, that's pretty respectable, 6.71.
And usually in an early round of 3x3, you'd see someone lay down a time like that and maybe be chatting to their judge or, you know, with a smile on their face. Phoenix is serious business right now. Toby Seufert here. 6.62 was the practice solve he did in walnuts to this. 5.74 to start. He's got momentum in his favour right now, as do most of the competitors and all of our top three. Just a little bit lucky to start, mate. Just a little bit pausey, but Apem to
Another
finish.
Apem, 5.34.
I
Toby-
know nothing. I know nothing.
Toby getting absolutely blessed with these smooth transitions into his last layer cases.
And just as I was saying, oh, it looks a little bit lucky to start. Who cares? Toby doesn't care. 5.34. It doesn't matter.
Seeing Caden Liu, so many eyes on him right now as he started with two 5.6s. David Epstein at station 4. Got to last layer pretty quick there.
Looks like an EO into ZB transition for him. Caden Liu, it's good too. Oh, 6.77. It looked great for a time. Unfortunate for him. Still, he's got that wonderful counting 5.69 to work with. So, David, 5.62. That's a counting time for him as well. So even though he started off not so great with that 6.4, he's changed his fortune in the next two solves.
Oh, Phoenix unfortunately having a huge lockup in that third pair. His cube not quite cooperating the way he wanted it to.
We saw Phoenix in the second round. Another one of our sub-6 competitors also broke the Australian Nationals competition record.
Riley just off stream getting a 7.98, not what he wants to see at all.
Charlie Eggins with an 8, so maybe everyone in this final is going to be a little bit off the pace. It's extremely stretchable. Well, now Toby Soifert we get to see. Caden started off with 2 5s, but then couldn't make it work on the next one with a 6. If Toby Soifert is able to lay down a good time here, he sets a precedent for the finals coming up later today. We saw notably in last Nationals semi-finals, Toby finishing in 21st place, and it was only due to good fortune and a withdrawal from Jody Brewster that he was able to be in the finals in the first place.
Bit of a fumble in that second pair with the look ahead there. 7.78, that's not going to quite match his first two solves.
It looks like everyone's struggling a little bit on this third scramble except for David Epstein. Whatever he's found on that scramble was conducive for him to turn well and lock in. So 5.62 is what he got on that scramble. And that's far and away the best we've seen on the stream from this third scramble here. Speaking of David, he will receive his 4th cube now, but we've got Caden also in inspection, pacing well.
Very smooth cross +1 there. Oh, a huge lockup on that OLL. That's going to cost him the entire solve, 8.72.
So we will see a range here for Caden Liu.
Both stations 3 and 4 inspecting their 4th scramble now. Seeing David opting for that yellow cross, and it seems Phoenix is going for white there. So 2 completely different solutions.
8.13 for Phoenix. Counting 2 7s now. And best time only a 6.71. So some ways off the pace for him. Got, yeah, best possible average only 7.12. And 7.12 in the previous round would have placed 15th.
David still pacing extremely well. His worst possible average is 6.08.
Yeah, let's not forget Toby's a solve behind the rest, but he's solve number 4. This is looking good.
Amazing. 5.8 for Toby Soifert. He is giving himself a best possible average of 5.63. Over 0.3 faster than his PR from the previous round.
So Toby Soifert, we've touched on it so many times, that 5.91 that he got in the first round. Sorry, 5.92 he got in the first round rather. Now he's counting a 5.74 and a 5.80. So 2 times under that means he's only going to need a 6.23 in order to lay down another personal record. So he's going to need not even that to get a sub 6 again. Caden on right of picture doing his last official solve right now.
Back soon into GC there, 9.41. That's definitely not ideal given his insanely good start, but still 629 average. Very, very solid positioning for him going into this next Nats final here.
Okay, so we've got David and Phoenix. Phoenix about to begin right of picture. It's looking like a much nicer solve. Maybe just a bit lengthy of a solution, if anything. J-Perm to finish. 6.90. That gets him his best possible average. It's not a time that you would have expected for him to need to get his best possible average, but nonetheless, he's done it. Oh, my apologies. He did have a 6.7 earlier in the average, so it's close to the best possible, but not quite. It's David Epstein. Could go 575 at best, but it looks like it's not going to happen just from that early start and that F2L. Finishes with the R-Perm. 7.46 in the end. Now here's Toby Seufert. Now remember, 6.23 is the mark for him to equal his personal record. 6.20 to beat it. What's the pacing on the OLL?
It's not going to be
No,
good.
it's a
Man,
DNF in the end. He stopped the timer with his wrists. That's going to be worst possible average for Toby Canning. That's 7.7. 6.44 is going to be the time for him in the end. So the semi-finals of Australian Nationals, a DNF hotspot for Toby Seufert. We saw that happen as well in the semi-finals last year. However, that was an early solve in order to, which unfortunately led to him counting a 9, I think, or something similar over the next couple of solves. In this case, though, it's a little bit irrelevant. Just gets him his worst possible average. 6.44 is the time for Toby there.
Our top two seeds having insanely wonderful starts to their averages, but not quite being able to match the pace there. Still, David Epstein getting a 609 average to take out possibly the first seed in this 3x3 final. All right, we are now waiting for the start of this 2x2 semi-final to follow up 3x3. And seems this will be another exciting one to watch.
No, you're absolutely right. So our top 40 from the previous round of 2x2 have gone through to the semis here. And from the the second round of 2x2, we're going to be seeing Roman Rudakov, the Oceanic record holder, far and away the class of the field. 1.18 average for Roman is the new fastest that we've seen at an Australian Nationals. Then goes Lachlan Adams-Romain, the current 2x2 Oceanic champion, and that's a long way behind Roman with a 1.53, so over 0.3 of a second. And then you've got Nathan Fairs and Harry Forbes, two Victorian 2x2s. Harry Forbes notably equaling a personal record average that he already had with a 1.32 on the last. So clutch factor is certainly there. However, we will see how all of these competitors perform come the semis. Very shortly, we will be back with your 2x2 semi-finals. Right, and we are back as promised with our 2x2 semi-finals here. We've got Roman Rudakov and Lachlan Adams-Romain, the current Oceanic record holder and Oceanic champion respectively. And on station number 3, we've got another two strong Vic 2x2ers in Nathan Fairs and the Stream Team's very own Harry Forbes. We've got Roman Rudakov, station number 1, in inspection right now, just set the new Australian Nationals competition record for 2x2 average, 1.18 he got in the previous round. Great start!
A .98 to start for Roman Rudakov.
In that previous round as well, he counted a .92, so there's potential for this Oceanic record to potentially get a knock on the door sometime soon. Canada 0.92 and a 101 in that average. Current OCR stands at a 102 average. Lachlan Adams-Romain, station number 2. Unfortunately, no display.
Looks solid though. Probably a low 2. 167.
All right, there we go. Display's back and working well. We've got Harry Forbes as well. Looks to have completed a solve. 1.95 there from Harry. Nathan Fairs, current PR sitting at a 1.3 in that range. 131, a little bit of a nod. Seems happy with that.
Okay, so it seems like 3 of our 4 competitors found a pretty good solution there. 2 of them executed it especially well. Off stream, we have Phoenix Patterson with a 142.
Yeah, on our stations 5 and 6, just off stream, we have the second and the third in Oceania in Phoenix Patterson and Sebastian Lee. 2 more strong contenders. This 2x2 field is about as deep as it goes. Anyone from probably the top 15 could come away with a podium. 2x2 finals, the top 20 only will make it through to that second round. And that was David Clark with a 2.25. So that looks like the mark that we're going to be looking for. And so far, all of these competitors well under that mark. That's the thing with 2x2 is that we'll get a lot of these competitors going at the same time and then we'll have a lot of dead space in between. But that's a lot of time for these competitors to get inside their own head. They've had to come up with ways to form some kind of mental resolve. 1.41 from Roman, that was an official solve.
And on the bottom left, Nathan preparing. Harry Forbes preparing on the bottom right. On the top right, we have Lachlan Adams-Romain. Nathan starting first.
Bottom left, a picture for Nathan. But a solid time there. 162 there from Nathan Fairs and Lachlan Adams-Romain, your current Oceanic champion, top right, underway. Looked like a short solution, but unable to find the calm turning that we've used to seeing from Lachlan. 1.77 and a 1.67 to begin. And Harry Forbes now started off with a 1.95. Unfortunately, a little ways off the pace for him. Looks like he's trying a lot of different orientations for this. 1.75 there for Harry, so he brings it back. He's the only competitor so far to have gone quicker on the second scramble than the first. So it looks like Roman Rudakov is definitely your favourite coming into this competition. He's had the Oceanic record since 2024 at Melbourne Cube Days. An average that was a big PR for him at the time and a big OCR as well, over a 1/10 of a second taken off the former OCR by Phoenix Patterson, which was second in the world when he got it. Here's Roman Rudakov.
Fantastic.
106.
That's counting for Roman.
It's excellent, cool as a cucumber. Showing why he is everyone's favourite or most people's favourite for this 2x2 finals coming on later today. He unfortunately had not a great history at Australian Nationals, the second place in 2024, and I believe finishing off the podium altogether last year. He'll look to turn the tides this time. He's never had a major so close to home. Got Nathan Fairs and Lachlan Adams-Romain both in inspection. Looks like a quick inspection for Nathan. Oh, chosen orientation quickly. Lachlan going top right first, 1.66. And 2.73, unfortunately, there for Nathan.
Yeah, and Harry had a 137.
So Harry trending downwards.
Must be said that all 4 competitors are doing quite well.
We haven't seen a single solve over... Oh, we've only seen the one solve over 2 seconds, rather, from Nathan Fairs. We expect that he's not going to count that time in his final average. Will depend what he gets over the next 2 solves, however. These next 2 solves, as we know very well, can make or break an average. We've seen it many times before. Alrighty, now I've got the other diagonal going at the moment with Roman Rudakov in top left and Harry Forbes bottom right. And yeah, okay, so runner error from Roman means we're just going to be looking at
Harry Forbes, bottom right.
Alright, solving at the moment.
Wow.
R2, B2, R2 to finish. 1.72. That's pretty comfortable for him. Yeah, gets him a worst possible average of 1.81. That should still very comfortably make the cut for top 20, and we will be seeing him in the finals. These other 4 competitors looking pretty solid and consistent at the moment as well. Barring disaster from Nathan Fairs, it looks like everyone should comfortably be making it in who's on stream at the moment. But here's Lachlan Adams-Romain, got the shades on and the mask customary. Oh, what's happening here? 407, he is not happy at all.
It's okay. That's his first bad solve of the average, but it does put pressure on for the 5th solve.
Worst possible average, 2.50. That misses the mark that we were talking about earlier. Nathan Fairs, 1.71. Just keeping it calm.
So Harry Forbes safely into the final after only 4 solves. Nathan Fairs and Lachlan Adams-Romain will need 1 more good solves to secure their spot. Meanwhile, on station 1, Roman Rudakov has been very good. 0.98, 1.41.
He would
1.06.
need another. We need sometime around about a 102. I think 103 is the worst you could have for an OCR to be possible.
So we'll be watching Roman on the top left and Harry on the bottom right. They're both solving very well. Harry starting first. Oh, and it looks like he made a mistake. A 2-look, 269. It's okay. Roman.
Oh,
Okay,
Roman with the fumble there as well.
Okay, must have been a difficult scramble. 3 of our 4 competitors struggling. Okay, I guess 5th scramble is difficult for Harry.
Now we'll see Nathan has to find something on this scramble. Looks like he's going to comfortably make the cut anyway, but he wouldn't want the idea of counting a 2.73 in his head.
All the pressure on Nathan Fairs here. Fantastic.
Yeah, amazing solve to finish. That's close to his best possible average. Would be a 1.58 in the end.
Nathan Fairs finishing with a 1.58 average, safely qualifying for the final. And probably a pretty high seed as well.
You would think so. 1.58 would have gotten you close to the top 4 in this group. Would have placed you 5th.
And now we're watching Lachlan Adams remain on the top right. Needs one good solve. That 4 is looming. Oh, and it's a bit locky. 186, that's going to be good enough.
It's not worst case scenario to still comfortably see him through. 1.77 there, so the middle of the three finish that we've seen so far.
Yeah, so 177 average for Lachlan, 181 for Harry, 158 for Nathan, and we're still waiting on Roman's 5th scramble.
Regardless of what Roman gets on this last solve, we imagine that he will still be comfortably through to the finals. Don't imagine Roman getting anywhere close to a 3.81. Those first 3 solves, particularly clean.
What is Roman's PR average?
Roman's PR, as the current Oceanic record, stands at 1.02. So, unfortunately, not able to be achieved in this round. Could maybe go for PR single, but judging by the times that we've seen on this last scramble, that's not looking particularly possible. That would be a 0.54, I believe, for Roman.
And next up, we will have clock final. Stay tuned for that.
Going to be a lot of added pressure on this clock final for a lot of these competitors, especially the ones who've put a lot of practice in, as this is, we believe, to be the last Australian Championship that will hold the event.
Yeah, can't ask for too much when you're in the semi-final and you're whipping your pants.
Yep, safe finish from Roman. 1.56 is going to very, very comfortably see him through. Looks like an average in about 1.34. So yeah, it looks like he's probably going to retain top seed for the finals. We will have to wait and see what he does for that one. And it looks like on station number 2 here, we have one person who's already getting himself very comfortable for that clock final. One Zaid Chowdhury, who's never won an Australian title in this event, never even podiumed in this event, despite being a 6-time national record holder.
It's going to be a big moment for Zaid coming up. Stay tuned. You just watched the 3rd round of 2x2. The final will occur just before 3x3 final. Round 3, maybe 2:30. Yeah, about 2:30 is the schedule for 2x2 final.
As we transition into clock, I will unfortunately have to say a farewell to the live stream. So I'm somehow have made my way into this final, but that's okay. I'll try and give you guys a bit of a show. I'll be sitting just in the back. You'll see me somewhere. Or just behind station 1. You will see me there. But anyways, I bid you all adieu, and we will see you for our clock finals beginning very, very shortly.
All right, everybody, buckle up, get excited. We are entering our first final of the championship, or at least the first final on Sunday. My name's Harry Forbes. To my left, I have Jacob Joshi here. Jacob, run us through our times in the second round and tell us what we're looking to expect here in this clock final.
So a lot of these clock solvers, they'll be wanting to get around probably the sub 4, low 4 range for a podium. That is exactly what we saw in the previous round. Our top seeds, Lachlan Adams Romain, Zaid Chaudhry, Carl Jones, Alex Botero, all getting, 3.3, 3.9, 4.2, 4.2. But it is very, very up for grabs. Anything can happen, as anyone would know from clock. And in fact, we are already getting started. Just off stream, Amy Smith has got her first clock. So
Very interestingly, we have seen Kyle Jones, your national record holder, multi-time national record holder for clock, sitting in third for this second round, going into the final, I should say.
Yeah.
So he's looking to claw it back. Had a 4.23 average in the last round, so he's looking to come back and keep up this national title streak that he's built.
Yeah. Just off stream, Amy Smith starting off with a 4.09. She is currently third place at the last national championships, and she'll be hoping to keep that pace up.
This field goes far down the list. There are so many solvers, just like any sprint event really, that could podium. There's just so many names, and it's truly unpredictable what we're going to see here.
That's right, yeah. And
hopefully shortly we'll be able to bring to you solves from our stations 1, 2, 3, and 4.
yeah, just like I'm pretty sure a lot of you will already know, clock is a very, as I believe what Chris Mills describes it as, a volatile event. Anything can happen. One missed turn and you're done.
Absolutely, and there's no room for leniency here. If you are off by 1 tick, it is a DNF, as you would probably know, so it's going to be rough here.
So here goes our national record holder, Carl Jones on station 3, up for his first solve. He'll be looking to defend his national champion title from last year. Let's see. What can he pull out here on the first solve?
All right.
It's taking a bit of time to warm up. We also have Nicholas Moratidis just off stream on station 5, also about to do his first solve. Carl is off, beginning his inspection. Scramble looks good. We've got a edge-to-edge skip there. It's solid. Oh, he's safety a little bit. 4.05, only just a bit ahead of Amy. It is indeed solved. Nick on station 5 with a 4.24, but he's DNF'd by the looks of things. So not a great start for him.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of underperformances here on this first solve. Kyle Jones falling short here with a 4.05. Seemed to fumble a bit on the cube drop there, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So he's looking to improve on his average as this final progresses. Obviously looking to keep up his national title.
Yeah, but most importantly, it is solved, unlike Nick's. A DNF on the first is very dangerous, so he's going to have to, well, if he does want to get an average, he's going to have to solve the last 4 clocks, I guess.
It's going to be a game of
Close
survival
average.
for Nick Moratidis if he looks to get an average and even contend for that podium spot.
Because even a bad time like a 6 or something could be costly, could get him off the podium. We're just waiting a bit. I guess we don't want any missed scrambles, which makes a lot of sense. Here we have Alex Patera, station 4 up for his first, and Zaid for his first also on station 2. So hopefully we can get a double up, 2 screens on 1, so we can watch them both at the same
Nice.
time. If it doesn't work, I will keep you updated. Zaid off stream. Oh, okay. It's working. Zaid and Alex going at both the same time. Zaid's going to start. Can't tell if that's good. He's struggling a bit. 4.48. Alex with a 4.01. I don't think we've seen a sub 4 on this first scramble. At least not from our top 6 competitors. Oh, actually, Lachlan hasn't gone yet.
We haven't seen Lachlan go for his first solve yet, but perhaps signs of a not too good scramble for this first solve here. All of our competitors falling short, getting in the low 4-second
Yeah.
range. Obviously, if they're looking for the win or podium, we're expecting about a mid to high 3, so they're going to need to pull it back a little bit.
Yeah. The scramble looked alright. Maybe some of the other moves and the memorization weren't the greatest.
Perhaps a large D move or something, we
Yeah.
can't really say.
Just off stream stations 7 and 8, we have Christian and Nova going for their first solves, I believe. We'll see what they can do. If they can get solve 4, they'll be ahead of the pack by a bit. Nova, not great, 4.8.
It's going to be a DNF.
Oh,
I believe.
actually, no, sorry. That wasn't the solve. Christian is actually about to do his first, I believe. Let's see what we can put down here. It's safety flipped a bit, 4.2. Seems to be
Going to be
solved.
solved, I believe. 4.20 there for Christian. So that puts him around the mark that our other top solvers are getting. So he's
Very, very close at the top, you think? Like,
looking to contend very strongly for now, but we're only 1 solve down out of 5, so it'd be pretty
Nova,
interesting to call anything too soon.
put down the 7.9,
We're
which
going to
is
have
not great.
Lachlan go for his first here.
Let's see. Do we have... Do we have top down? I want to see what that first scramble is like, because a lot of our competitors have
Absolutely,
been
yeah.
underperforming a little bit.
Lachlan Adams Romaine, your former Oceanic record
So,
holder.
yeah, you can see. Yeah, that I think he's gone for the same orientation, the edge skip over there, but it's only 1, so it might not be great. Let's see. Solve time 3.38, but is it solved? Is it? Oh, it's not solved. It's a DNF.
DNF there for Lachlan Adams Romaine to start out. That's going to put him in last projected for the final so far, at least out of our top 4 competitors.
So I don't think out of our top 8 competitors, we saw a single sub 4 on that first scramble, meaning that it is up for grabs. Here goes Nick on the second scramble, 3.51 just off stream, which is a lot better than what he got previously.
He's going to come back from that first DNF, and he's going to slide ahead of our current solvers at the moment. We haven't seen any more sub 4s yet, unfortunately.
Well, here we're about to do our second scramble. Here we have Zaid, station 2, about to do the second. So perhaps a bit of a better scramble if Nick's getting a 3.5 on it. Let's take a look.
Looks to be a center edge skip there on the backside.
Okay.
That could be favourable.
Looks pretty nice. I don't know about 7 Simul. I think that saves 1 D move, if I'm not mistaken. 3. Oh, he's dropped the clock. 5.05. That proved costly, and it's a DNF also. So that's going to put the pressure on him quite a bit. Station 3 and 4, Kyle and Alex about to go. So Zaid, he's now counting a 4.4 at best.
Zaid, unfortunately, going to count that 4.48. But here we have both Kyle Jones and Alex Patera receiving puzzles for their second solve. Both starting out with 4.0s here, so they're looking to come back a little bit, especially Kyle Jones being your reigning national champion and multi-time national record holder. Looks to go for the same orientation as Zaid here.
Great turning. 3.30, is it solved? It is, okay. So a bit better than Nick on that second scramble.
He's going to bring his average down a little bit here. That will mean he's going to count that 4.05. He will see Alex Patera soon tackle that same scramble.
Yep.
Here we go in inspection now.
I think they're going for the same orientation. Yeah, it looks like they've all defaulted.
Yep, same orientation again. Really shaky there from Alex Patera, and a 4.59 with a cube
Is
drop.
it good? It's not good. It's a DNF, so that puts the pressure on him. That looked on track to be maybe a sub 3, but the drop and then the DNF completely blows that out of the water. Off stream, Amy on station 6 and Nova on station 8 about to do their second. So Amy starting with a 4.0 on first, I believe. A 3.81. Doesn't seem to be too happy, but...
Looks to be solved. No
It is
signal of a
solved.
DNF here.
Nova just off stream, 4.51. It is solved.
This podium so far is looking to be really wide open. All of our top solvers seeming to underperform on these scrambles so far, despite that center edge skip on that second scramble.
Yeah, apart from Kyle, who's probably... Actually, in fact, out of our top 4, the only one to not have a DNF so far after 2 solves, which is a very strong position to be in, contending for the national title. Christian, Station 7, 7.55. Did he DNF on the first? I can't remember. Because if he did, that 7.55 is now counting, and I believe that would pretty much put him out of contention for the podium, most likely.
We'll have to get the live results later to confirm our solvers off camera, but it's looking to be really wide open. There's a very good chance that names like Nicholas Moratitis, Amy Smith, and Nova Garthan could be in the running for a podium spot here.
Yeah. This is really interesting. I don't think we've had many Australian Nationals or Oceanics clock finals where a bunch of our competitors have DNF'd very, very early. So it'll be interesting to see how they deal with the nerves here going into these last few solves. Do they go safe? Do they go all out to try and get a better rank? Who knows?
We're usually used to Kyle Jones being able to perform under pressure, but it's not looking to be the case so far.
Although he is doing the best so far. Probably not the best up to his standards, but compared to the rest of the pack, seems to be doing all right. Here goes Nick on Station 5 off stream. He's done the safety flip, and he's going to count that 5.6.
Both Lachlan Adams-Romain and Kyle Jones taking all the time in the world to prepare for these solves. These solves are crucial, especially for Lachlan Adams-Romain, starting off with a DNF.
Which
We're
is
going to pan over to him now.
not the greatest start. Kyle's also on Station 3 right now. And he's dropped the clock again, but 3.38. It's solved. 3.81 for Lachlan. So
Going to be a safety flip there for Lachlan as well, so
Which
it's going to be
makes-
a little less than ideal. Zaid with a 3.89 as well on that second solve.
okay, bring it back a bit. It was solved for Zaid.
So we're looking to see a few better times now from our top
Yeah.
solvers.
I reckon with that, Kyle has put himself ahead by quite a bit. 3.3 counting, guaranteed for him. And no one else has, I think, even a single close to 3.3. So he's looking well ahead of the pack, going for that national title. Just needs to solve it. I'd say probably get another sub 4 on one of the last 2 solves. I reckon the national title is his.
He's
although-
looking to surge ahead quite comfortably here. You're absolutely right. That 3.38 is going to be a counting solve, which is extremely ideal given the current situation.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, you don't know. You never know. Anyone can come back, but a lot of them are starting off with DNF, so it's going to be hard for them to safety anything here.
Here goes Alex Patera for his third. Looking shaky with the turning again. It's going to be another safety flip. 4.69.
It is
That is going to
solved.
count.
At least it is solved. So for the national title, I reckon it will be Carl Jones, but second and third are very much up for grabs, I reckon. Let's see, can we look at anyone from other stations? I can't tell. No, we're on Station 8, Christian on Station 7.
I tell you what, Jacob, this final is absolutely all over the place. It is impossible to predict.
Yeah.
Aside from Kyle Jones, who seems to be surging ahead now, it is impossible to predict
Yeah.
who is following him behind.
Amy on Station 6 right now. At the 3.2, and it is solved, so she's bringing it back a little bit. Just a little bit.
She looks to be putting herself in a commanding position for this podium. I believe has counted a 3 up to now, but we'll have to wait on the live results. But Amy Smith looking to sit atop the podium for another year after doing so at our 2025 Nationals.
That's for sure.
Also worth noting, Amy Smith is your 4-blind and 5-blind dual national champion for the first time in her career. So
Oh, wow.
looking to earn another national title to take home. Would be quite the feat to do so. It is.
I mean, at
It's-
this rate, overtaking Carl Jones would take somewhat of a miracle, but you never know. With clock, anything can happen. Just a bit of dead time right now as we wait for these clocks to be scrambled.
Clock is obviously an event that's a little harder to scramble. The notation's a little bit weird, and if the slightest mistakes are made, the scramble is different slightly. That throws the quality of the scramble off so much in some cases, so we have to be extremely careful here.
Here goes Nick on Station 5, so he's counting a 4.6, is that right? I think he's got a DNF in his average somewhere, and he's counting a time that's not favorable to him. I
He's-
believe this is his fourth.
Yeah, he's looked to be a bit all over the place this average, so we really can't give you an estimate as to what he's getting. Here we're going to see Lachlan Adams-Romain receive his third scramble
Nick is
here.
struggling a bit, and that's going to be a 5.3. It is solved, but that's going to count, which is not ideal, even for getting on the podium. So let's see, Lachlan taking a lot of time to warm up, as he usually does.
Unfortunately, not going to be able to get an overhead here, so we'll just view from the front for now.
Do we at least have his times so far?
Absolutely, we do.
That's good.
3.81 counting for now. He does have that DNF looming over, so he's looking
But
to
that's
solve
a
this cube.
3.1. Is that solved? It's solved, so he is back.
3.19.
He is back in this, I reckon. Although he has a DNF, he can definitely overtake Carl for sure.
The potential is definitely there. They're both lurking at around the mid-3 range.
Yeah, despite the DNF from Lachlan, he is doing quite well. But let's see.
Here we have Kyle Jones
He just
receiving his
needs-
puzzle for his fourth scramble. We'll see him begin shortly. Looking to continue his streak of 3.3s if he wants to contend for that national title. He is surging ahead fairly comfortably now, but we don't want to call anything too soon.
Yeah, especially because Lachlan, he's doing quite well, but he'll need to keep it up. I did say Carl was only ahead because Lachlan does have that DNF in his average, so he needs to be a little bit more careful with his solves.
Here
Let's
Kyle
see.
goes in inspection now. Another center edge skip here for the fourth scramble.
Very fast turning for him. 2.44.
That's a
And
solved
it's
puzzle.
solved. That's going to be a guaranteed mid-3 average for him.
Here we have Zaid Chowdhury also tackling his third solve.
Just
I
got-
believe fourth, actually.
Did we miss one? Oh, he's got
I believe we
4.9.
might have.
Is it good? It's good.
It's going to be a counting time. He doesn't look to be too bummed, though.
It's not the greatest, but you never know. Anything can happen. That could still put him in it based on what everyone else has gotten. Everyone else has DNF'd a bunch, and you never know.
But yes, looking at our top four here, we see Kyle Jones surging ahead well and truly now. Both of those 3.3 solves are counting. Lachlan Adams-Romain looks to be our second best for now with a counting 3.8, and Amy Smith as well off stream. While we can't guarantee her times, we look to be observing extremely good pace from Amy Smith here.
Are the overheads not working?
Someone's kicked the cable out.
So that's all good. We're going to see
Yeah,
Amy tackle another solve here.
yeah. Just for anyone wondering about overheads, someone's kicked the cable, so we can't bring them to you right now.
At least not for stations 1 and 2.
Yeah, 3.5. Oh, she has solved it on last, so she's
That's Amy with a 3.5. That is definitely a counting solve.
that's huge. And despite the DNF in her average, she'll be finishing up with maybe a mid to high 3 average, I reckon.
She has one solve left to go.
Oh, wait,
Here we're
what?
going to see.
Oh, I thought she was done.
Keep me off camera and I'll go and try and plug it in.
This is why it's so hard to track. Here we have Alex, station 4. His time is on. That's good.
This is his fourth solve coming now. Here he goes in inspection.
Is this center edge? I can't tell. Yes, it is, just on the bottom.
Yeah,
there,
center
on
edge
blue
skip on the
side.
back there. As we saw with Kyle Jones, Kyle had a 2.44 on this scramble. Let's see what Alex can do.
3. Oh, he's
Oh.
dropped it! 4.3. Is it solved at least? It is solved.
It's solved, but,
But
yet another
wait.
cube drop.
Nick with a 3.3. Was it solved though? I couldn't tell. I missed their signal. It was solved? Okay. So Nick is counting a mid-low 3, I reckon. So that could put him in podium contention, I reckon.
This podium contention is going to be so interesting, but Alex Patera, cube drop after cube drop after cube drop, unfortunately, going to have a 4.32 on his fourth solve.
He hasn't gotten a sub 4 yet, but there probably will be someone that hasn't gotten a sub 4 average that will be on the podium. Here we have Lachlan and Carl going at the exact same time. So Lachlan, he's got the DNF in his average, but he's also got a 3.1 and a 3.8. So Lachlan, being the 4th scramble, which is pretty good, he could count that 3.1 and put himself into national champion contention right back into it. Just
Here goes Zaid for his fourth.
let's see, can he bring it back a little? He hasn't done great. It's a 4.3. He's not too happy. It is solved at least. Let's see. Can Lachlan bring it back? He's struggling a little bit. But 3.63, is it solved?
It is solved.
And let's see, Kyle on
Is
station
Kyle in
3.
inspection
He
now?
can lock the national title if he gets a good solve. 2.29, is it solved? It is.
Yes,
I reckon,
it is.
I reckon that has locked national champion for
That
Kyle
has to be.
Jones. That's what, a 3.04 average. Easily.
That has to be national champion. It'd be ludicrous to predict anything other than that. That 2.44 is now going to count in his average and give him a very, very strong average here. 3.04.
He's pumped. I mean, I don't want to call anything too early because maybe someone else off stream has gotten something sub that, but it would be very, very unlikely.
He has well and truly come back, and we're going to see here none of our other top 4 solvers are going to have a best possible average, even remotely close to Kyle's average here.
That is for sure. But now the question is, who will be our last 2 spots on the podium? Amy Smith on station 6. She's counting a 3.5, so she can definitely get...
This is her last solve here.
Yeah. She has a DNF though, so she'll need to be a bit careful. 3.78, is it solved? It's solved!
Another 3 from Amy Smith.
So she might be on the podium, I don't know.
Could it be? I think
It's
it
a
might.
I think it's a sub 4 average.
It
for
has to be
her.
a sub 4 average for sure. She's going to surge ahead of Alex and Zaid here. Amy Smith looking to be extremely strong here. And while we don't have any confirmed times or an average at the moment, it's going to be a very strong showing here from Amy Smith in this clock final.
For sure. So, most likely, based on what we've seen, it's going to be Kyle on top, and then Amy and Lachlan sharing second and third. But Lachlan, he does have that DNF looming over his average. A best possible average of 3.54, but the worst possible of DNF. So
we
the
see-
pressure is on for him to perform on this last solve.
We see Alex Patera and Zaid Chowdhury.
So
with-
Amy Smith, actually a very, very consistent average for her. I thought she DNF'd, but... on
No
one of the
DNF
solves,
here
but
for Amy Smith. Worst solve was a 409, so that's going to be extremely commanding. We're
Let's-
going to have to see how Lachlan goes here.
I'm going to calculate her average real quick. We've just been given her scorecard.
We're going to see.
So Amy Smith has finished with a 3.70 average. So if I do the math correctly,
Lachlan Adams Romaine has a best possible average that can still beat that. But for now, at least from what we've seen,
I
that puts
believe,
Amy in an extremely strong
I
position.
believe around a 3.67 to overtake Amy for Lachlan here.
3.67 is the mark to
I
beat.
think somewhere around that. I don't know if that's correct, but it's around that.
He does have that DNF looming over him. It is all or nothing here.
Can he clutch second place? Can he at least get onto third with a solid solve?
It doesn't look to be any skips here on the scramble. Here he goes.
Oh, he's not going to do it.
It's
Safety
not gonna
flip,
be.
505.
Counting
Is it solved?
5.
It's solved. That throws the podium up in the air.
Completely. That's going to be a 4.16 average for Lachlan Adams Romaine. Amy Smith is looking extremely strong for the podium here now.
I reckon it's out of her. I think Nick has a good shot. I don't know what his times were. Alex Butera, I think he's off the podium already. He's dropped the clock, 4.23.
Extremely fumbly here for Alex
Solved.
Patera to close out the average, but I think it's fairly safe to say he wasn't going to have a chance anyway.
Four.
4.41 is his final average, so both Lachlan and Amy will beat him, so that renders him off the clock podium
Now,
for this year.
we've just got to wait to see if anyone now snuck on. We do see Christian over there. People are crowding around him, but I think he did count a 7. I'm not entirely sure.
It's going to be so, so close. But could it be? I think it's going to be. I think Amy Smith is going to finish up on the podium for another year.
I think
We're going
that's-
to have to confirm the spot, but a 3.70 average from Amy Smith off camera is going to be an extremely strong showing here.
You'd think 3.70. I don't know who else could have beaten her. Maybe Nick. I'm not entirely sure. Nick might have gone third. I want to see what his times were because I know he was pacing pretty well.
We have no results here from Nick, unfortunately, but Amy Smith, I think it's going to be. I can't say for sure whether it would be anything else because a 3.70 average, especially for these scrambles with not many skips, is going to be extremely fantastic here. Well, Jacob, for our first final of today in the finals block, how amazing was that? Amy, second or third? Second or third for Amy?
That was very, very exciting to watch.
We don't know.
Yeah, we just got to wait for everything to be entered. But yeah, that was very exciting. We had Amy starting off just off stream, she was doing really well. Kyle finishing off with a 2.4 and a 2.2, absolutely running away with that national champion.
Finished off really strong there for Kyle Jones. But yeah, Amy Smith with a 4.09, worst solve of the average, no DNS for her.
Really
So
consistent.
she was looking so strong from the get-go, and she's managed to hold up that momentum
Yeah.
and finish
so
up on the
actually, wait,
podium
we just got a
most
bunch of-
likely. Yeah,
Oh!
Amy's locked second. There we go. There we go.
Wait. Christian Trubicic off stream,
Christian.
4.15. Alex got a 4.34. Christian is on the podium.
Christian Trubajic is going to finish up on the podium.
And
It's gonna-
he's beaten Lachlan and Romain by 0.01.
Oh my
Look at that.
goodness gracious. Absolute tragedy here for Lachlan Adams-Romain. Off
Counting
the podium by 0.01.
And that last solve, a 5.05, just a little bit too slow for him.
Just shaky in the
Oh my
final moments of
goodness.
that average. But Christian Trubajic,
Christian Trubicic
his
is on
first national
his
podium
first ever
here.
national podium. Oh my goodness.
Absolute scenes here for the clock final. Huge congratulations. Kyle Jones in first place, your national champion once again. 3.04 average, super strong finish.
Absolutely
And then
quick.
Amy Smith, 3.70, extremely consistent finish for the silver medal. And Christian Trubajic, one of your many sleeper picks for this
Yeah,
clock final, has
exactly.
managed to finish up in third here with a 4.15 average.
And he had a 7 in the middle of his average, so he had to bring it back, and he did on the last 3 solves. Absolutely clutch solving from him.
What a clock final. That was absolutely exhilarating.
That's why we had to wait. We had to wait.
Absolute scenes here in the Stonington Sports Centre.
For
What a
sure.
first final here for our day 4.
Yeah, absolutely.
Goodness me.
Great to watch. So,
How are we ever going to follow that up, Jacob? I
well, we've
think
got 5x5 next, and you know what? The field looks stacked again. We've got a lot of close people here. Obviously, Felix seems to be quite far ahead, but you never know. We've got David, we've got Joseph, Aaron, Alexander, who's not from Australia, but still could.
I think it's going to be a
contend for-
very fascinating race here for
Yeah.
our second and third places in this 5x5 final.
Yeah.
But for now, we're soon going to have a double switcheroo
Double switch up,
for
yes.
Lachlan Stevens and Zayd Chowdhury to take us through 5x5 finals.
Yep.
So stick around, ladies and gents. We've had an incredible start
That
to our
is-
finals block here
For
on
sure,
Sunday.
For sure.
And I'm sure it's going to persist.
It's going to get better. It's going to
It's
get better.
only going to get
It's
better.
only going to get better. Just trust us. All right. Enjoy
All right.
5x5 finals, everyone.
Thank you for coming with us, ladies and gents.
Good morning, party people. I'm here with Zayd Chowdhury, a former clock OCR holder, and we're going to be commentating for the 5x5 finals at Australian Nationals 2026. Like we said, we've got a starstruck lineup here. We've got on Station 1, Felix Zemdegs. Station 2, David Epstein. Station 3, Aaron Keith. On Station 4, we've got Jay Kapoor. We also will be keeping an eye, but not quite an eye, more ears for Alexander Vucic on Station 5.
We can keep eyes on him, I reckon.
Yeah, he isn't an Australian, so won't be a contender for the Nationals podium, but regardless, he's a very fast solver, one of the best in the world, and we'll keep you updated on his results. But in the meantime, we're just waiting on the scrambles to come out. They've all just taken a seat, and I think it's probably a clear favorite for Felix here.
Absolutely.
Far and away the best 5x5 solver of all time, and still the current best 5x5er in Australia.
But for this final especially, I'd say it's more so a story for who's going to come out with the podium spots behind Felix. I mean, David, Aaron, and Jay all in these top 4, all very solid solvers. Aaron Keith only getting a PR average in the second round, getting that sub 50, followed by Jay Kapoor, who I believe also managed to get a sub 50 in the first round.
Just confirm that now. Yeah, Jay got a 49.80 in the first round.
Yeah.
Double PR in the first round, and then also got a 45 in the second round for another PR single. So Jay's been on the up this comp for sure.
And yeah, it's been slightly rough for David Epstein, getting a couple averages he wasn't too pleased with, especially in that first round, 48. But as David receives his first cube here, we'll see what he can do. And in the meantime, Aaron Keith is also getting ready.
And here's David. You can see him just finish his first two centers there, at around 7 seconds, and onto his Yao edges now.
Get a closer look at David's solve there. Heading into that second last center, about 25. So a bit of a decent pace for him.
Yep, looks like the flip around 26 or 27. And onto edges now, looking like pretty decent pace going into last 4 edges at around 35. And just doing that parry algorithm now for the last 2 edges onto 3x3 stage at about 41. And
very smooth 303 stage, but unfortunately 49, 41, that's not going to quite be what David's looking for. And Aaron Keith, 52. So both of these competitors who have just solved pacing just a tad bit behind what they've shown from their seedings in this final.
Well, we've also had Liam Heidechek with a really rough start with a 56.48 over on Station 6 off camera. But we're yet to see solves from stations 1, 4, and 5. Felix, Jay, and Alex. Like I said, Felix is the favorite, but the more interesting storyline here is who's going to sneak onto the podium, because not all the people we'll be looking at, or I should say, there are people that we won't be seeing on stream who are definitely contenders for the podium. People like Liam Heidechek, Joseph Burnett, and even Jackson Foster, who only managed to sneak into finals by the skin of his teeth at about 58.2 seconds for his average last round. But he does have a 53 or even a 52 average, I'm not quite sure officially. And that could very well be enough for the podium.
Philip Wilkie from the US, just a stream, beginning his solve. He's 10th seed, but I believe this 5x5 final is one of the few finals he has made at this competition. Aaron Keith, getting ready.
Solve number 2 before Felix or Jay have received their first.
Yeah, so Aaron getting his solves much earlier than our other 3 top 4. So in the meantime, while we wait, let's have a look at this solve from Aaron.
Looks like he's on his cross edges now.
Taking it a bit slower there, but again, picking up that pace as he gets to those centers.
And yeah, this is going to be a bit behind pace for him as well. Going to see the flip at around 28 there. Not the best split there, but looks like he's doing pretty well in edges.
Those rotations are costing him, and the lockups on the slices are not going to work for him if he wants a good time on the solve.
Yeah, looking at getting to last 4 edges at around 42 there.
It seems he's pacing to be about a minute for this solve. Oh, he gets a ZBE pretty early, but he opts to do the anti-soon. 56.1. So
yeah, a bit of a rough start for Aaron there, pacing well behind his average last round, where he PR'd with a 49.11. But here's David for solve number 2. We're still yet to see a solve from Felix or Jay.
David pacing pretty well, I'd say. Yep. Very fluid turning with those Yao cross edges, heading into the centers, getting extremely nice cases, heading to flip at 22.
Really good pace there.
Wasting a bit of time checking to see where he can find those edge pieces. But it seems he's on to L4 at about 35 there.
And I've just been informed that we do actually have live data entry running for all of the competitors in the final. So we're going to be seeing times as they come through. 48.12 for David. It's going to put him in a bit of a better spot than his first solve with a 49, but still probably needs to pull up a little bit further if he wants to guarantee a podium spot here. The best solve we've seen so far is from David with that 48, but Philip Lewicki started out with a 50.34. We've also got Jay over on the left
Jay
there.
Kapoor seems to be on pretty decent pace as well, getting those first.
Oh, this is really good
Alfari at
pace.
33.
Oh, this is great
303
pace.
stage sub 40. This is amazing pace. A bit of lockup on that last F2L pair. G perm to finish with a 49. It seems a bit not an ideal last couple steps in that 3x3 stage there for Jay. But still a 49, given that's his PR average that he set in the first round. That puts him on pretty solid pace and well ahead of Aaron Keith.
And over the heart there, he's probably
Yeah.
feeling the nerves, getting pretty close to a PR average time on his first solve of the finals. But we'll have a look and see what other times we're seeing come through. Riley Dex is starting off with a 56 and a 52, so a bit behind the rest. Got Jonathan Charlesworth with a 54 and a 101. Roman started off with a 53. Joseph Burnett with a 51.87. It's going to put him slightly behind Philip's pace, who started off with a 53 and a 50. But we're still seeing David as the clear favorite, starting off with a 49 and a 48. Still yet to see a solve from Felix, which is a little strange. I guess they know he's going to be solving the fastest out of all our competitors here, so maybe they're anticipating that and giving him a little more time before starting the average, so everyone finishes roughly the same time. But in the meantime,
Off stream, we've seen Alexander Vucic begin his average with a 42.68.
yeah, pretty good pace for him so far. It's just slightly shy of PR average, PR single, sorry. No, PR average.
Average.
Yep. Yep. But here's David up for solve number 3, as well as Aaron Keith. These guys are both... Yeah, and Felix has gotten up and taken a glance over the scrambling station there. Maybe a bit of trouble with scrambling correctly. But knowing the nature of these finals, you don't want to be marinating in nerves for this long. It's probably been about, 5 to 10 minutes since this round started, and Felix is yet to receive a cube. But here's Aaron on the bottom right there, and David on the top left.
Aaron seemed to be getting some pretty nice cases for his centers there, allowing him to flip at around 24.
Yep, and David actually on very similar pace, flipping at around 24. David looks like he's pretty comfortably flying through those edges there. Just finishing up his last 2 edges algorithm at about 42. And onto 3x3 stage. And a ZB to finish
this is
off.
going to be great from Aaron. 48. Beating the same time from David, 48.64.
Yep. They were on very similar pace throughout the entire solve, so kind of neck and neck there.
Yeah.
This is kind of shaping up pretty interestingly. David is well ahead with a 49.48 and now another 48, but Aaron is pretty comfortably ahead. Looking to grab that 3rd place spot.
And in Station 1, Felix Zemdegs, the clear favorite for this final, is getting to his last layer at around 40 seconds. Does he know the ZB? He indeed does. 44.86 and a shake of the head.
He's probably not feeling great considering how long he went without a solve there. Hands feeling cold perhaps. But here's Jacob Kapoor on Station 4. He's on the left-hand side there. And he looks like he's taking his time with these centers, turning really, really smoothly. Not necessarily pacing badly, but really taking his time.
Fortunately, a bit of an inefficient last 2 centers than what we've seen previously.
But he's still pacing pretty well. I saw the flip around 23, which is
Yeah.
actually well ahead of what David and Aaron had on the previous solves.
And once again, he's flying through these edges here.
Yep.
Finishing these last 4 onto these 3x3 stage now. Oh, getting himself a dot Ola, unfortunately. But finishing with that T-perm there, that's going to give him a 50.57. Unfortunately, not quite hitting that sub 50 mark, thanks to a bit of unlucky cases there in that last layer.
But Jay is actually shaping up to be on better pace than Aaron. Aaron is counting a 52, whereas Jay's worst solve so far is that solve he just got there, which is a 50.
And off stream, we're seeing Alex Vucic midway through his second solve. Currently looking to be on solid pace as well.
We've got both Felix and Aaron in inspection. Felix for solve number 2 and Aaron for solve number 4. Like I said, Felix is well behind the other solvers in terms of how far he is in the average. But both of them off to start. Aaron's slightly ahead. You've got Felix in the top right there and Aaron in the bottom right. Looks like Felix is working on yellow edges there. Aaron just finishing up last 2 centers. The flip at around 21. Really, really good pace for Aaron on this solve. And Felix doing pretty well for edges there. Looks like he's getting onto last 4 at about 29 there. And onto 3x3 stage, about 33. Oh, this is going to be a 38.60, so well under sub 40, but Aaron's going to finish off with a 49. Maybe struggled at the end of that solve. Was pacing really well at the start, but struggled to come through with the finish. Here's David up for solve number 4 as well. David wasting no time, heading straight into inspection. Planning, hopefully, quite a lot of the solve. It's long inspection.
Yeah, a bit uncharacteristic from David there.
Yeah, typically likes to inspect for quite a short period of time, but those centers didn't look particularly easy. He finished his first 2 centers at around 8 to 9 seconds, so pacing a little bit slower than usual. Looks like he's heading into last 2 centers now. Flip it around 24.
Very efficient last 2 centers there.
Pulled it together, but really struggling to get that last cross edge in. Straight into edges. And onto last 4 at about 35.
Yeah, speeding through that trigger, instantly recognizing what cases he needed to solve there. Into that parity alg, about 43 into 3R3 stage.
And that parity alg wasn't the most efficient way to solve it. He had to set up to another parity alg instead of doing the case he was given. But a 53.18 cost him a little bit of time.
Very displeased with that one.
Yeah. So David is still sitting comfortably ahead, counting a 48 and a 49, but doesn't want to count that 53, otherwise he might be in a little bit of trouble, given Jay's pace is pretty good. And we've got Jay and Felix both solving right now. Felix up for solve number 3, and Jay for solve number 3 as well. Looks like Felix is pacing pretty well. On to his last 2 centers now, and flip at about 20. Really, really good pace here. Oh yeah, those edges are he's flying through.
Jay fumbling a bit on those last 8 edges, transitioning to the last 4 there. Pretty nicely so far. But Felix gets to his last layer at about 42 and finishes.
And we've got some of our averages coming through here. People have completed all 5 solves, so we're going to see Roman Rudakov starting us off with a 53.62 average. It's going to be a PR for him, but probably not enough to sneak onto the podium given how Jay, Aaron, and David are all going. We're also going to see Seth Ferry with a 57.55, which is well under the mark needed for a podium here.
And I think it's worth saying Jacob Poor is on phenomenal pace right now. 49.50 and a 48 on that last one just then.
Absolutely. And counting a 49 in such a high pressure environment here is a really, really good display of form.
I'm going to take a close look at Aaron Keith for this one. As he gets to the flip at around 24. A relatively smooth transition into those first few edges there, but unfortunately struggling with those later ones as he gets to... Oh my god, he got blessed with that last 4 edges.
Oh, this is going to be a really fast solve. He's at 44 on last layer. Going to finish off with the G-Perm, 46.88. It's going to be one of the best solves we've seen besides Felix.
Those last 4 edges, he got absolutely made that solve for him. 49.81, sub 50 for Aaron Keith. That it remains to be seen if that puts him in a position to take that podium spot.
I think he's going to be pretty comfortably at least top 4. I don't think we're seeing anything quite around that mark of sub 50. We've seen a few more averages come in. Jonathan Charlesworth with a 56.84, Andy Gong with a 54.47, and Riley Dexter with a 55.13.
David Epstein on his final solve way underway. He's messing up his cross edges. What is happening?
And it looks like he's absolutely thrown this solve. He's
going to get his worst possible, which puts him behind Aaron Keith. This is far from what David wanted. Felix, in the meantime, getting to his 303 stage at around 35, 36. Absolutely smooth last layer there. 42 for him. And David Epstein, guaranteed to get his worst possible average. Remains to see if Jake Kapoor can bring himself to possible guaranteed second place.
Yep, so we've seen Aaron Keith with just a slightly under 50-second average of 49.81, but Jacob Kapoor can definitely secure himself a sub 50 BPA here with some good control towards the end of this solve. And just finishing up edges now onto 3x3 stage at about 41. Oh, and it's looking pretty good. A bit of hesitation.
It's going to be a 51 there.
Oh, and a plus 2.
It comes down to the wire for Jacob Kapoor here.
And he's going to have a best possible average of 49.49.
That puts him under both averages of Aaron Keith and David Epstein. But also gives him worst possible average that is going to be finishing off the podium.
So it is going to come down to the last solve for Jacob Kapoor, if he can sneak onto the podium or not. He is still pretty much guaranteed to get 4th place here. We've seen a few more averages come through. Philip Lewicki finishing with a 55.94 average. Liam Heidechek with a 53.77. None of these are even, around the mark of podiuming. But we've got Felix over on the right here with his final solve of the average.
Yeah, essentially a victory lap for Felix. Worst possible average of 43 finishes him 6 seconds ahead of Aaron Keith, who is the fastest person to have completed their average so far.
Yep, I don't think anyone is pacing anywhere near what Felix is, and he's onto 3x3 stage at about 36 there. Just onto his last layer.
Yeah, there we go.
And a 42.21. It's going to be a pretty consistent average for him all around. It's going to be a 42.70.
Unfortunately, still a bit of a weight on Jacob Kapoor. The nerves kind of building up a little bit.
But
as he must know he's on pace for something pretty alright. And potentially, at least to his knowledge, enough for a 3rd place spot.
And Alex doing pretty well here, pacing about a 43 average, but does have a 49 looming, so could potentially worsen his average by quite a bit. But like I said, Alex is one of the best in the world. He'll be comfortably finishing 2nd place, even with his worst possible average. But he will not be a contender for the national podium.
And it has just been entered and confirmed, as if it was ever in doubt, really. Felix Zemdegs, 5x5 national champion. And we have seen our rest of our finalists being entered right now. Jamie Otsu of Queensland, 53.72, just behind Roman Rudkov's PR average. It does seem like Roman will be guaranteed to make 5th place. And we'll see Jacob Kapoor, also from Queensland, underway.
Now, this solve is going to dictate if he will make it onto the podium. His best possible is going to secure him a 2nd place position on the national podium, but his worst possible average won't even put him on the podium. So he needs to clutch up here.
Bit under pace here. 25 flip.
He's gonna need a
searching for those edges.
He might be folding under pressure here, but he can pull it back with these last 4 edges
Might
here.
be cutting it fine. It's going to be a 3x3 stage at around 40 seconds. No parity, fortunately for him. He's getting through those F12 pieces onto that double inverse sexy U-perm.
It
And
might be
he's
it.
done it.
He's on the
Jay
podium.
Kapoor, I believe that gives him an average that places second, if not third.
And he's just
He's
missed
third.
second place by
Jay
a
Kapoor third,
0.03.
just behind Aaron Keith. Oh, you could not have asked for a tighter battle for second and third on this podium here at the Australian Nationals.
He's done absolutely amazingly to calm the nerves towards the end of that solve. Had a really rough start, but managed to claw it together to clutch the podium finish. Third place on the Nationals podium. So your 5x5 Nationals 2026 podium is Felix Zemdegs with a 42.70 in first place, Aaron Keith with a 49.81 in second place, and Jay Kapoor clutching it out with a 49.84 average in third place. Absolutely incredible final. I mean, like I said, Felix was always the favorite to win. That was not the thing we were really looking at. I think we were mainly focused on who would sneak in and clutch the podium. But Aaron Keith and Jay Kapoor are the second and third place clutches.
Yeah, I mean, heartbreak for David Epstein too, completely folding on that third solve, messing up that last Yao cross edge, causing him to go back and fix so much of what he mistook for what he needed to solve. But at that point, it was way too late.
Yeah, his best possible average would have comfortably slotted him in second place, had a 49, 48, and a 48. Would have given him a low 49 average, comfortably ahead of Aaron Keith. But unfortunately, the fumble in his last solve cost him that podium. And other than that, the lineup looks something like David in fourth place, Roman fifth, Jamie, Otsu in sixth, and then the rest kind of floating around the 53, 54 second mark, not quite getting in contention for the podium. But a nice little PR there for Roman Rudakov, 53.62. He always likes to come through and get a crazy result in a random final. But
that wraps up our morning of the final day of Australian Nationals.
What a fun first two finals for the day. We do have a lot of finals coming up. This is the final day, so we'll be seeing the finals of Scoob, Pyraminx, one-handed, 3x3 blindfolded, 4x4, 2x2, and finally 3x3 with the old head-to-head format. We'll be seeing a lot of our favorite solvers in the 3x3, so stick around for that at about 4 o'clock or 3 o'clock. But until then, we're going to head out for lunch. Thank you for tuning in to Clock and 5x5 Finals, and we'll see you afterwards.
Right.
If you have happened to tune in to the Australian Nationals live stream right now, you are in for an absolute treat. You might know that New Zealand Nationals is happening this weekend, and everyone's favourite event, lunchtime, has some added spice to it this time around. We have none other than the 3 Australian nominated delegates, Lennon Hughes, Tam Kwan and Miles Jarman, are going head-to-head in a garlic bread eating competition with the New Zealand delegates. And now then, it looks like they are more or less ready to go. Inspection's going to begin shortly. And I think Lennon is going to introduce to the crowd what they are about to witness. Now, the time to beat, I believe, is a 158.95 from Alex Asbury. I've been notified the format is a best of 3. So this is just going to be whoever gets the fastest single out of these 3 competitors eating a whole stick of garlic bread will be the victors. We're ready when you are. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is something that you will want to tune into. All righty. Do you want a 3, 2, 1 or are you... Oh, wow, they're already underway. Never mind. All right, let's get going. So it looks like Miles Jarman is started his garlic bread eating. You can see in a nice overhead view, we've got our stack mats all sorted. It's going to be Miles Jarman to begin. Former clock oceanic record holder, trying his hand at the new event. Yeah. Looks like we're almost finished the split from Miles Jarman. I'll just let that run. Looks like the split's almost done. Remember, the split for Alex Asbury was 158. Could it be? Is the Pizza Hut garlic bread going to seal the deal for them? Miles is just finishing chewing. It could come down to the wire here. Surely he's got it from here. There we go. Stop the timer. Stop the timer. Stop the timer. Oh, what? They're doing all 3. Okay, they're going for the relay then. I've been told it was a best of 3. This is not the format I was told that we would be undertaking. However, that split from Miles Jarman was quite exceptional. We're getting the combined split from the 3 delegates here. If it goes by single, I believe Victoria's already taken it. I forgot about copyright issues, boys. Oh shoot! I'm gonna have to solo this myself, guys. You're asking too much of me. Oh, buns. Oh, this is not okay. Well, if the mic couldn't pick it up, we should be okay. I forgot that was a thing. Let's not get the stream taken down, gang. It's not exactly what we're after. Anywho. So it looks like the combined total for the New Zealand delegates earlier today was a 7-minute 45 or thereabouts. 7 minutes 44.75. So that is the time that we're looking to beat here. We've got Tam Kwan. I don't know if he realizes that this is a race or not. He's got to start locking in. Chat, what's a great KFC order? What's a good KFC order I could get?
I have.
I'm feeling like some zingies, bro. You want to do a combined order, Lockie?
No, I'm just checking which one we get it from.
Probably Chadston.
Okay.
So you don't want to go together? I have your bank details. I can just transfer you.
Oh yeah, we can do
Yeah.
that. Yeah, for sure.
I think that's the way.
Yeah, you pick what you want.
No, I really hope that they are going off single here, but if not, then I suppose that this could be the downfall of the Victorian team here. 7 minutes 44 means that they've got around 3 minutes for Tam to finish. He's got 2 slices there. Haven't even really introduced my co-commentator here. My name's Michael Tripodi, and I'm here with the legendary speed scubing himself, Oscar
Hello.
Nizeki. Is that how you pronounce your surname?
Yes, that is.
There
I
you
have
go.
no idea what to say. This is such a abnormal event, but it's so exciting.
I'm sure you can guarantee that the hype is definitely transferring over here. I'm feeling exceptionally proud of my boys right now. I've never seen a guy so absolutely locked in on the garlic bread.
I think Lennon is gonna absolutely devour this bread.
I think Lennon's going to have to carry here. Got Tam Kwan. He's almost finished. There's no slices left. It's just the crumbs.
We get
It's just the crumbs. We've got about 2 minutes 20 left on the clock. Lennon is going to have to hit a generational lock in order to beat the New Zealand team. I imagine Lennon's going to be a guy who can shove a lot of garlic bread here, though. We've got about 2 minutes 20 in order to take this one.
nearly 2 minutes.
You see, we've got the individual split as well on Lennon Hughes.
WR single is a 140 right now, set by Miles Jarman.
Well, Miles Jarman has absolutely creamed the current world record. Former world record 158.95 by Alex Asbury. However, I think if we get the professional splits on Miles Jarman, he's absolutely torn it to bits. What is Lennon Hughes doing? He's not got much time. I don't think he knows that he doesn't have a whole lot of time. I reckon he could still hit a generational lock in here. The chance is so there. He's taken this like a leisurely lunch. This is not it. Split for Miles is roughly around a 148, so depending on format, could be it. Got 1 minute left. Lennon's got 1 minute left. Oh, he's behind pace right now, I reckon.
Still about half the bread to go and less than 1 minute.
He's got to pick up the pace. Has to pick up the pace. We don't have a choice.
Really drinking a lot of water right here. 30 seconds.
Gang, I think Lennon's got 20 seconds left in order to finish.
The crowd's,
Yeah, the crowd's getting involved.
That's 10 seconds. I don't think this is happening.
Oh, it's going to be so close. It's got 1 bit left. 1 bit left. There's the time. It's over.
New Zealand is your OCA.
Well, it depends on the format.
Oh,
are we going by single or are we going by total time? Is he going to go sub-stack, Matt? Come on, Lennon, clutch it up. We know it's able to happen. We know it's possible. No, I think Lennon Hughes has let the team down. That's an individual split of nearly 3 minutes. 8 minutes 18 is the time.
Wow, what
So the New Zealand time was 7:45, but you told me best of 3. If it's best of 3, then Miles has them covered.
Yo,
Best single. Best single. Because Miles' single was 148. 148. And Alex is 158. That was the best New Zealand single. All right, well, we've got a bit of confusion in the format here. I think a lot of the New Zealand delegates in the chat are going for the overall time.
I think there's a bit of.
I wonder what the agreement was. We'll have to read the fine print. But anywho, that is one garlic bread eating competition from this competition, or competition. Can I say competition a few more times? It is done by single.
Victoria is your garlic bread eating.
Let's go!
Oceanic World champion.
Oh boy, Australia's done it again. The Trans-Tasman rivalry is ever more heated with a new addition to the World Cube Association's major competitions. However, it's the Australian delegates, we believe, winning on single. Now, I'm willing to take their word for it. They're relatively trustworthy guys, but otherwise, I think that is a wonderful way to begin our lunchtime. Now we better get a feed in before we finish up with the rest of our finals later on today. We're going to be kicking off with Scube final at 1 o'clock local time. Oh, that's like kind of now. All right, we should lock in.
Yes.
Lock in, guys. Enjoy lunch. I'm going to put it back to the be right back screen. We've got lunch.
Yay.
Lunch and where is it? Starting soon? No, none of these things. Man, I don't know. They've left me alone. They've left me alone to run the stream that I can't run. Anyway, we're just going to go to this screen. All right, bye-bye, friends.
All right, everybody, here we go. We are back from lunch. We are kicking it straight off very quickly with our Scube final. I'm joined here. My name's Harry Forbes. I'm joined here by Lockie Stevens. Lockie, take us through our seeds for this final. We've had an incredible block of finals so far, and I'm sure Scube will not disappoint either.
We have. So we started off the day with Clock and 5x5 finals. Both were very drama-filled, but had very comfortable first places, and it was mainly the contest for the podium which generated the drama. But we're going into Scube finals here. Some mishaps in the first round left Roman Rudakov in the first seed with a 261 average. Max Paris, the clear favorite, with a 282 over on station 2. Zichi Ding on station 3 with a 293, and Nick Maratides on station 4 with a 333 average. We've had Nick just start us off with a 272, potentially +2. We're not quite sure yet. He's got the delegate paddle up.
It's going to be very close. We'll have to get a second check here, but if this is not a +2, a 2.72 is a very strong start here for Nicholas going into this first round. And we actually are going to see Roman Rudakov receive his first puzzle as well.
And Roman Rudakov with a bit of a first round upset. Max is the OCR holder and a very, very clear favorite for this Nationals to win it and take it home. But Roman sitting ahead of him right now. Here he goes into solve number 1. Bit of trouble there. Big lockup. 371 for Roman to start off the average.
So not going to be what he's looking for, but you're absolutely right. Max Paris here on our station number 2. OCR holder, current OCR holder, and reigning national champion, looking to back that up. He actually broke the oceanic record in our last national championship with the 1.84. Very legendary average there. However, we're going to see ZGD also start his first solve here. So we'll see how he can go. Sitting at a personal record of 2.49, coming into this final with an average of 2.93. Looking to repeat something similar. However, we're actually going to pan over to Max Paris now, who's begun inspection first.
Max with a 268 to start us off. It's currently well ahead, but here's Zichi. And at 249, he's going to have the best performance on the first scramble there.
Looks like a very short solution there from Zichi. Perhaps found something that our other solvers have not. So it's a very strong start there from Zichi. That is exactly tying his personal record average. So very, very strong start for Zichi in this Scube final.
We've got some live data entry going on, so we'll be able to let you know if we've seen any other significant times from people who might not be in the top 4 seeds and on camera. So off stream, we've had Connor Theodore start us off with a 256. Thomas Tinlin with a 175, finding something really good on that scramble.
Going to be our fastest time of the final so far.
Yep, and we've also had Jonathan Charlesworth from WA with 226, who got the second best solve.
Yeah, good to see WA represent. Obviously, you're very good friends of Lockie, a bit of a local legend for you. So
yep.
I'm sure you're emotionally invested in this final as much as I am. We're going to see Roman Rudakov here get an inspection for his second solve. Started out Lockie with a 3.71, looking to pull it back here.
And a big rotation there before the AUG. 298 for Roman on solve number 2. Bit of an improvement, but still not quite what he wants, I'm sure. And here's Nick Maratides. Started off with potentially a +2, and now he thinks he's got a duplicate, I think. Disaster for Nick here. Definitely going to throw him off.
Going to be a little bit problematic here. Lots of delegate calls here. Lots of interesting things happening here with Nick's average. But
Potentially got the wrong cube, so he's already seen the scramble. He's going to get to see the extra. Yep, so we're just getting confirmation that Nick started off with a 272 +2. So that was a +2 on his first solve.
yeah, so with Nick receiving that extra, this is going to be a scramble that likely none of our other competitors are going to see. Of course, mistakes can happen and it may result in others receiving this extra, but for now, our top 4 seeds are not going to see the same second scramble as Nick.
Yep. And it looks like Roman's the only one who's actually managed to get a sub-3 on the second scramble, potentially a bit of a rough one. And he's only just scraped by with a 298. And Thomas Tinlin, as I've just said that, got a 252 on scramble 2. So that's going to put him as a comfortable favorite. Started off with a 175 and a 252.
We've got both Max Paris and Zichi Ding going up for their next solves. It seems like Max is going to go underway in inspection first, so we'll pan over to him for now. looking to come back from that 2.68. We know he's capable of much better. Here we go. Very short there from Max Paris, 1.81.
And the nod of approval from Roman next to him. But Max, I think he's pretty happy with it as well. But here's Zichi in inspection. Started off a bit rough with a 249.
We're also going to see Nick inspecting that extra solve as well.
Zichi with a 196 on scramble 2.
It looks like Nick's finishing up his H-perm there.
388 for Nick on solve number 2. And here's Roman for solve number 3 now. And a big pause there for recognition, and it looks like it's going to be a +2 as well, 507.
It's going to be just off there for Roman, unfortunately. So that will mean that first solve, that 3.71, is going to be counting.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult to claw it back and maybe sneak onto the podium here for Roman.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult to see a repeat of his last round average, coming in pretty hot in the first round with the previous round with a 2.61 average, our first seed here, but it's not looking likely that he's going to be able to repeat that this round.
And given the first 2 solves, Thomas Tinlin is still on the best pace so far with a 175 and a 252. He's not on stream, but we will keep you updated on how his solves are going. He has a very strong scoop solver, so I'm expecting he's going to be one of the favorites to sneak onto the podium and potentially snag it from Max Paris.
Yeah, those 2 solves are both sub his personal record of 2.59, so extremely strong start from Thomas Tinlin, looking to put his best foot forward here for the national podium. Here we have Nicholas Morantitis in inspection now for his 3rd solve. Here we go. Looks to have misrecognized that case there. He's going to do two algorithms there, 4.80.
That's going to count that 472 that he got on solve 1 after a +2. So a bit of a disaster there for Nick. But here's Zichi, who's going to do the same scramble now, solve number 3. Started off a bit better, 249 and 196.
We have seen Max Paris just off camera with a 1.76, so it looks. So it's another solid time there for Max Paris, slowly bringing his average down here.
And here's Zichi. And a 219. A little bit of a lock up there, but still a pretty good time, and it's going to put him in good position for the podium.
Incredible solving here from Zichi Ding. All of his times so far tying, if not better, than his personal record. So looking to see some amazing things here. We have Roman Rudakov going for his 4th now.
And we've also had Thomas Tinlin off stream get a DNF on the 3rd solve, so that's going to count his his 2nd solve, sorry, of 252. And Roman with a 274 on solve number 4.
It will give him a best possible average of 3.14. Obviously, as we see with that DNF, that first 3.71 will count. So it's going to bring up his best possible average a lot. So we'll have to see. He will need best possible average to potentially contend for that podium. At least by the looks of some of our other competitors, we see Thomas Tinlin, Max Paris, and Zichi Ding all pacing better than him.
Yeah, and after Thomas Tinlin DNF'd the 3rd solve, it's put Max Paris in a much better position to be the favorite for 1st place here.
Yeah, absolutely. We're seeing potentially a meteoric rise here for Zichi Ding. Previous bronze medalist, I believe, at 2023 Nationals. More known for his pyramid skill, but certainly a top solver in Scube as well, especially among the Victorian scene. So Victoria represent. Very happy to see him doing as well as he is in this final so far.
We've seen the first of our complete averages come through. Phoenix Patterson with a 348. It's probably not going to be enough to sneak him onto the podium. And we've also seen Jordan Carswell and Luke Cameron both with 420 and 436 averages respectively. But here's Zichi for solve number 4 now.
We are seeing Eli Pineda off stream pacing fairly nicely as well, counting a 2.5 and a 2.7. So he's going to be another one of our top names in Scube, former OCR holder. He'll be looking to maintain his streak of national championship podiums.
And looks like Nick's had another incident over on his station. But here's Zichi in the meantime with a 316, might be a +2.
That
No, it
looks good to me.
Yep. So that's going to put him in pretty good spot. Roman off stream with a 273. And that's going to give him the BPA, is it?
Yes,
Yep,
it will.
It'll give him his BPA of 314. So, and I've had a big celebration. I don't know where from, but
1.91 for Max Paris there on his fourth solve. Pacing incredibly now. That is going to count a 1 point. That will be a counting solve along with his 1.81 on solve 2. So this is looking to be really strong here from Max Paris.
and it's actually going to give him a best possible average of 183, which I believe is OCR.
Not quite, not
Oh,
quite.
okay.
He got a 1.78, I want to say, at Melbourne Summer earlier this year.
Oh, true, yeah.
But
of
this
course.
would be his PR2, I believe, if he were to get that best possible average. So could also be safe to say he's locked up the national champion title. We'll have to see how Zichi goes. We'll have to check his best possible average here.
Yep, so Zichi's is a 221, so he's definitely the second place contender for sure, with a worst possible average of 261. So in a really good position there.
Yeah, but I think as for the national champion title, it's going to be all said and done. We're not seeing any other names that are pacing as well as Max is. Obviously, that 2.13 worst possible average is a remarkable result in anyone's book. So I think it's safe to say we have named your Scube national champion, second year in a row, Max Paris.
And off stream, Eli Pineda currently has the best average that's fully complete with a 271. Say it's very likely he's going to be taking the third place, but we'll have to see. Jonathan Charlesworth also finishing his average with a 287.
Nick with another incident here, actually.
Yep.
Began inspection, but is just noticing something off. We're not too sure what's happening here. A little bit of disaster here in Nick's average, but we're going to see Zichi receive his final puzzle amidst all this chaos.
We've also got Max Paris going up for his last solve. So we'll try to catch that after Zichi's. But Zichi in inspection now.
Zichi, unfortunately, not able to beat Max Paris, even with the best possible average, but is looking like to pace for PR. Oh, it's not going to be 3.77. That will be Zichi's worst possible average of 2.61. Here
Here's
goes Max Paris.
And 242, it's not going to be worst possible average, but not far off.
It's going to give him a little bit of an average better than his worst possible, 2.05. Extremely strong showing here from Max, and I don't think we expected much less. That's going to lock him up very solidly as your national champion. And as well as Zichi Ding with that 2.61 average, he has locked podium for now. In fact, locked second place.
And unless we see a masterclass here from Nick counting a 1 or like a low 1, I think he'll need to sneak onto the podium. But other than that, I'd say it's pretty much done here. Your podium is most likely going to be Max Paris in first place, Zichi Ding in second place, and Eli Pineda in third place. Unfortunately, off stream, but still managing to sneak onto that podium.
Yeah, we are going to see Eli Pineda finish up. Yeah, there we go. Our podium is now locked. Eli Pineda finishing up in third off camera with a 2.71 average. Very consistent across the board from him. Starting out with 2.5 second solves roughly and ending off with 2.7 second solves. So remarkable consistency from him. Unfortunate to see Thomas Tinlin not quite keep up the insane pace he started out with, but a 2.90 average is fairly solid for him nonetheless. But yeah, that's going to be your Scube finals results said and done. Max Paris, your OCR holder. Zichi Ding, your silver medalist here this year. And Eli Pineda, your former OCR holder, sitting in third.
And unfortunately, a bit of a heartbreak for me personally. Jonathan Charlesworth just narrowly missing that third place with a 287, about 0.16 shy of the podium. I'm sure he'll be pretty happy to get a sub-3 average regardless, but unfortunate for him.
Absolutely. A 2.87 average is a solid showing in anyone's book here in this final. But yeah, he looks like he would have had a chance at podium, actually, assuming he earned a best possible average or something close to it. Obviously, had that 2.26 on Solve 1, allowing him to lower his average significantly, but just hasn't managed to keep it together on the last Solve, 3.16. So tragedy for Jono Charlesworth, but a valiant effort nonetheless. So now here we're just going to wait for Nick's final solves here. Obviously behind the pack with all the chaos that's happened with the cube mix-ups and the potential duplicate scrambles and whatnot. So we'll see how that shapes up. But yes, this I think no matter what Nick gets here, he is not going to be able to contend for a podium, counting a 4.72.
Now calling Pyramids finals.
Now we're actually calling Pyraminx finals, which is interesting because Nick's still got 2 solves to go. So hopefully that doesn't... here we go now. We're going to see a fourth solve here, I should say, for Nick, after long last.
Yeah, but Nick's still got 2 solves left, and people are taking their seats for Pyraminx finals.
Yeah, seems to be a lot of confusion here. We've got 2 delegates on the scene. One of them's left now, but...
So just to recap what's happened with Nick, he started off with a +2, which was very close to not being a +2. Delegate had to be called over, and then had a cube mix-up, I believe, potentially multiple times. So only managed to do 3 solves while everyone's actually getting ready for the next final of the day.
Yes, it's a little bit unfortunate here. We've seen cube mix-ups a little bit over this championship, so unfortunate to see it again in such a riveting final. But here he finally goes. We seem to have avoided the chaos now. He's going to go underway with his 4th solve here.
Fortunately for him, I don't think this is going to be of any significance to the podium. I'd say it's pretty much all done, and yeah, I mean it's going to be a 4:45 and be another counting time for him, but not a particularly good one.
Yep, so we're going to see a best possible average there for Nicholas, 4.35. So not going to contend with the podium, unfortunately, but was never looking to be the case. So yeah, obviously had a pretty significant PR coming into this final with a 3.33 seating him 4th, but just hasn't been able to continue that fantastic momentum. So...
But as Nick wraps up his average, we might hand you off to Zaid Chowdhury and Roman Rudakov for Pyraminx finals. They'll be taking you through it. But
yes,
we will see you guys later.
We'll see you guys later when that happens to be. I believe we're doing 3 blind finals together, so
I think we are very
look out, everyone. Dynamic duo going to be back on sooner than we expect.
Are we ready for the triangle cube finals?
Yeah, I guess we are. We have, I think our competitors are sitting down. We're about to start Pyraminx final. I think this one will be pretty exciting.
This one will be something to look forward to. We have on our top 2 stations, we have Sebastian Lee and Zichi Ding. Sebastian obviously pretty much needs little introduction, being former WR holder.
Yes.
Reigning national champion.
Yeah, I think 3-time national champion.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
So I guess he'll be looking for a fourth one in a row. And, you know, I think he's the guy to do it. I think, yeah, he has the OCR 115, and second is something like a 1.7 average. So he's pretty far ahead in the Australian scene. So...
and just following, not too close, but also not too far behind him, Zichi Ding of Victoria, current Victorian state record holder.
Oh yeah, 1.93 average in the second round for Zichi, so only about 0.3 off Seb, so there's definitely some room there. Maybe he could sneak up and get the win.
Yeah, in that previous round, we also saw Christian Trubagic from Station 3, qualifying for the 204 in his final.
Yeah, it's a
record.
PR average for him. I'm not sure what his old PR was, but you know, I think he's been practicing some Pyraminx, and I mean, Station 3, so if he gets that same placement, that's a podium for him.
Absolutely. And rounding out the solvers we will see on the screen here, we
Yeah, we
have
have
Charlie Hanley of Gippsland Victoria.
Yeah, Charlie Hanley, 2.35 average to make it into this final, which is pretty solid for him. I think he's been getting pretty close to breaking his PR. He has a 2.15 PR average, so, and I think that's relatively beatable for him. So if he gets some solid souls, he's definitely in contention for the podium.
Big cheer for Emmett Hobbs there, another Gippslander.
Yeah, we're just announcing up our Pyraminx finalists before we get started.
Who are some other favorites in this?
Yeah,
sea of
well, I
finalists
guess we
here?
should have a look. There's 4 people on the cameras, but there is 20 people in the finals. So we do have Phoenix Patterson on station 12. He has a 209 PR average, and I know he's been practicing some Pyraminx. Station 5, just off stream, is Ryan Chen, and he got a 2.41 PR average to make it into this round. So
Chen slowly climbing up the national rankings. in
yeah,
Pyraminx.
I would guess this his first nationals. I'm not sure,
I believe
but
he was at Brisbane.
yeah.
last year.
But either way, he is a fast Pyraminx solver. And Station 7 is Archimedes Dines. I know he's very fast at Pyraminx, as well as Station 8 Miles Owen, both from New South Wales. And I think they'd both be hoping to get on the podium in this round.
Third seed, Christian Pirovich.
Big cheer for Charlie Hanley.
Second seed, ZG Deng. And
It's
our
also
first
worth
seed is
noting
Russian.
Eli Pineda, quite on stream, but also very
Oh,
fierce
yes.
in the Victorian scene.
Yeah, Eli Pineda, he's going to be on Station 14. So, you know, I guess if we see his times, maybe we can update him. We should have live entry going for WCA Live. So we'll have a look at that to see what the people off stream are getting once we get started. And seeing cubes start to come out, not on any of our top 4 stations yet, but it should be soon enough. Competitors practicing some 4 flips.
And we saw Ryan Chen on Station 5. Unfortunately, his display's not quite
Oh yeah,
cooperating with us currently, but
it's unfortunate.
seemed, if I had to guess, about a high 2.
Okay.
That's with a slight pause in recognition. for the
Yeah, I don't
LP.
think high 2 will be quite enough for the podium. But here we have Charlie Hanley, Station 4, taking a look at the first scramble, and same with Zichi Ding. And here goes Charlie. Ooh, 1.77.
extremely
That was a
slow
very
start.
smooth solve for him.
Zichi fumbling the
Oh, Zichi
AUF on that one.
2.62. That was unfortunate. And then Christian and Sebastian both have their cubes.
And off stream, Miles Owen taking an early lead on that first scramble, 1.68.
Seems like this first scramble is pretty nice. We'll see what Christian can do on it.
We're also seeing
Yeah, 174, just a little bit faster than Charlie.
Sebastian Lee taking his time to
This-
get himself prepared for this one.
This is what we want to see. Stations 3 and 4 are happy with 1.7s, but 1.7 is not a good time for Seb. So he'd be probably looking in the lower 1 second range.
Sebastian Lee, the clear favorite, can he pull this out?
123.
And
Signature solving style for Seb there.
that shows Seb's complete dominance over the Australian field.
Yeah, for
We
sure.
saw him falter a tiny bit last year in the final.
Yeah,
only
he did.
clutching barely a win against Eli Pineda.
Yeah, he was able to clutch it out. But, you know, Seb is definitely the favorite here. So as long as he keeps getting souls of that quality, I think he'll definitely take the win for the 4th time in a row.
So far, our top 3 times on this first scramble: Seb Lee 123, second Miles Owen off stream 168,
Yeah.
third Christian Trubagic 174.
Yeah, and we do have Archimedes Dines we didn't mention, but he got a 1.81, so he's also looking pretty good.
Archimedes, another very, very strong Pyraminx solver from New South Wales.
Yeah, he got his first sub 2 average pretty recently, I think, 1.90. And we've seen 7 people on the first solve get a sub 2. So, yeah. And, ooh, Jack McCarley, second scramble, he got a 2 flat, so he's looking pretty good there. That's one of the first people who's done the second solve.
Maybe this second one's also
Yeah,
rather
it seems like the
nice.
second scramble is also pretty nice. Excited to see what our top 4 solvers can do on this one. We did see Ryan Chen do the second solve, but again, no display, so unfortunately we don't know his times. Yeah, more times coming in. Vilu Dogra 213 on the third scramble. 224 for Eli Panetta. So now we'll see the first of our solvers that are on stream to take a look at this second scramble. We've got Zichi Ding here.
Looking at possibly a 4-tip for this one, yeah.
Yeah, 4 tips, but we'll see what he can do with it. Oh, a bit of, yeah, some lockups there. Looks
yeah.
like he missed one look and the cube chop, 4.46.
He made some quick work of the tips at the beginning, but unfortunately fumble execution and did not solve that L3
Correctly.
planned.
Yeah. Yeah, well, 4.46 is going to count a 2.62 for him. So he's not looking great if he wants to get on this podium.
Charlie inspecting.
Charlie's doing the second solve. See what he can do here. Here he goes. Oh, some big lockups there. 270. He's not happy with that.
That one.
Understandably, there were some big lockups. Here goes Sebastian Lee. 190.
Solid. Seeing what Christian can pull out on this one.
Yeah, here he goes. Second solve. Oh,
Nice.
some
Fumbled with that
fumbles as
B
well.
Okay,
Yeah,
488.
big mistake there.
So we've
488.
seen balls from both Zichi and Christian on that second scramble.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
Charlie on pretty decent pace, but Jack McCarley taking a very consistent.
Ooh, Jack McCarley 1.41 on the third scramble.
So,
Oh my
again,
goodness.
one of the first we've seen on that third scramble.
Oh, and Christian's calling a delegate over. Not sure what happened on his second solve, but could potentially be getting an extra. But either way, 1.41 is the only time we've seen come in on that third scramble. So I'm sure we can see some fast times for our top 4 stream stations. And in fact, Jack McCarley, 1.41 is after a 2.24 and a 2 flat, so he could be looking at a podium.
Very much could be.
I'm not sure what station he's on. I think is that station 15? I think you can see him just behind Zichi. That's Jack McCarley there.
He's
So
on station 15 behind Zichi.
we'll try and keep a look. Oh, and that was his 4th solve, 3.23. Jack McCarley has already completed 4 solves, and we've only seen 2 from any of our top stream stations.
So that means we can already get a look of what his worst possible and best possible is.
Yeah, so 1.88 best possible average for Jack McCarley. That would be a huge PR. I believe his PR was about 2.4 that he set in one of the previous rounds, and worst possible average 2.49, so he's definitely in for a shot at PR. And here we see Seb about to do the third scramble that Jack McCarley got a 1.41 on, so I think we could be looking at even a sub 1 here from Seb. This is going to be an exciting solve.
125 from Eli Panetta.
Oh, 1.25.
Just behind Christian.
I believe Eli started pretty well.
It seems this third scramble is something special. That was a PR single for him.
Seb, here he goes. Oh, it was a big lock up there. 2.58. Jacob Joshi off streamer, 119.
119.
What is this scramble? This is insane. Yeah, Seb had a huge fumble there, 2.58. That's really unfortunate for him.
Charlie Hanley getting ready. Must be hearing the pop-offs from all around.
Charlie Hanley, he's going to be feeling the nerves.
William Herring, 0.97.
William Herring, 0.97. That's 0.01 of NR single, I believe.
Oh my goodness.
Here goes Charlie. Oh, lockups.
Oh, 159.
Oh,
plus
159. Is that a +2?
Yeah.
Oh no, Charlie.
And Miles Irwin, 106.
This scramble is insane. Oh, but was that CG only 2.28?
Yes, I'm sorry. I don't believe we gave enough airtime to that 0.97 from William Herring. That
Yeah,
is
0.97.
unbelievable.
0.97 is an incredible solve. And Jack McCarley's finished with a 2.14 PR average. First competitor to complete the average. But yeah, there are so many people in good contention for this podium. Phoenix
Miles?
Patterson off stream, 196, 242, and 179 to start.
Miles Irwin looking upset with his execution on the final. On the
Oh, and
third
here
scramble.
we've got the live results up on the screen there. So Jack McCarley has finished with a 2.14 average. Michael Tripodi a 5.55 average. So bit of an unfortunate one for him, but yeah, you see some of the we have times from Ryan Chen now. Not pacing particularly well though, unfortunately.
Yeah, it seems he also must have slightly fumbled on that third one with the 189.
Yeah. And now here's Sebastian for his fourth solve. Because of that fumble on the third solve, he's fallen behind a bit. He's going to need to catch back up if he wants to get that win. We'll see what he can do here. Christian also, I believe this is his third solve. He had a bit of troubles with, I think, an extra or something like that. So, yeah, this looks like the third scramble. 120. We've heard some sort of reaction off stream, I think. Not sure what that was. But here's Seb beginning inspection on his fourth solve. I think Seb will need to get a good time on this. Oh,
Okay.
203. It's not the
Bit shaky
greatest.
at the beginning, but still salvaging that execution.
Yeah.
Okay.
So who we got here? Sebastian Lee. Not sure if he'll be able to take the win yet. We don't exactly know.
He currently has a worst possible of 217, which has a bit of overlap with the best possible we're seeing so far. Phoenix Patterson with a 206 best
Yeah.
possible.
Well, worst possible 217 is already behind Jack McCarley.
Yes.
So
that
he
is true.
cannot get the worst possible average if he wants to win.
Again, we're seeing the same situation as last year with Seb Lee.
Yeah, Sebastian not getting the greatest souls. He's going to be close to a win, but he'll need to perform well. I believe we have Eli Pineda. You can sort of see him behind station 3 there. This should be his fourth solve. He has a counting 1.90. That's the median time for his average.
Oh,
It's
Eli fumbling
not
with
a
that
great solve there. That's a
309.
3.09. May even be a penalty. That's an unfortunate solve. Oh, Phoenix
Patterson
1.59.
Clutching
Off
his
stream
best
there on
possible
station
average
12.
of 206.
Phoenix, that's a 2.06. That'll be PR average for him.
That puts him ahead of Jack McCarley, also with another PR average.
206. Phoenix
Seb-
Patterson is the fastest person who's completed their average so far.
Seb must know that his solves must not be of the quality to even...
Oh, and his... Oh, Charlie Hanley, 3.90. That's a rough one for him, counting a 3.59. I don't think he'll be on the podium. So Eli Pineda, 1.80 best possible average. He can still potentially get the win.
We could be looking at a sub-2 podium here, judging by so many of these sub-2
Yeah.
BPAs.
Here we have
Jacob Joshi, a BPA of 196.
Okay, but that is
Oh,
with a
that is
119.
carried by the
single.
119, but he's still on insane pace as well.
Oh, Jacob Joshi's looking pretty good for a PR average. This is the solves for Sebastian Lee. Here he goes. Solve 5. He needs to get something good here.
And he's clutched it,
117.
117.
Best possible average for Sebastian Lee. That's a 1.72 average. Plus 2.
Plus 2.
Plus
Oh,
2
it's
for
a-
Seb. Wait. Seb with a plus 2. Oh, no. The solve looked so good. I'm
Must have
actually
been
not
that
sure
tip.
how he plus 2.
The tip
Yeah.
at the back.
Oh, that's so unfortunate. So, Sebastian Lee, he's not going to regain that title. So, Junqi Feng, a 1.87 PR average, but he represents China, so he's not going to be in contention.
That's
for the
huge
Australian
for
podium.
Junqi still.
We have Zichi here. He isn't looking particularly good. 2.82 best possible average, but we'll see what he can do on this one.
Oh,
it's
164.
164.
Another clutch from Zichi, but unfortunately, he's
Yeah.
put himself out of contention.
We want to take a look at Miles Owen, 1.60 best possible average. Of course, that is carried by the 1.06, but he is still looking very good.
So an off stream, unfortunately, but
Counting a 1.68 and 2.07.
we can relay what we see as Miles starts inspection for this solve.
From what we've seen, this last scramble does look pretty solid, so if Miles Owen can get a good solve, he may take the title, from what we can see. And here he goes. Oh,
And he's
no,
missed
he's
one look
messed
to that.
up.
360.
3.60.
That's
I don't
not gonna
think
be
that'll
it.
be on a podium. And we forgot to mention Eli Pineda finished his average 1.97.
I think
And
that about seals the deal. Eli Pineda
yeah,
might be your new
Eli Pineda,
Pyraminx national champion.
Pyraminx national champion. Who else are we
No
looking at?
one else has
yeah.
a sub 2 BPA.
No one else. I don't even think anyone else can get on the podium. I think we have a guaranteed podium for
my
Pyraminx at
goodness.
this point.
Sebastian Lee, huge upset from everyone on this podium. Sebastian Lee finishing
4th place? Oh my goodness. So I believe your confirmed podium is Eli in first with a 1.97, Phoenix Patterson second place 206 PR average, and Jack McCarley third place 214 PR average.
We can only say that must have been an insane set to get in
Yeah.
a national final.
That definitely seemed like some incredible scrambles. Phoenix Patterson celebrating with his friends off stream. He's
And
very happy to get
I
that
think
podium and that
a
PR
couple
average.
honorable mentions are very well deserved to Junchi Feng with a PR average of
Yes.
187. Currently a Victorian local.
Yeah.
And taking out the overall win despite
Yeah,
representing
not sure.
China. And of course, William Herring, though not finishing with an average he would quite like to see.
0.97
single. NR2.
That is an incredible salt. I can't wait to see. I hope there's a video of that somewhere.
We can only hope there is.
0.97. That's the fastest solve in this final and the only sub 1 on that scramble.
We're seeing Christian on his last solve. He's got a counting 174, but he's also counted a 450 on it after his
Yeah,
fourth.
Christian
So
can only get a 2.48 average. Best case scenario.
we see him finish.
Oh, he
he's
almost had a pretty good solve there, but yeah, that's a 5.65. Yeah, that's his worst possible average, 3.71.
Yeah, and that is our final solve of the National Pyraminx final.
What a round. That was amazing.
My goodness. That
I can't believe what I just saw.
Yeah, we might need to check out that third scramble later. When we have the time
Yeah.
Because, oh my goodness. That was.
Yeah, so
nothing
I think
short.
everybody's finished up Pyraminx now. I have one-handed final, so I'm going to be leaving.
Yes, okay.
Yeah,
we will be handing it over to Harry Forbes and Philip Lewicki for this
all right.
final.
Well, yeah,
yeah.
all right.
So for now,
Bye-bye,
let's
stream.
switch.
Here we
Hello,
go,
everyone.
everybody. Joined here by Philip Lewicki, one of the tech brains behind the operation. It's good to have you here, Philip. We are going to go into our one-handed final. So, Philip, take us through our seeds for this one-handed final.
Yeah, first seed is David Epstein. He's been on a tear, has set PRs in both of the previous rounds, and in the second round, that was a national record average of 926. He recently switched to Rue from CFOP, and he's been on a tear. He's been practicing so much, grinding. Elijah Laporte in second place actually tied his former national record average with a 937 average in the second round. So those two are going to go at it again, see who comes out on top. And then Riley Dexter had a 964 PR average in the second round. And in the fourth seed is Felix Zemdegs, who just happens to be Felix Zemdegs. So
yep.
It's going to be quite a show. Today we have 4 great contenders and several people off stream who could perform well as well.
Absolutely. Lots of PRs at the top of the table coming from that second round. There must have been some really great scrambles because our top 3 seeds all breaking their PRs or at least tying them. We have 3 sub-10s going into this final. And then we see a sizable gap between Riley and Felix. Felix finishing up last round with an 11.33 average.
Well, let's not forget that Felix has been sub-10 before in one-handed. I think he was the first to do it in Australia.
Definitely would have been,
so he could make a comeback here and perform well, but Felix has been saying from the beginning of this competition that David and Elijah are your 2 favorites.
And yeah, as you said, Philip, we have so many other names looking to play spoiler for that bronze medal. Obviously, we got Phoenix Patterson sitting station 5 now, coming in with an 11.36. Very similar to Felix in this first round, your 5th Australian seed for this final. So we're going to kick it off straight away. We have both David and Elijah receiving their first cubes. In fact, we have all of our solvers receiving their first puzzles to kick off their averages. Smooth from David here. A little bit of pause going into his corners. Oh, wow. 8.86. David Epstein, smooth as ever, always. 8.86 to start off this average.
Can he reach another level in the final?
We have Riley Dexter and Elijah Laporte underway. .67 there for Riley. Whoa! 8.58 from Elijah Laporte. Fantastic start here as well. So our Ruse solvers seem to be jumping well into the lead here, at least for the start of this average. Felix as well, about to be underway with his first CFOP solver, much like Riley. Looking to hope.
Oh, fantastic F12 for Felix. It all comes down to the last layer, and he's a bit lucky. He's trying to do ZB. It's not too bad of a case. An 898.
What a solve! What an electric start to this one-handed final. 3 of our 4 top solvers starting off with 8s.
An 898 with that cube drop was insane. The F12 was so good.
And the hesitations in the ZB as well. That had so much potential there. Goodness me, we're already off to a flying start here in one-handed. Felix, many nods of approval. He seems pretty chuffed about that start.
So there are your times. David Epstein, 886. Elijah Laporte, 858. Riley Dexter, 1067. And Felix Zemdegs, 898.
Yeah, right. Sorry, Elijah is going to jump into first right now as of the current times. But it's extremely close right now for these top 3 competitors.
And off stream, Joseph Burnett with a 985.
985 for Joseph Burnett. I believe that's personal record single as well.
Personal record single on the first solve.
First sub 10. Obviously, something good here on this first scramble.
David receiving his puzzle here for the second solve.
We saw him count an 8 in his national record average last round. Can he do the same here? Off he goes.
David's turning is so fast.
Goodness me. What? 7.37. David Epstein with a personal record single after dropping at 8.9 on the first solve. What are we seeing here, Philip? Goodness me, this is a rocketing start for David Epstein here.
He's locked in.
Here we have Elijah hoping to follow up in similar fashion. A bit of a fumble on the table there with the cube. Just overall really hesitant here.
Oh, but his turning on the LSE is so good. A 980 to finish.
So he's not going to follow up as insane as what David has done, but a 9.80 is going to put him comfortably in contention for second place here currently.
Okay, Felix struggling there with last layer. Kind of a difficult case, but he made the most of it with a ZB 1112. That's not an OLL you want to see one-handed. Luckily, Felix had a nice ZB to follow it.
A little unfortunate there for Felix there. Wasn't able to follow up on that 8, but 11.1 is going to be around about what he came into this final with. Looking to bring his times down a little bit more though if he wants to see out the podium.
Riley Dexter on the bottom left. Fantastic F12 for Riley. It all comes down to the last layer with CFOP. It's a nice cancellation to be 845.
Riley Dexter. This is absolutely insane. What a solve. Competitors now have 8s in their average. Not necessarily counting, but have achieved 8s. This is incredible. One-handed is shaping up to be an absolutely electric final, much like the rest of our finals block has been so far today.
It's a battle of Rue and CFOP.
A fierce battle of that.
So Elijah falling behind pace a little, but anything's still possible here. All 4 competitors on stream have 8s. And it doesn't look like anyone off stream is in real contention. So we do have all the action here for you on stream. Your top 4 contenders.
Comfortably surging ahead by a fair margin, these top 4.
They're just getting in some practice solves. Seems like David's turning has really improved from the earlier rounds. Wonder if he's just been warming up throughout this competition, looking to peak in the final.
He's been saving all the excitement for the final, it seems. Seems to be getting better and better as the championship progresses.
I believe this is quite a ways off, but the OCR average is 836.
We'll get a confirmation on that. I'm not too sure. Held by Dwayne Ramos from New Zealand. But with the way David's been solving and trending as of recent, anything really is possible with him.
Yeah, 836 by Dwayne Ramos, so still a ways off that, but you never know.
We're going to see David begin his 3rd solve here. Can he continue the magic that he's been putting down?
Okay, a lot of moves there. Oh, and a difficult case on those corners. But his turning is so fast, 948. That looked like a really difficult solution, and he made such good use of it in the turning.
Goodness me, I think it's safe to say we're on national record watch again. That 8.86 and 9.48 are both counting at the moment.
948's not counting yet.
Not counting just yet, you're absolutely right.
Elijah Laporte on the top right here. First 2 solves are 858 and 980, still very much in contention.
Here he goes. Lockie on the first 2 blocks there, but well underway now.
Just a very long solution. 10-12. Felix inspecting on the bottom right.
Here we go, our CFOP solver on station 4. Looking to follow up an 8.98 from the previous solves.
Wow, Felix with a 10-18.
10-18, that is going to be a counting solve as well.
Felix Zemdegs. He's He's going to challenge Riley Dexter for a spot on that podium, but Riley had an 8:45 on solve 2. Can he keep it going? The bottom 2 competitors there, Riley Dexter and Felix Zemdegs, using CFOP.
Indeed, Riley hoping to match, if not outcompete his CFOP counterpart.
Wow. This is quite a challenging solution to execute for Riley.
And the ZB here,
Yeah.
no.
Okay, so everything went wrong with this solve. The solution was difficult. The turning was a bit sloppy. It's really difficult on one-handed when you have moves that are just a bit difficult to execute. There's not much you can do. It's one of the reasons so many of the top competitors switch to Rue. It really reduces the number of awkward moves you have to do in your solutions.
Right, here we have David Epstein gearing up for his 4th solve. 8.86, 7.37, 9.48. We are well and truly on national record watch. All eyes on David Epstein here for this one-handed final.
David Epstein pacing very well in this solve.
Into edges now. Is it going to be? Oh, 9.66. It's going to be an incredible average nonetheless. He's going to be just shy of NR for now. But David Epstein is comfortably ahead of the pack now.
Wow. David Epstein looking like almost a sure lock for the national championship. But of course, the other competitors still have a few more solves. Felix Zemdegs on the bottom left there, bottom right. Elijah Laporte on the top right.
Oh, we're gonna have a display bug as well, so we're not gonna be able to see the time here. Looking smooth
Elijah
for
Laporte.
Felix.
Oh, Elijah's out of contention with a 10:43. I think that means David Epstein is already secured the national championship title.
By a fair stretch as well.
Yeah, let's just get confirmation on those stats. Yes, Elijah Laporte's best possible 950. David's worst possible 933.
So that battle, that Rue battle, is now over. David Epstein,
okay,
confirmed to be your national
Riley
champion.
Dexter could theoretically still challenge here with some fantastic solves on the 4th and 5th.
It's safe to say it would take a miracle for him to do so. Let's see what he can conjure up here.
Very nice.
Oh, long PLO there, 11:43.
Okay, here's David Epstein on the top left.
PPA of 8.56, who doesn't have potential for oceanic record, but the question is NR, can he do it? Extremely quick here, into the corners, into the edges. Oh, it's going to be very close.
943. And at
926, tied national record average. That's the national record in the final round. It's going to give him personal records in every single round of this in one-handed at the national championships here. Tied a national record for David Epstein.
Tied national record.
He's going to surge into first. He's going to become your new national champion by a sizable gap.
Wow.
David Epstein, an unstoppable force in the world of one-handed in Australia. Your national champion and national record holder.
Wow. And his worst solve in that average, 966. There was just no doubt he was the best cuber today in one-handed.
Pure sub 10 in this final. Perhaps the first time ever in a one-handed average in Australia.
Elijah Laporte with a great solve here.
Sweet.
Interesting.
Oh, really long edges there for Elijah, unfortunately. 1098 is going to be the solve to close out his average.
Okay, so the battle for second place is actually heating up here. Felix does have a chance.
Felix is the only one that can overtake Elijah. It will require him to count an 8.98.
Yeah, so Felix Zemdegs with a best possible of 10.01, but that requires him to count an 8.98, which was quite lucky for him.
So we are also going to see a fierce battle between Riley and Felix for
Riley
this
and
third
Felix for
place.
third place.
Riley unfortunately not able to overtake Elijah here for the silver medal, but nonetheless in a very strong spot for third place. It's going to come down to these final solves for our last two competitors here.
It's efficient for Riley, but the moves are a bit difficult.
Into a soon ZB there.
A
it looks to be.
cancellation, but a +2.
That's going to give him...
Oh, that's really bad. An 1149 average.
That's going to be worse than Felix's worst possible average. So for now, it's going to be looking like Felix Zemdegs is your third place.
Felix Zemdegs is your third place. He's going for a third place victory lap here. See how good can he get. He can still challenge for second with a good solve.
Here we go.
It's very efficient. And a ZV.
ZB could do it here.
Oh, and he messed up the ZV. He was one good ALG execution away from second place.
Throws away the cube there. Not having an
What
answer to
a
it.
round.
So it's going to be
Felix Zemdegs.
going to be a DNF there on the fifth solve for Felix,
Rankings.
but nonetheless, that'll solidify his place as... That'll solidify him for third place on the national podium here. Just behind Elijah Laporte, you'll see it, silver medalist with a 10.12. And David
Very.
Epstein, consistent as ever, strong as ever, unstoppable as ever, 9.26, national record, tied national record to take home gold here at the Australian National Championships for one-handed. What is a man to say? Absolutely electric, just like all of our finals have been so far.
This final absolutely delivered. David Epstein once again breaking the national record average. I mean, just crazy that in the last round, Elijah got a tied former national record, and now David's doing the same thing.
It seems that the one-handed scene in Australia has taken a notable step up. David Epstein is a name to look out for in the future of one-handed.
Yeah, and David with his first sub-8 as well in this round at 7:37, so inching closer towards that
OCR,
OCR
or to say a
single.
national record single as well, 7.88. But yeah, just smashed it out of the park for his first sub-8 here. David Epstein, just an unstoppable force, as we've previously mentioned.
So I'm going to hand you over to Lockie Gibson for the three-blind final.
Lachlan Stevens, wrong
Oh,
Lockie, unfortunately.
Lockie Stevens, my bad.
Lachlan Gibson, actually, a pretty notable name in New Zealand, broke the world record for clock over at New Zealand Nationals this weekend. Hello, Lockie Stevens, not Lockie Gibson. Welcome.
Yep, unfortunately not the fun one, but yeah, holy smokes, what a final. And David Epstein, he might be the GOAT of one-handed.
He might be the GOAT after just one competition. He has proven he is by far and away the greatest in our nation right now. Just completely surged ahead of the pack and just sort of come out of nowhere, really. He
Yep.
sort of had a bit of a skyrocket in improvement over the past sort of 6 months and it's just, yeah, just shown he's here to stay, really.
Yep, and I've mentioned it on stream before, but when I first got to the competition and I spoke to David, he told me, like national record isn't crazy to get at home, and I was like, okay, sure, bro. Like I'll believe it when I see it in comp, and then to get it in 2 consecutive rounds in nationals is unbelievable.
It is just.
But we're going into 3 blind finals now.
Will require us to quieten down a little bit. Just getting the introduction for all our 3 blind finalists here. Many notable names, which we will go through shortly, but for now, we'll let Aldo take you through our finalists.
In our 12th seed, you have Ryan Cairns. 11th seed, Jim Zhu. 10th seed, Swami Swato Awesome. Very small meeting. 9th seed, Felix Williams. 8th seed, Amy Smith. 7th seed, Tan Kwan. 6th seed, Elias Chong. 5th seed, Daniel Wang. 4th seed, Jack Carney. 3rd seed, Hans Lin. 2nd seed, Michael Tripurti. And in our first seed, we have Charlie Eggins. Okay, this is now we're about to start.
It's good, I think.
Time for silence in about 3, 2, 1.
Alright, everybody, we're going to be shortly underway with our 3-blind final. Can you fix on this? We'll see puzzles out shortly. So, joined by Lockie Stevens here. Lockie, would you want to do the honours? Take us through our seeds here for this 3-blind final.
Absolutely. So, Station 1, you know him, you love him. Charlie Eggins, the world record holder for average in 3-blind. He got a 13.15 single last round, and he's going to start us off. But on Station 2, we've got Michael Tripodi, who's also received his cube. Station 3, Hans Lin, who had an absolutely amazing performance in the first round. And on Station 4, former world record holder Jack Kai. But we're going to see Michael in memorization now on Station 2, just on the left there.
7-second memo. This is well under the average memo pace for Michael. Looks to be making his way through edges gradually into corners now.
And a 19.96 for Michael to start off the average.
Extremely strong start here for Michael.
And here's Charlie in memo now. About 5-second memo there. Good pace.
Can do really quick straight out of the gate here for Charlie. Blistering turning as always. Into corners.
13.77 for Charlie on his first solve. Nothing ordinary, but absolutely ordinary for him.
19.46 for Hansen. That's going to put him ahead of Michael Tripodi for now by 0.2 of a second. But yes, we see Charlie Eggins 13.77 on his first. I think, pack it up everybody, we've already most likely crowned your national champion here.
And at 19.06, we haven't seen a solve over 20 seconds yet from our top 4. An absolutely insane start. This is blindfolded solving, ladies and gentlemen.
Incredible start here for all of our solvers. Could be signs of a really lovely scramble here to start out. And we have Elias Chong actually off stream station 6 starting with a 19.33. He's going to be another one of our competitors to go sub 20. He's going to put himself in a very commanding position for our podium straight out of the gate. You're going to see Danny Wang station 5 as well, another strong contender for your podium, starting out with a DNF. So not going to quite have the 1 through 6 full house of sub 20s, but nonetheless a very strong showing from most of our field so far.
And just waiting on solve 2 now for all 4 of our top competitors. And Michael's just received his puzzle now for attempt number 2. Started off strong with a 19.96, but as it stands, it's not going to be enough to secure him a podium, so he needs to pull this in.
In fact, he's only projected 5th on the projected rankings now. It's incredible. This final's already shaping up to be incredible.
And here goes Michael.
He's going to need to give a little bit more here in memo. Can he do it? It's going to be a bit
It's a bit of a slower memo in this one, about 10 seconds, but some good execution here can definitely get him a low 20 or potentially a sub 20. But it looks like it's a bit on the slower side in terms of execution and some trouble there towards the end.
It's not going to be the soft to do it here for Michael. He's going to succeed nonetheless, but 28.26 going to be a fair way off the mark, especially if he wants to sit on the podium. He will need something simply incredible.
And here's Charlie Eggins. Really quick memo there, about 5.5 seconds.
And good pace going into his corners. And a really slow stop there, but a 14.92.
Looks to be a little confused there, but it's going to be another success there for Charlie Egan's in his second solve. We also have Hans Lin underway with his second. A few hesitations on the corners there. Perhaps forgotten.
It's going to be a DNF for Hans on solve 2. Not to worry, he does have a pretty strong start with that 1946 on solve 1. Here goes Jack Kai on station 4.
Currently projected second with that 19.06 on the first solve. Been in the 3-blind game for a very long time. One of the household names in Australian 3-blind.
And it looks like he has been putting in the practice. This execution's looking pretty good, minus a few lockups.
And he's going to finish up his corners here. Looks to be a success, 23.22. So he's not going to improve on his first time here.
Looks like this scramble's probably not as good as the first one, but hopefully we see some good ones to come to shake things up a little bit going into the rest of the average here.
Absolutely. And in the absence of our top 4 stations queues, we have Elias Chong, station 6. Done 2 solves so far, 19.33 and a DNF on the second. So we'll see what he can do here for his third solve. Projected third at the moment with that 19.33. Notably as well, this is the first Australian 3-blind national final to be the average of 5 format. So we're going to see a lot more solves on the national final stage than we would normally. Gives our top solvers an even better chance to get themselves a good solve and finish up on the podium.
We've got our top 2 seeds here, both Michael and Charlie, deciding who's going to go first. Very sportsmanlike, but it looks like Charlie's going to be the first one to go.
Elias is going to bail out.
That's mid-4 memo for Charlie. This must be an insane scramble, but a big hesitation there. He can still pull it in and get a pretty good solve.
Oh, he's
here.
not going to have set. Yeah, it's not going to be a success there. 13.76 DNF. Looked to be off to a flying start there with that 4.5 second memo. Just a few hesitations and a few memorization errors. It's going to mean that he's not going to improve on his first time just yet.
But given that we've seen it's a pretty good scramble, we might see Michael Tripodi pull it together and pull himself up the rankings a bit. Currently sitting 5th on projected, but
6.5 second memo for Michael.
And a big lock up there in the first 2 comms. But it's not over yet.
It's
and
going to be a DNF.
Yeah, he hasn't solved his edges, and he's it's going to be an 18.33, but a DNF. So had a lot of potential, but unfortunately not going to improve his best time so far. We've got Jack Kai on station 4, getting ready for this scramble. We know it's a good scramble. We've seen really fast memorization from both Charlie and Michael here.
Going to see an 8-second memo here for Jack Kai. Smooth through his edges, really quick through his edges actually. This could be really good. Oh, really shaky in the last 2 twists there. 90.64.
He's not going to improve upon his best time so far, but a 1964 is a good time.
Extremely strong showing here across multiple solves from Jack Kai.
Giving us good hope that if there is another good scramble to come, Jack Kai can potentially pull through and lock up his second place position. I don't want to speak too early, but I think Charlie has all but secured his victory with that 13-second single on the first solve.
Absolutely no one else's PRs even stand within a 1.5 seconds of that time, so it would take an absolute miracle to dethrone Charlie Egan's as your Australian national champion. We're going to see off stream at station 5 Daniel Wang with a 20.77. Not going to be enough for the podium, but we'll put him up there on the rankings.
And here goes Hans Lin. Bit of a longer inspection there. Sorry, memorization. And yeah, well into the 20 seconds, but it's going to be a success. 24.25 for Hans. Shake of the head, but it's a good showing some accuracy into these last 2 solves.
Took a long time to execute what looked to be an algorithm to twist the last 2 corners, so not going to be the greatest there from Hans Lin. Still looking to improve on his solve. He's currently projected 4th with a 19.46, best single so far.
And we see Elias Chong, 19.09. He's going to slightly improve. He's not going to jump up the ranks, but he is going to make it a lot harder for our other competitors to sit atop that podium.
A solid memorization from Michael, looking about mid-7 there, but some trouble on those first two comps once again. Execution mishaps for Michael are going to be the death of him. But it's looking like he might pull up. A 2066.
And his last AUG to execute at the mid-18 range, but just couldn't quite get there.
And here goes Charlie for solve number 4 now. And a pretty good memo once again, about 5 seconds, but hesitation in those first few commutators.
Big pause.
Just must be struggling with recall there, and it looks like it's going to be a DNF once again. 1584 DNF for Charlie.
We're also going to see Jack Kai with a DNF on his third solve. So still sitting with a 9.06 as his best. Still projected second behind Charlie Eggins.
And we haven't seen any results come through for the final scramble yet, but we always live in hope that there's a scramble good enough for Charlie to have a shot at world record. He is more than capable of it with a good enough scramble.
Now we've actually made a mistake here. Elias Chong's 19.09 earlier was a DNF, so 19.33 is still his best for now. Still projected third here.
But here goes Hans Lin, currently sitting in 4th, looking to pull his way into the top 3 to secure that podium.
Danny Wang into his last few corners now at 16. 18.89 for Danny Wang. He is going to shoot up into second place projected currently.
And here goes Hans Lin in execution now. Look like about mid-8 memo, a little bit behind, but he...
Quick hit from Hans Lin.
The fumble at the end, and it's cost him the success in 1979, and it wasn't even any issue with recall. It was just a misturn at the very end of the solve.
Slight execution mistakes to close up that solve. He had insane pace, was looking to get himself an 18 along with Daniel Wang there. But Danny Wang, out of absolutely nowhere, is going to shoot up into second place currently with that 18.89. Perhaps signs of a good fourth scramble. We did also see Tam Kwan off stream 19.85 on that same fourth scramble.
And Michael with mid-7 second memo. This is his chance to clutch it onto the podium.
It's now or never. It could be into his final corner algorithms. It's not going to be for Michael.
And it's going to be a DNF regardless, but Michael is going to slot himself well outside the top 3 here. Here goes Jack Kai, currently sitting at projected 3rd with his 1906. We've only seen 2 solves from him so far. Oh, 3 I believe. He had a DNF on his 3rd. But this is going to be his 4th attempt.
Mid-8 to 9 memo here. Really, really shaky with the exec for now. Oh, it's going to be a DNF here. He looks to be doing corner algs, but his edges aren't solved.
We've got Charlie up for his final solve. He's all but secured the victory.
By a long margin as well, about a 5-second gap just above that.
And slower memo on this one than some of the first solves, but still very quick. And looks like his execution is more solid than the previous solves here. Onto corners and a 14.28. It's not going to improve upon his best solve, but it is a solid finish for Charlie.
It's worth noting that both Elias Chong and Michael Tripodi are going to be off your podium this year. The only person that could possibly come back, we have Amy Smith yet to do a 5th solve. Hans Lin has insane potential to beat that 1906 of Jack Kai. And here we have Hans Lin actually receiving his 5th puzzle now. It's now or never. In his debut major championship, in his debut nationals, looking to achieve his first national podium, 19.06, or 19.05 I should say, is the time to achieve here.
It's solid memo, mid-7. Looks like the execution's a little more solid on this one.
Into corners now at 14.
Oh, but it's going to be a DNF. He hasn't solved his edges.
Oh, no.
1955, but it's going to be a DNF for Hans, and he's not going to make the podium.
Tragedy here for Hans Lin. He's not going to finish off the podium. And we see Amy Smith with a 30. We're unsure of whether that's a DNF or not. But regardless, a 30 on the 5th solve, that is going to secure your national podium here, most likely. Charlie Eggins in first, comfortably with a 13.77. Daniel Wang in the final moments of his average, securing himself an 18.89 to achieve second. And Jack Kai only done 3 solves. Oh, hang on, no, we must have missed a few solves here from Jack, but 19.06 is his best time here, and he's looking to sit at 3rd place now.
So Daniel Wang celebrating a little bit off stream, just being informed that he has secured himself 2nd place with that 18.89 on Sol 4. An extremely clutch moment for Daniel Wang.
He is the current reigning 5-blind Oceanic champion and I believe the 2023 national bronze medalist for clock. So it's cool to see him get another national podium and a major podium in his 3rd event now. So just absolute domination here from Danny Wang, 18.89. What a way to sneak onto the podium. So yeah, we only have 2 names left to solve here, but I think it's all said and done here now. Your podium is set. Charlie Eggins, 13.77, Daniel Wang, 18.89, and Jack Kai, 19.06.
Besides that first scramble, we didn't see anything particularly amazing in terms of scrambles, but
such a deep field here nonetheless. We are seeing a 19.96 from Michael
And there we go. All our solvers are finished now. But yeah, as I was saying, just incredible showing from all our finalists this year. A 19.96 from Michael Tripodi, sitting 7th in the rankings here in this 3-blind final. Absolutely incredible final here.
A lot of fun to be had watching some of the best 3-blinders in the world. Australia's a good place to be to watch stuff like this, but particularly from Charlie Eggins and Danny Wang. And Jack Kai to make a return to form after a long hiatus from solving.
Absolutely.
Wonderful to see him sneak onto the podium, just to show he's still got it.
Always good to see, always good to see. Bit of an unexpected finish from an all-time GOAT. However, I believe now we are going to transition into the 4x4 final, so Lockie will be staying on for that, but we are going to bring in Zaid Chowdhury now. He will be the other commentator taking you through our 4x4 final now.
Zaid, my boy, how are we? Oh, I got a stray hair there.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
Looking good.
Yeah, just a 3-blind. I was the only person in the round who quintuple DNF, so...
I love saying quintuple DNF. It's a relatively new phrase.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a sad one. Now, although you quintuple DNF'd, I know you did see them in their fully scrambled state. So
Yeah.
tell me, were there any particularly good scrambles?
I do remember the 3rd and 4th one being nice
Yep.
for me. I don't know. I'm not the type of person who has a good recollection of what exactly, like the out count of what 3-blind scrambles I get and whatever.
Yep.
I just kind of see I mean, that doesn't. It kind of helps explain my low success rate, because like if I can't even remember the solves, how am I supposed to remember what I memorized? So
This is a good point. Zaid is trash. Okay, but we're going into 4x4 finals now. Let's take a look at who we've got on our top stations here. So on station 1, we're going to be looking at Felix Zemdegs. You know him, you love him. He is the GOAT of speed cubing. Station 2, we're going to have David Epstein. Station 3, Caden Liu. And on station 4, Phoenix Patterson.
So just like we saw in the 5x5 final, it will be a pretty safe battle for Felix as he defends. No, not defends. He is going to. We're guaranteed to have a new 4x4 national champion, I believe.
Was
almost guaranteed.
Who was the former? Is
Riley
it
Dexter.
Riley Dexter? Yeah. So Riley Dexter is the reigning national champion. But Riley actually seated himself 7th for this round, 6th of the Australians. So not the best performance from him, but we'll keep an eye on his results and let you know if he decides to make a return and claim back his national title. But in the meantime, Hal's going to rattle off the finalists for this, so we'll
stay quiet and
And our 15th
no?
seed, Daniel Wang.
Okay. We'll just keep talking.
So yeah, Felix Zemdegs, anyone but him for this national title will be a very huge upset to say the very least. Station 2 are next, closest David Epstein, currently pacing 4 seconds behind him based off the performance in the semi-final. Obviously an event with high variance is what we're expecting to see with 4x4. Obviously being that double parity that can cause a whole bunch of problems for even the best people.
6th seed, Andy Gong.
We're also going to see Andy Gong. A bit of a slept-on pick for the 4x4 podium. Victorian local has been competing for quite some time now, and has been a very, very solid competitor in the N/Ns. I believe he did make the 5x5 final, but didn't quite get a result that he wanted. Alright. We will begin to see our competitors as they get themselves ready for receiving these solves. We've had a quick substitute there for Lachlan Stevens as he has finally received his lunch after quite a lengthy KFC order. So, Philip, what do you think we're expecting to see in this 4x4 final?
Well, I think Felix is going to run away with it.
Absolutely. And as Phoenix and David have received their first puzzles, they are preparing themselves for inspection now. David hesitating on those cross edges there. Seems he couldn't find exactly what he wanted to see immediately, but speeding through those centers, 3-2-3 edge pairing, seems that he's realized that he is pacing far behind what he wants. He's just entered that 3x3 stage at 21 seconds.
Yeah, reacting mid-solve is never a good idea. Even if it's not going well, that reaction can just make it worse and worse.
33.85. Yeah, it seemed by that midpoint he already knew that the solve was doomed. Phoenix Patterson in finishing.
Yeah, this is not good for Phoenix.
It seems he did the M2U to M2 to fix his centers at the end.
Okay, no parity though, 28.78.
No parity saved by that.
Yeah. Okay, so Felix Zemdegs starting his first solve here on the top left. Let's see a close-up view here on the right of your picture.
Speeding through that 3-2-3 edge pairing. Smooth transition into the 3x3 stage with 19.89. Also blessed with no parodies there.
We love to see no parodies on 4x4. Everyone can relate.
Amazing start from Felix Zemdegs there. His dominance in this event in the Australian field exists for a reason.
Absolutely.
Hayden Liu receiving solve number 1. Hayden Liu, a bit of a dark horse in especially 2 to 4x4. We saw him get his first sub-6 official average yesterday in the second round of 3x3. But he is at the very top of the Australian field in 4x4 and 2x2. Caden, unfortunately, looking for a few of those edges as he got through L323. All parity at 25. It's not going to look great at all And he's got double parity, it seems. Yep, 31.0. That's gonna throw a spanner in the works for him. While we wait for the second solve from these top four, we'll also have a look at these other results. Aaron Keith with a 27.86, closely matched by Daniel Wang, 27.74, and Riley Dexter, another one of our podium contenders, a bit behind from the semi-final, 27.3. So pretty heated in this battle for the podium spot. Actually, we've seen Tommy Capriles just in a 23.56 on solver number 2, a PR single for him.
Felix Zemdegs, the 19 on the first solve. No parity. David Epstein, a 33.
David Epstein trailing behind after that first one. Does not want to count anything close to that.
Yeah, so no one remotely close to Felix so far. Let's keep an eye on the results.
Andy Gong, 26.45. Phoenix beginning solve number 2. First one out of our top 4 to begin the second solve.
And there's Felix on the top left. Looks to be struggling a little bit with center pairing here.
I believe.
Oh, this is his official attempt.
For Phoenix.
And Felix with parity. So just a pretty miserable solve overall. And a Locky PLL is 26. Phoenix with a 32.42.
Another less than stellar solve.
So if just everything went wrong for Felix on that solve. It was tough centers, tough edges, tough last layer. Oh, and David just really struggling at 29.56. Yeah, so
none of our top seeds apart from Felix.
Yeah, and even Felix is struggling. It seems like everyone is really struggling in this round so far. Daniel Wang, very consistent, 227s off stream.
Caden Liu. Our view a bit obstructed by his phone camera, so we might switch the overhead for Caden. Unfortunately, his turning's not quite up to scratch on that 3-2-3 edges, and he's hesitating to find those pieces that he needs. All parity at around 23 seconds. Still a decent pace, but yeah, he's going to be cursed with that double parity in 29.1. Again, like we said, 4x4, such a volatile and high variance event when it comes to those annoying double parities. Completely decided by a coin flip.
And yeah, that's what makes 4x4 so difficult mentally, is dealing with the uncontrolled parities, which can swing your times by 4 or 5 seconds in the worst case. All 4 competitors on stage waiting for their puzzles. Off stream, we have Tommy Capriles on pretty good pace here with a 27.35 on the third solve.
Tommy pacing extremely well. I believe he is on pace to cut a bit off his PR. That sits around 28.12.
Wow. So Tommy Capriles on a roll, way back on station 12. And here we have David and Phoenix and Felix all receiving their puzzles.
Liam Hajicek finishing a 25 on the second. Unfortunately, did not also get a great solve on that first round, 31.9.
Yeah, and you can actually see Liam in the back there on the bottom, right behind Phoenix.
Midway through what seems to be his third solve.
Here's Felix Zemdegs. Felix really struggling with his center pairing. Oh, this is another bad centers for Felix, flipping at
Phoenix, in the
11.
meantime, frantic turning during that Olo parity, trying to salvage at least another
Oh,
okay
no,
solve,
man.
but it's
David
another
with a
double parry.
34. A disaster. Felix seems to have recovered in edges.
It's disaster all around for our top seeds.
Wow. 23.87. So after a fantastic start with a 19, Felix has fallen off the pace, but seems like everyone else is also struggling. In the back, Liam Heidechek with a 28.
It's worth also mentioning Station 5, Alexander Vucic, representing New Zealand, started with a 22.19, followed by a 26.
Yeah, so Alex Vucic was the second seed overall, but because he's not from Australia, he was not put in the top 4 stations.
His current PR and NR average sits around 23.2. So if he can match what he displayed on Solve 1, then we might be on NR watch for Alex Vucic, but that remains to be seen.
There's no clear leader for even second place right now. Felix clearly in the lead, but not a safe lead.
See if Caden Liu can claw it back after counting 29. He's reached all at 22, 23.92. It seems he got a very good pace on that solve, and to put that on top, he got a no parity.
Fantastic for Caden Liu.
23.92. That is also going to be a PR single for Caden.
Wow, so Caden Liu with a 23. His first 2 solves are 31 and 29 though, so he has a lot of potential, but a lot of work still to do. Riley Dexter quietly with a 27 and 26 could challenge for the podium over on station 7 off stream.
Liam Heidechek on that third solve finished with a 28, which is going to count. Liam being the only OPA user, at least to our knowledge, in this 4x4 final.
Yeah, and someone else to watch out for, Andy Gong, started with a 26, 27, 27. So coming into this round, it might not have seemed like a good average, but David has really struggled. His average is basically dead, and everyone else also struggling. So some opportunities here for the lower ranked competitors.
Couple dark horses potentially rising into the spotlight as we get to these last couple crucial solves that decide the silver and bronze medals. Daniel Wang has finished his average with a 26.96 PR average. It's safe to say that it could have maybe a chance at fighting for a podium spot, depending on our other seeds.
Seems to be a pretty good solve for David, but he is going to get OLL parity and a V-perm. 28-25.
Very displeased with that one.
Now Phoenix starting solve on the bottom right, and Felix has received his puzzle. I think we will switch over to Felix Zemdeg's overhead here. Felix again struggling with his center pairing here. Yeah, another flip at 10 seconds.
Phoenix reaching OLL parity at 28. Seems this is another dead solve. Yeah, and he's messed up the edges on that one. Yeah,
and Felix with an OLL parity. Another struggle, 24.70. So Felix still in the lead, but not solving well by his standards. We actually have 2 competitors who have already finished their averages. Daniel Wong off stream with a 28.96 PR average, and Jamie Atsu with a 29.69 PR average as well. Some good results so far. Caden Liu just coming off a 23 now, starting his 4th solve. would need a few more great solves to really challenge for the podium. Off stream, Alex Vujic having a good round as well. Tommy Capriles finishing with a 28.46 average.
Yeah, Tommy just missing his PR there, but still the fastest person to have completed their average so far. Alex Vujic is potentially getting a 23.05.
Wow, so Alex Vujic...
That is a national record average for New Zealand.
Not quite.
If I'm, I misspoke, sorry. 23.32. That misses it by 0.02, but still
Fantastic
PR2
average. So Alex Vujic actually in the lead overall.
Yeah, might be looking at an overall win, depending on what Felix can pull out in this last solve.
Yeah, so Felix needs a 21.40 on this last solve to secure first place. That is quite a difficult task ahead of him. 21.40 for first against Alex Vujic. Of course, he's pretty much already locked up the national title, but he won't want to lose the overall standing.
Aaron Keith, 21.86 PR single.
Wow.
He's throwing himself into the mix as well.
Yeah, so Aaron Keith
rocked a 26 average.
Yeah, so Aaron Keith looking good for second place. Riley Dexter also challenging for second place with a few good solves.
But it seems that none of our 2, 3, or 4th seeded competitors will be looking at a chance of a podium spot.
Yeah, pretty disastrous round for David Epstein. David has had no good solve so far. His best possible average over 30 seconds. We're just going to keep an eye on Felix Zemdegs here on station 1, right of picture.
Yeah, this is nothing more than a victory lap for Felix.
Felix has secured the national title, but
he's looking for an overall win.
His previous solves, he has struggled with centers. Seems like he's struggling again. Yeah, so Felix just not solving well today. A 9 flip, not as bad as his previous solves, but certainly not on pace for 21. Although these edges are fantastic.
Very efficient edges.
Wow. If you can get no parity.
No parity
at 20.47. Fantastic for Felix.
Does that barely scrape him the overall win?
Yes, he secures the national title. And
there we go.
He gets the overall win with a 23.01 average.
Yeah, so in terms of that national title, Felix had already gotten what he needed, but just for the aura points against Alex Vujic, he managed to scrape back following a couple less than great solves.
Yeah, so Felix Zemdegs very fortunate to get no parity there, and that was the difference for him. Of course, the national title was already locked up, but Felix takes the overall win with a 23.01 average. Second place, Alex Vujic from New Zealand. Off stream, there's a tense battle for second place here. Looks like
Aaron Keith on station 9 waiting for his final cube.
Yeah, so Aaron Keith and Riley Dexter are in a heated battle for third place off stream.
And it's actually not over for Caden Liu as well. If he manages to get his best possible average and others... Oh, sorry, that won't be the case. It seems that it's pretty much locked up that Caden Liu will...
Yeah, Caden Liu is...
Fourth place at very best.
Caden Liu's out of contention. It's really just a battle here between Riley Dexter and Aaron Keith, who are both locked into the podium for Australia. So it's about who gets second, who gets third. But in terms of the Australian podium, okay, we have Riley Dexter. Riley Dexter way over there. Sorry about the quality.
Best we can do given limited amount of cameras.
It's in the middle. small plug next to the purple plug.
Okay.
Yep. Whatever that means.
Okay.
2 prongs.
While we figure out this situation to see if we can get a better view of Riley.
Okay, that's a bit higher resolution at least.
Both of our second and third competitors currently midway through. Riley locking up a bit on that edge pairing, but still on pace for what seems to be around 26 or 27. Aaron Keith, 29.29 to finish his average. And Riley Dexter's getting a 29.96. This cannot be closer. And it seems that it will be Aaron Keith.
Aaron Keith with a double PR, 26.86 average, 21.86 single.
Silver medal.
And Riley Dexter ends up in third place on the Australian podium, 27.44 average, very consistent, but it all came down to that last solve.
Both of those two getting their worst possible averages there, but still, that was a tense last solve to be watching, to see who would end up taking the silver and gold, the bronze medal against Felix Zemdegs, one of the all-time GOATs of cubing and absolutely an unstoppable force in the Australian side of things.
Absolutely. Felix Zemdegs is your 4x4 national champion, so Felix sweeping 4 through 7. Remains to be seen if he can clutch it out and win 3x3 for the 11th time. But that's going to do it for 4x4 finals. Next up is 2x2 finals. That's going to be quite exciting.
Extremely excited for this one. And I reckon we'll be doing a quick switch for you, Philip. And Michael Tripodi will be coming in and joining me. Our dynamic duo is reunited once again.
Good after morning.
Good after morning.
And what a wonderful after morning it is. How did we go on... What happened in 4x4?
That was a tense 4x4 final.
Felix wins, though. I mean, like, let's be so for real here. Did we expect a whole lot else? Is that Aaron Keith's first podium, first national podium? 26.86 personal record for Aaron Keith. I believe that is Aaron's first nationals podium. I think he's unfortunate not to have placed... Oh, no, 5x5. Yeah, 5x5 earlier. That's okay. I do believe that Aaron did not podium, however, last nationals in Brisbane. So this is a lovely turnaround for Aaron Keith. We have seen second place and a third place in 5x5 from Aaron Keith. So, and then Riley Dexter rounds out your podium. Another one of our top contenders for 4x4 for that silver medal spot. It's nice to see them.
Came down to the very last solve for those two. Unfortunately, both getting their worst possible. But still, if not for that, then would have been insanely tight.
No, you're absolutely right. But that is awesome for Aaron Keith. Double PRs, the 26.8 and the 21.86. Also, PR single. It really is a lovely good way to start. Had a couple of PRs in that final round, but nice to see that Aaron can bring out his best on Nationals final stage. Very eager to see more potential podiums in the future for the New South Welshman. Here we are. 2x2, one of the gold ribbon events of this very competition. We have such a legendary quartet to bring to you.
Oh, we might need to update those. What's that?
Righty, yes, don't be fooled. We've got Roman Rudakov on station number 1 and Sebastian Lee on station 2. Roman, of course, the current Oceanic record holder for the average 102. He's had a very strong showing all competition. The 1.18 in the second round, which I believe is the new Australian Nationals comp record. Sebastian Lee, station number 2, as of earlier this year, is the third fastest in Oceania. 4.2 through the 1.17 average from Melbourne Summer. We've also seen Marco Campitelli of WA
Touching a
slotting
state
himself into
record.
third place with the state record as well.
Second seed Sebastian
And
Lee.
Nathan Fairs, station number 4. We saw him in the semi-finals. He's indeed through to the finals with a 158 seed. So very tight between everyone after Roman. I think is extremely tightly bunched.
You see
Got-
Lachlan Stevens behind Marco giving us a smile there. Our very own.
You've got Sebastian Lee on station number 2, our second seed, and then it goes all the way down to seed number 8, Jacob Joshi, and actually Alexander Vuzic and Jacob tied for average and single in the previous rounds. Got equal 7 seeds. Those 7 competitors are almost within 0.15 of a second of each other.
$123 for Phoenix to start just off stream. We're going to see a bunch of quick successive solves, as is the nature of 2x2.
Fortunately missing a display again on station number 2. That's Sebastian Lee.
We are going to keep track of these other results from off stream as they come in. Phoenix Patterson 123, 180 from Alex Vucic. So very clear lead from Phoenix so far, but there still remains a sea of competitors to go on this first scramble.
Seen Sebastian finish on station number 2 there, 3.53 and
Marco
105 from Roman to start.
Absolutely explosive start to this 2x2 final. Roman 105. Fortunately, he had a very unfortunate showing at the previous national final, coming off the podium after being the favorite for such a long time in the lead up to that. But 105 brings him in such a strong position to finally redeem himself after last year. Phoenix Patterson, Station 5 getting ready off stream to inspection. Jacob Joshi, 135 as well. Jacob Joshi, the current runner-up Oceanic champion. 150 plus 2 for Phoenix. He seems relatively unfazed by that. Seems that he absolutely wants that to be his worst solve in the average.
He's playing the right mental game here. There's no use dwelling about what's already happened. All you can do is focus on the 3 solves that he's now got ahead of him.
Lachlan Adams remained current Oceanic champion, 136, finishing just 0.01 behind Jacob Joshi on the first one.
Roman only completed 1 solve at the moment, but it puts him quite a ways ahead of the pack.
We're seeing Seb and Roman alongside Marco and Nathan all receiving their second solves. Nathan, first one to start, very solid, 140. Roman faltering a bit on that execution, 154.
Off-stream, Phoenix is inspecting scramble number 3. We've got Sebastian on station number 2, top right of your screen now.
153 from Phoenix. Seems like he went just a tiny bit safe to make sure he finished that solve correctly. 140 from Sebastian Lee.
It's like we've seen another +2 on that second scramble from Marco Campitelli on the bottom left of screen. But it still looks like it's Roman Rudakov pacing first at the moment. First 2 solves averaging in and about the 1.3 mark. Second place Nathan Fairs has been extremely consistent, 143 and 140. That's Nathan in the bottom right there. Does not have a national title so far.
And as these other results come in, Harry Forbes 150, 157, consistent pace. Obviously, very glad to make this final after a third place finish at last year's Australian Nationals.
All right, Marco and Nathan. Bottom stations on your screen, both getting their cubes now.
124 DNF from Nick Mortidis on station 6. And we've seen another DNF from Lachlan Adams remain. So far, our tentative ranking, so far, Roman Rudakov leading the pack so far.
109 for Nathan Fairs. Wow, that does wonders for him right now. 1.40 is going to count. Roman Rudakov's got to pick up the pace. 139 from Marco.
Seems this third scramble might be a touch ahead of the rest in terms of average speed.
On WCA Live, you also see Harry Forbes hovering in and around that top 4 mark. Extremely consistent solves, all 1.5 so far. He's done it once, can he do it again?
112 from Roman, that's going to count.
Oh, that is going to put him in an amazing spot.
A bit displeased, but still that's going to be consistently low 1 in terms of his current 105, 112. If he wants that 154 to be his worst time, then I'd have to lock in a little harder.
But he's put a smile on his dial. I think regardless, that's going to put him in a tremendous position. Note Sebastian started with a 3.5, so the 1.4 that he's got on WCA Live is going to be counting.
$158 for Marco.
Exceptional solving. Marco's going to count that 1.58 as well as the 1.14 that he was already counting before.
Marco is currently looking at a huge PR with a BPA of 147, improving on his 158, I believe, from the previous round. Possibly putting him in strong contention for a bronze medal. Nathan Fairs inspecting 119. That is going to lock a very, very solid average for Nathan.
That's counting as well.
134 locked for Nathan.
His worst solve at the moment to 143.
That might put him in a strong shot. That is a locked PR average for Nathan Fairs.
Roman inspecting on station number 1. Already counting a 1.12. 0.91! Roman Rudakov is running away with this one. Don't think anything Nathan Fairs can do is going to have any bearing. Oh, Roman's counting a 105 and a 112.
I think it's more or less
Roman's
decided.
worst possible average is 124.
Oh,
there's such a small intersection. Nathan's best possible average would beat Roman's worst by just 0.01. Roman Rudakov's best possible average only 0.01 slower than OCR. Marco Campitelli, bottom left of screen. This is where the final starts heating up. This solve matters. I don't know if he knows it or not.
Oh, Campitelli.
207. It's a disappointing solve for him.
Nathan Fairs doesn't know it, but he can look at a potential win if he manages to get his best possible, counting his 109.
Marco finishes his average at 1.70 is the time. That's the fastest that's currently been entered.
Sebastian Lee as well, pacing extremely strongly, 120 BPA, but also has that 353 from Solve 1 hanging over him. Nathan Fairs, this is a huge solve. He's already locked a PR average of 134 and putting himself in such a strong position to take home a bronze medal at the very least.
From what we've seen on that last scramble, quality might not be up to standard.
155 locked PR for Harry Forbes.
Nathan Fairs now shaky. Doesn't look like he likes this scramble.
Yeah,
2.00. It's going to be worst possible average. 134 still is a personal record for him.
We're also seeing Ben Cow only finishing 3 solves, 164, 391 and 128.
He's got the range. Oh, here's Roman. 154 worst solve. You can imagine he's going to improve on it. This is to run away with the title. He's never even podiumed at Nats before in 2x2.
Roman
It's
Rudakov
emphatic fashion.
is the national
Roman
champion.
Rudakov. And he is ecstatic.
Finally, after so long, 2024, second place to Phoenix Patterson. Coming off the podium in 2025, now has finally taken the national title.
At long last, if at first you don't succeed, try and try again. It's the Roman Rudakov story coming to its absolute best possible conclusion. The national title in 1.14.
Ending the reign from Phoenix Patterson. I believe it was 4 or 5 consecutive titles from him. We can see him congratulating Roman.
Yep, so Phoenix's reign stretched from 2023 to 2025. So the three-peat will not become a four-peat, unfortunately, for Phoenix Patterson. But there's Roman Rudakov, completely
Sebastian Lee.
ecstatic, in awe. We are in awe of Roman
Sebastian
Rudakov right
Lee
now.
has taken home a silver medal. As was telegraphed by these first 4 seeds, we have a podium of Roman Rudakov in first place, running away with it with a 1:14 average, the fastest we've seen in an Australian Nationals, followed by Sebastian Lee, 1.33. Nathan Fairs just 0.01 behind, but still a PR for him, 1:34. He is absolutely stoked with that one as well.
Well, 2x2 finals delivered in the best possible way. You had Roman Rudakov,
An amazing
the favourite who
redemption
hasn't been
story.
able to get it done in the past, but on this occasion, he's just too strong for the rest of the field. He's clear by almost 0.2 of a second over Sebastian Lee. Our second seed retains second place in the final round, and Nathan Fairs slots himself into third place. Feel a little bit for Harry Forbes, who's going to finish in fourth place, we believe.
I don't believe he's displeased with his performance at all. 155 PR average in a Nats final. After a bronze finish last year, I mean, he can't be less than chuffed with that, I reckon.
I've seen Roman Rudakov a couple times on stream this weekend, not least because of his exploits on stage. But he's one of the smartest minds in 2x2 currently, and he is using it to full effect. One of the brightest sparks in Australian speed cubing at the moment, Roman Rudakov, at long last, is an Australian national champion. And I don't suspect this will be the last one either. Bigger and better things coming from Roman Rudakov, I'm sure of it. 1.14, that ties the second best PR in Oceania, of course held by Phoenix Patterson. But there it is, 2x2 finals done and dusted. 155 for Harry Forbes is off the podium. The podium stands at Roman Rudakov, 1.14 in first, followed by Sebastian Lee, 133, and Nathan Fairs, a nice PR on the biggest of stages that he would have competed on for sure. 134 PR average for him. What a way to lead into our 3x3 finals, Zaid. We've got them coming up just after a quick, short break. And if it's going to follow this, if it's, does it have a chance? I think the
could.
fireworks, I think that the 3x3 finals must have something else in store for us. It's going to be an absolute treat to
I'm
watch.
looking forward to 3x3 to deliver.
Alrighty, and so after a short break to help set up for head-to-head finals, we will be joining you shortly with the conclusion of this wonderful competition, courtesy of Lennon Hughes and the Victorian team. 3x3 finals is going to go off. You do not want to miss this at all, and we will see you very shortly to get underway with those.
Stay tuned.
Hello there, everybody. Our 4-day long competition is culminating to this. We are going to be bringing you the 3x3 finals at Australian Nationals 2026. My name is Michael Tripodi, and I'm joined here by two-time 3x3 Nationals finalist Lachlan Stevens. We're going to be taking you through the 3x3 finals, where we are going to see the cream of the crop of Australian speed cubing here. We have never had a field as fast as this or as hungry as this.
Absolutely not, Michael. I mean, just in this competition alone, we've had 3 new competitors with sub-6 averages. An absolutely monumental occasion, and they're all from Australia. And got a bit of confusion about where Alex is meant to sit there, but we are going to be running through our international competitors first. We're going to get started with Alex Vucic, all the way from New Zealand, and Chan Ho Hin, I believe, from China, Hong Kong, China.
Alrighty, so the crowd has been building in anticipation for this very moment, but the venue has not been as quiet as this almost for the whole day, maybe not even during blind. But here we are, Chan Ho Hin of Hong Kong, China is about to kick off our 3x3 finals. Chan Ho Hin finished in the 10th seed in the previous round with a personal, not with a personal record, with an average of 7.26 in the semi-finals earlier today.
And this is looking like a really good scramble for yellow, but he's opted for white here. Gone for an X-cross and inserted an edge. Lee must have made a mistake there, but he's going to finish off with a G-perm. 9.25. Not the greatest start. Did get a 7.26 average in the previous round. So going to be about 2 seconds off that with his first solve.
It's interesting to see early on we have had a scramble with a lot of blocks on a colour that a lot of people know how to solve on. So we'll have to see if Alexander can take advantage of this big massive yellow blocks here.
And he was kind of flip-flopping between whether to do white or yellow. Still is a bit indecisive. Maybe yellow isn't as cut and dry as being a good scramble, but he has gone for yellow. Had a pretty good start to the F12 there, but yeah, just really lucky on that last slot.
And 7.56 for Alex on solve number 1. Shake the head. Looks like there is a lot of potential on this scramble. I'm excited to see what some of our fast Australian competitors can get on that one. But for now, we'll cut back to Chan for solve number 2. Now, head-to-head is a much higher pressure environment than your typical 3x3 round. So these competitors will be feeling a lot of pressure in this.
Yeah, almost certainly, and there's a lot of competitors who've been in this situation before, plus a lot of new competitors to this head-to-head format. Chan Ho Hin, much better solve on that second one, 7.33 there. Much better start there for Chan.
And all around a pretty consistent performance in 3x3 for Chan so far. Getting around the mid-7 second mark in all 3 rounds of this comp so far. Here's Alex, the gun from New Zealand.
Opted not to compete at New Zealand Nationals, also happening this weekend. Oh, that's PLL under 5 seconds. It's just a bit of a shaky execution. Just couldn't quite finish it off.
Yeah, that G-perm did look incredibly shaky and did look like it had potential to be a low to mid 6, but just struggled to capitalize on that good start. And here's Chan for solve 3.
So started off with a 9 and gone to 7. Normal transmission resumes for Chan Ho Hin. Has been dropping 7-second averages all competition long. His current PR average stands at a 7.03. Chan actually set his personal record at the Hong Kong Championship 2025, so he knows what it means to perform well under lights when all the pressure's on you.
Some big pauses there during the late stages of F12.
going to get saddled with an end perm, it looked like on there. So 7.48 still manages to lay down those consistent 7-second solves that he has been giving us all competition.
And here's Alex for solve number 3. Let's take a look and see if we can see anything on the scramble. Doesn't look particularly blocky. Maybe yellow is a little bit better than white here.
Worth noting as well, Alex seated himself exceptionally high coming into the finals. Ended up in 4th place in the semis. 7.00 there for Alex. Again, really consistent solving and trending slightly downwards. But yeah, Alexander Vujic in the previous rounds slotted himself into 4th place. 6.50 was his average there, and that's only 0.01 slower than his personal record average. So you almost saw it done in one of the most competitive rounds in Oceania.
And here's Chan for solve number 4. Like we said, we've seen some really consistent 7-second solving from him throughout the competition, and he's kind of getting his nerves settled a little bit on the 2nd and 3rd solve, so looking to keep that going here. A little bit of a hesitation before starting there. Oh, it's some really good turning at the later stages of F12. And gonna get a 6.19. Really good solve from him.
Looked really fluid all the way through, especially those last couple pairs into the last layer transition looked really, really smooth, and that just got him, carried that momentum through to that final time of 6.19 that you see on your screen here. Here goes Alexander, it's dropping 7s the whole time.
And Alex has very high standards for himself. I know he wouldn't be particularly happy with 7-second solve, so we'll see if we can get something a little bit in his own acceptable ballpark. Yeah, and shake of a head there. Yeah, it's going to be an 8.20 for Alex on solve 4. Seems really disappointed with that. He's gonna have a 7.22 best possible average and a 7.62 worst possible. And Chan is going to have a 7 flat best possible average, which would be a PR for him, and a worst possible of 8.02. But to achieve that best possible, he will need to count a 6.19. Chan's current PR is a 7.03 average.
Puts him 9th ranked in Hong Kong. Has a 5.68 single as well, ranked 7th. But Chan's been slowly getting used to the environment. On this last solve, all of his learned experience will culminate. Really? Oh, 7.71 looked like a dot OLL and was AUFing like crazy in the meantime. 7.51 there for Chan.
Yeah, it looked like a U4 or even like U2 prime before. You know, dot OLLs are some of the hardest to recognize. It's why so many solvers opt to avoid them. But here's Alex for solve number 5. And Alex is more than capable of getting his best possible average here. Has nothing really to lose here. Yeah, and big rotation there, but onto last layer with plenty of time. Gonna get a 7.31 for around a 7.33 average.
Unfortunate for him to be quite displeased with himself there. 7.33, some ways off the pace. It's his slowest average of the entire competition. Unfortunately for Alexander Vujic, that 6.50 would have loved to use that as the point to springboard from, but nonetheless, it was a privilege to have him bless us with his presence at Australian Nationals this year.
Finishing off with 7.51 average. Alexander Vujic finishing off with a 7.33 average.
Alrighty, and those are our only 2 international seeds. So now we're going to go from 20 down. So we've got 2 Victorian seeds here in Lennon Hughes, seed number 20, and Hashan Silva, also a Victoria. We'll give Lennon Hughes a shout out. Thank you for the competition, Mr. Lennon.
Yep, Lennon's put in a lot of work behind the scenes. It's been in the works for a very long time.
Qualifying with an average 0.01 faster than Lennon, with an average of 7.94, Hashan Silva.
Here comes Hashan.
Both these competitors quite similar in seeding, naturally. 7.95 and 7.94 for Lennon and Hashin respectively. Worth noting as well, unfortunate for Joseph Burnett, also with a 7.95 average, not to make the finals because Lennon Hughes had a faster single. Here I've got Hashin Silver. He's in red hot form. He PR'd in the first round of the competition, which placed him at 13th out of the 499 competitors that entered and competed in this very competition.
This is the first time I've seen Lennon not in the signature delegate red all weekend. He's been working his absolute butt off to make sure this competition runs smoothly, and now he gets a chance to enjoy some actual competing. So here Lennon goes for solve number 1 of Australian Nationals 2026 3x3 finals.
Lennon Hughes, you're right, not sporting the delegate costume that he has had on for the entire competition. Instead, he's going to be swapping that out for his boy, Bruno Mars.
Some really steady turning there through the solve. And a 764 to start him off. It is better than his average from the previous round. Here goes Hashin for solve number 1. Now we know this scramble has good potential on yellow. We have seen people be hesitant towards it though, so potentially it's not that good. Yeah, it looks like Hashin's opting for the white cross here. Oh, and a really good start there, but maybe a bit of confusion towards the end of F12 there, and an 814.
You see Lennon Hughes on the yellow stage there set an old personal record single of 5.69 in the head-to-head finals at Australian Nationals way back in Perth. So we know that he can perform at his best in this exact environment, not least one that he has had experience with and has put a lot of effort into curating. Got this nice overhead angle here for Lennon. Oh, quite lucky it looked like on the D moves. Still going to end up with a 7.63.
And I'd expect he's pretty happy with anything that's in the mid-7 range. We know his current personal record average of 656 was, I think in his own words, he'd say it was a bit of a fluke. His only sub-7 average. But here's Hashin for solve number 2. Hashin with a really strong start on the last solve, but struggled to continue it through the duration. Let's see if he can pull it together on this one.
Looks like edges stayed oriented almost through that whole solution there.
Yep. An 823 for Hashin.
Nice fun little curiosity there for that solve from Hashin.
Yeah, unfortunately, oriented edges are an advantage if you do know a little bit of ZBLO, but unfortunately he just did the OLO PLO combo there. And Lennon getting ready for solve number 3 now. Fairly quick inspection. Oh, and some really fluid turning there, but looks like he might have misslotted a pair. And 875 for Lennon. Not the best solution. A little bit of a convoluted F2L, but it's not a horrible worst solve to have so far. And here goes Hashin. 814 and 823 to start off the average. A little bit slower than his semi-final qualifying average, but looking to do a bit better on this one. And some really slow and calm turning to start off the F12 there. It's going to get a dot OLL and nice left-handed A-perm there, 984. It did just look like he wasn't quite hitting high enough TPS to start off that solve and kind of set himself up badly.
So Lennon so far has won every single solve. However, we all know that we're going to be ranking this based on the average time. So it can all change in the last two solves, and we've seen stranger things in the past, but we do imagine that for now at least Lennon is going to be slotting himself top spot. However, we will wait and find out. Lennon Hughes starting now. Again, super smooth turning. To the H turn, the PLL 8.54 there for Lennon.
So that's going to be counting time for him and give him a best possible average of the exact, just slightly under his previous round average, 794 best possible average, and a worst possible of 831. Here's Heshin for solve number 4. A lot of rotations there, but some really quick turning. And a 760, it's going to be his best solve so far. Going to give him a best possible average of 799 and a worst possible of 874. And given the solving in the previous rounds, I don't think it's that unlikely that he will get that best possible average.
Lennon Hughes probably just savouring the moment. The last solve of his very own Australian nationals. We thank you for your service, Lennon. Send us off. Expeditious solving, it looks like at the moment. 725 is going to be his best possible average in the end. 7.94 as Divnal Bajwa puts pen to paper and makes it official. Lennon Hughes has once again competed in a national final.
Now that he's finished, he gets to go and sit in the stands and watch the rest of the finals unfold of his own organised nationals.
Seeing the fruits of his labour come to life.
Here's Heshin for solve number 5. Some really quick turning there. Struggled on the dot a little bit.
Another Y-perm, and it's going to be a +2, unfortunately, that sends Heshin into his worst possible average. My gee, Zaid Chowdhury on the data entry, what is he doing? 8.74 there for Heshin. And there we go. First pair done and dusted.
On to our next.
Lennon Hughes sits on the throne. Top spot.
The Megamix national champion and national record holder, coming in with a 7.88 average, Jamie Otsu.
17th and 18th seed, we've got Roman Rudakov and Jamie Otsu. Haven't we seen this matchup before?
I think we might be familiar with it from the famed Megamix final. An absolute crazy matchup with Jamie stealing Roman's NR average in Megamix to claim the national title.
And that made it 4 in a row Megamix national titles for Jamie. Lost national records to Roman earlier in the year, but then in the most emphatic fashion in the nationals finals says, no, I'm having it back.
But Roman wasn't all sadness, because he did in fact make himself the 2x2 national champion for this nationals only shortly ago, about an hour ago now.
That's exactly right. These two competitors both have national champion titles under their belt.
And I don't think either of them would call themselves top contenders for this particular national title, the famed 3x3 national champion. But I think they're probably living their own little rivalry here between the two of them.
This will be a bit of fun for both of them, you would think.
Absolutely. Here's Jamie for solve number 1.
Remember, this scramble had lovely yellow blocks, and it looks like Jamie's going to see if he can take advantage of those as well. This looked like a 4-move cross in the end there.
776 for Jamie to start off the average. I am surprised, given how good the scramble looks, that no one's seemed to get a particularly good time on it so far. But Roman probably isn't feeling a lot of pressure. I know he doesn't care a whole lot about 3x3 as opposed to Megaminx and Scoob and 2x2. So I think he's very likely to show us some good times here. And he does look to be opting for that yellow cross. It does look to be 4 moves, D2R, D2R prime.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Hit the nail on the head there. It's just what about the continuation for that one? I would be surprised if we didn't see more competitors going for that yellow cross. Roman starts off exceptionally well, the 6.79 there.
Yep, even with a little fumble on the PLL there, kind of half releasing the cube during the A-perm, he still managed to get a time that's pretty good for him, a 6.79. And he seems pretty happy with that regardless. It's Jamie for solve number 2. Done.
Looking like another yellow cross here from Jamie. Oh, it's
Ooh.
a bit of a free floppy sort of solution with that edge outside. OLL PLL finishes with the J-perm. 8.72 there.
And a really lucky set of last layer cases. Both the OLL and PLL are pretty good, but unfortunately the rough start in that F2L, probably an unintended incomplete cross, left him with a bit of a rough time there. Here's Roman for solve number 2.
Roman's starting exceptionally well with that 6.7 on the first attempt.
And a big pause before going into his first F2L pair there, but is pulling it back nicely. And once again, a really nice set of last layer cases there. Fat soon to JA Perm, 721. And Roman's current PR average is a 677, so he did start around that pace.
Currently puts him 18th in the country.
Here goes Jamie for solve number 3. Looks a little indecisive on the orientation there. A little bit lucky there at the end, but 728 for Jamie.
Looked pretty solid all the way through, but yeah, you're right. Got to that last layer, and sometimes the algs that you know so well lose their second natureness a little bit.
Yep, especially in a high pressure environment like this. I can tell you that G-perms don't come as easily as they do at home compared to being in front of hundreds of people in nationals finals. Here's Roman for solve number 3.
It's been one of our top performers, starting extremely well.
Looks like he's messed up his cross there.
Since then has gotten on the move in a big way. Unfortunately, a little bit lucky at the end, but it was already possibly a little bit too late for him to start clawing it back. 9.94 for Roman. He's just going to count that 7.2.
It's not a horrible counting time for him to have, but also not ideal if he does want to be, you know, batting close to PR pace. Now, I wish I did have more to say about these scrambles, but besides the first one, none of these are looking particularly good. I'd say it's a pretty average set. There's a block on the white there, but other than that, doesn't look particularly interesting. And Jamie's had a bit of trouble in F2L there, 872.
In some regards, though, having an average set of scrambles means it's a real test of skill for these 3x3 solvers. And when we get down to the pointy end of this head-to-head finals, you're going to see some of the best solvers in Australia get to work.
Here goes Roman for solve number 4. And once again, did seem to have a little bit of hesitation for his first F12 pair there. And yeah, just struggling on that last slot, last layer. 950 is going to be a counting time for him.
Looked like there might have even been some kind of a corner twist on one of the F2L pairs that he had to sort out. I'm not sure if that was what was actually done or not, or whether it was just the turning looked a little bit awkward in that spot. But 9.5 is unfortunately going to be counting, and I'm sure Roman will smile it off. He's already got quite a few podiums this Australian National Championship, including that 2x2 win that he's chased for the last 3 years.
Absolutely. And I think all things considered, he's probably just happy to be here. Looks like Jamie might be going for a non-white yellow cross. Yeah, he's going for orange cross. I didn't know he was color neutral, but I guess that Megaminx. Oh, 809 for Jamie. But I guess Megaminx does prepare you well for solving F2L pairs of different colors.
It's interesting to note that something like that presented itself. We'll have a few color neutral solvers over the coming rounds, most notably Felix Zemdegs, the former Oceanic record holder and world record holder. So we'll see if he chooses something similar for that one, maybe. It's just something to look out for.
But in terms of this matchup, this is going to be the last solve between these two. I think Roman's pretty comfortably taking the win here unless he manages to... oh, actually. Not necessarily.
Seen these two white edges in solves before. It looks like Roman trying to utilize them at different times in the solution. Finishes with a Z perm here. 8.68. Yeah, I suppose just laughing it off. Nothing too damaging for him. 8.46 in the end. And Jamie Otsu with an 8.19.
And Roman Rudolph finished off with an 8.46 average.
And so it doesn't change Lennon Hughes off of the top of the table. Does unfortunately boot out Hashin Silva. He can go sit in the crowd and enjoy the rest of the finals from the best seats in the house.
But that is going to be another victory against Roman for Jamie. Although they both get to sit up there on the podium for a brief moment. Like you said, the best seats in the house. But we're going to get started with our next matchup right now. It's going to be Liam Heidechek and Lachlan Adams-Romain.
So again, both very similar times in the previous round. 7.55 for Lachlan Adams-Romain, 7.56 for Liam Heidechek. We'll be seeing some ZB solving on that station that Liam's on. Something I don't believe any other competitor in this finals uses. So Liam's tried his hand at full ZBLL. So jack of all trades is quite one of probably one of our most interesting solvers at this competition. We've seen OLL parity avoidance for 4x4, Hoya for 5x5, ZB for 3x3. This kind of does it all. Here we are, we've got him looking at that very nice yellow cross.
Oh, and the ZBLS, and this is going to be a PLL skip for him, a 602.
Very nice. Bro knows the ZB.
He knew it, and so did I.
That's why he's up there, and that doesn't work. I've got Lachlan Adams-Romain, Queensland state record holder for 3x3 average at the beginning of this competition, of course. Not so now that Toby has secured his first sub-6 average, but let's have a look and see what Lachlan can pull off. Looked like another ZB into a lefty soon and a 666.
Yep, utilizing those S moves to get all the edges oriented going into last layer. Unfortunately, Lachlan Adams remained to not know the anti-soon ZBLO, quite like Liam Heidechek did. Although I can't say that case was particularly difficult. It is one you learn as one of the first algorithms as a beginner. But it did score him the best single in this final so far. Let's see if he can follow it up with another good solve. Looks like he spent most of that solve with all his edges oriented. 7 flat for him.
Me.
Really tough execution on that ZBLL.
He got to that ZBLL so fast, and it was similar to Hashin's solution on solve number 2 as well, with those edges staying oriented. You could basically just do a normal solve and guarantee a ZBLL, which is lovely, but unfortunately couldn't take full advantage of that. He does still have that 7-second solve, his worst solve at the moment, so very comfortably ahead of anything these prior competitors have laid out. Let's see if Lachlan Adams Romain can keep the foot on the gas like he has from the first solve.
And a shake of the head there, maybe not so confident with this scramble. And yeah, didn't seem to have planned a first pair, but gonna do a dot OLL avoidance there, 820. It did look like a bit of a rough solve though. Seemed to be doomed from the beginning.
With another lefty soon as well. Interesting choice for that OLL. Didn't seem to give him corner permutation done. Looked like he finished with I think it was probably an F perm.
It was an F perm, yeah.
Interesting move with the S slice alg too. Here's Liam Heidechek. Solve number 3. Started with a 602 and a 7 flat, so started quite strongly. Oh, really lucky early stages in that F2L.
And Lockie ZBLS there, but gonna get a really easy case. It's one of the best pi ZBLLs you can get. 931. Unfortunately, that ZBLL couldn't save the rough start. That's going to count the 7 flat in his average, which, as we said, is still positioning him quite a bit ahead of any of the other competitors on the temporary podium. But here's Lachlan Adams Romain for solve number 3. Started off pretty strong, but a few issues there early, and that was a bit of a strange approach. Did assume to get a different ZBLL, one of a different, like it was setting up a U case to another U case. Maybe just wasn't familiar with that one, but either way, yeah, the shake of the head knows that was not his finest work. But we might leave the ZB to Liam Heidechek here. Hopefully can carry on the trend of low 7s and sub 7s. An M2U2 M2 cross there. And it's going to be a Nicholas getting blessed with these ZBLLs. 7-11. Hasn't actually had a bad case yet. Had anti-soon. Had a T2GLL, had a really, really easy Pi ZB, and now a Nicholas, which is a 7-move algorithm. Just getting absolutely blessed here.
Lachlan Adams Romain, unfortunately, to be counting his 8.2 that he got on the second solve. Time seems to be trending upwards rather than downwards, which is unfortunate for him. Knows the COLL, but gives him still an EPLL to deal with. 9.20 solve, still trending upwards, not the way that Lachlan would have wanted to finish his competition.
So Liam is going to have a 6.7 best possible average. Hoping to see another lucky ZB case.
7.81, worth noting as well, Liam has guaranteed knocked Lennon off top spot of the podium anyway. 7.81 is better than the 7.94 that Lennon set. ZBLS now.
And a little bit of a worse case. Oh, and it just misrecognized there. So that was actually supposed to be a cancellation into a J-pump, but seemed to misrecognize it as a bit of a different case.
The finishes with the 11.67.
And here goes Lachlan Adams Remain for his final solve.
He could still potentially knock Liam off of top spot from absolutely nowhere if he counts a 6.66 here, so he's by no means written off just yet.
A few pauses in F12, but overall not too bad. And a big pause into that UZB 741.
Is that the wipe with F2s?
It is, yes.
Okay,
It's a blind one. I'm sure you're familiar with it. Well, I don't know if you use that algorithm, but it should be a parity case, I believe.
Indeed it is.
So that's going to shift our podium just a tad.
In first place currently, Lennon Hughes in second place, and Lachlan Adams Remain in third.
So we go. We have seen a shift in the lead. 20th seed Lennon Hughes has been dethroned for the time being. It goes Liam Heidercheck into first place. Lennon will slot himself into second. Lachlan Adams Romain in third. Worth noting that the international seeds we saw at the very front are still leading the overall competitions. Or the overall competition, rather. We do introduce our next seeds. Ethan Stevens, an OG in the Victorian speed cubing space. And introduce now Ethan Stevens, a former Pyraminx Oceanic record holder, and Elijah Laporte, who has just recently unfortunately lost his one-handed national record to David Epstein, who we will see as the 1 seed later on today.
And notably, Elijah's the only person in this entire final who uses the room method for two-handed solving. So we will see a bit of a different style of solving from him. Maybe taking advantage of scrambles in certain ways that the CFOP using competitors would not be able to.
Looks like Ethan and Lennon, who's still sitting on that podium bantering a bit back and forth. Old friends, these two. I think it would have been a lovely sight for Ethan to walk in and see his buddy still sitting on the podium after a couple of pairs have still gone by. Remember, we see this lovely 4-move cross on to start with, and also, oh no, it does not give you a free pair, it looks like. But I wonder what the continuation's like, whether you can manipulate it in some way.
A lot of rotations there. But a 763 for Ethan on solve number 1. I very nearly share a last name with this guy.
With a bit more verbose spelling.
Yeah.
Not much else to add to that, really. Brother from another.
Spelling.
Mother.
Mother. Here's Elijah for solve number 1. Now keep in mind, he is using a different method, so if you see the solve look a little bit goofy, that's why.
Now, with my limited ball knowledge on Rue, I know that he's probably not going to go for that yellow cross.
Yeah, there was a bar on white that I did see, but it doesn't look like he used that. I want to see him a little bit about. Mid-4 there, 6.74 solve number 1. Pretty nonchalant with that. But I'm sure he's pretty happy. It's a much better time than he got in his previous average. 744.
It's a very strong start there from Elijah. Almost the fastest that we've seen on this first scramble, aside from Lachlan and Liam in the last group.
Here goes Ethan for solve number 2 now. Looked like he took a while to finish that cross up. And a strange choice there for the OLL, giving him a diag. And yeah, struggled on that AUF, 11.99. Now a bit of a rough solve all around. But Elijah started with really good pace here. I'm curious to see what he can lay down for solve number 2. Like I said, he will be getting very different levels of luck due to his different method.
So I wonder what Elijah's seeing on this scramble here.
Looks like he's going for a yellow first block. Oh, nope, never mind. And a 7.54 for Elijah on solve number 2. Like Michael said, we do have pretty limited ball knowledge on Rue, so hard for us to really say what's going on during the solve. But if you see him spamming those middle moves there, that's a sign that he's just about to finish in the next second or so. Here's Ethan for solve number 3. Bit of a rough time on that second scramble, but looking to pull it back a little bit. And some good cases there in lastly a 777 for Ethan Stevens. And that's just a warm-up solve. Don't get your hopes up. Elijah really taking his time here. Perhaps settling some nerves. He does have that 6.7, which is gonna definitely introduce a little bit of pressure.
Looked like a lengthy first block solution.
Yeah, and a massive lock up on that CMLL. And 8.15 for Elijah. Shake of the head. Knows that probably had a lot more potential with a more efficient start. But yeah, as you said, the first block was a pretty lengthy one. The average move count for a first block is typically around 8 seconds. Sorry, 8 moves. But yeah, it looked to be well over 10 moves. Here goes Ethan for solve number 4.
Looks to be progressing pretty well. Got the back soon there. Finishing the RPM, 7.64.
And in terms of solves that weren't the second one, he's pretty consistent, floating around that mid to high 7 range, giving him a best possible average of 7.68. But with that 11 looming, his worst possible is 9.13. And Elijah on a bit of an upwards trend here. Looking to bring that back down to earth. Once again, a bit of a slow first block there, and yeah, just really, really shaky through that second block. 7.54.
Looked like he might have opted for a CMLL EO there, so once he got into the last 6 edges step, didn't need to do any orienting of edges there. It just helps a little bit to take down the time of that step in particular. Ethan Stevens wasting no time, so best possible average 7.68 would be up there in terms of the Australian podium. Would slot him first if he's able to manage it.
Some nice use of keyhole there, but it's going to be a 7.57.
But it's a +2.
would have been his best possible average and slotted him nicely in second place on the Australian podium. Actually, first place on the
Yeah.
Australian podium. But unfortunately, it's going to be an 8:33, which is not even going to put him on the podium.
Unfortunate way to finish for Ethan. That's going to bump him all the way down to 5th spot on the Australian podium instead of the top spot that he would have had otherwise.
And here goes Elijah for solve number 5. Now, regardless of what his average is, he is guaranteed to be at first place after this solve. Oh, and throws the cube into his own lap. And decides to finish off the solve with one hand, as he's best known for. And gets an 11.75. A solid finish for Elijah, but as I said, he will be sitting comfortably at first place of the Australians so far.
Ethan Stevens finishes up with an 8.33 average. Elijah Laporte finishes up with a 7.74 average.
So that's 7.74. Even the disappointment from Elijah counting that 8.1. Elijah still moves into first place on the Australian podium. As Liam moves to third. Sorry, Liam moves to second, Lennon in third, and we say goodbye to Lachlan Adams-Romain. And now I've got some big names coming in, don't we? We've got Charlie Eggins, the current 3x3 blindfolded world record holder, getting his just adulation from the crowd. He's a crowd favourite for sure. Obviously a clinical display in 3x3 blindfolded earlier today to take the win by around about 5 seconds, or over 5 seconds in fact. And Seth Ferry, a little bit of a ball knowledge name in Australian speed cubing, but he has won one of the biggest competitions in the country with a win in Melbourne Summer in 2024. The footage of which is lost to the sands of time, never to be seen again. I'm sure he has, he just hasn't uploaded it yet. He keeps telling me it's going to be soon and then never happens. But Seth is without a doubt one of the most talented solvers, finds himself in a similar situation to yourself, Lockie, where you get the times at home but then struggles a little bit with performing under pressure in competition, and hoping that we don't see a similar fate for Seth here, but you know, he's one of the most talented solvers in the country on his day.
Absolutely. And as you said, he is a Melbourne Summer winner back in 2025, or 2024, sorry. So that was with a PR average at the time. So he is pretty well equipped to put down some good times in high pressure scenarios. But in the meantime, here's Charlie Eggins. Best known for 3-blind, but also very, very capable as a 3x3 solver. And looks like he's had a bit of trouble during F12 there, maybe 5 or 6 pairs, but finishes off with a ZBLL 8.10 to start off Charlie's average. And Seth in inspection right now. Now, as we said, this scramble does look pretty good. And looks like he's progressed pretty nicely through it, but maybe a little bit of difficulty in the early stages of F12 there. 7.14 for Seth on solve number 1. And I'm just going to recorrect myself there. It actually was Melbourne Summer 2025. Thank you, Zaid. But here's Charlie Eggins for solve number 2 now. Charlie got a 6.2 average in round 2 of this competition. So hopefully we can see some times closer to that from him in this final here. A bit of a long F12 there. But 7.58 for Charlie. Bit of an improvement, but probably still not what he's particularly happy with.
Seen Seth's times over this competition fluctuating from 8 to 6 and back to 7. So 6.93, his fastest average for this competition, came in the second round on what looked like a particularly wonderful set of scrambles. A lot of competitors going sub-6 for the first time on those. It looks like Seth, shaky to start, sorts out that free pair in the back. Knows the HZB though, 8.02.
Yeah, and looks like he made a mistake on either his first or second pair. Had a free one and didn't manage to insert it correctly. Maybe did a U2 instead of a U prime or something of that nature. But kind of set off the trajectory of the solve to be a little bit shaky. But hopefully Charlie on solve number 3 can continue his downward trend. And a pretty solid F12 there. And 740 after a little bit of a rough A-pump.
So he does continue that downwards trend, and we see Seth Ferry and Charlie Eggins starting off pretty similarly in terms of canning times. We're going to be seeing Seth Ferry looking to bounce back after an 8.02, but his time's averaging around about the 7.5, where Eggins is already canning a 7.5. So we'll see how Seth can use this third solve to his advantage. Just waiting on the cube to come out now.
Seth has a plethora of ZB knowledge. It's gonna give him a bit lower variance, provided he is orienting those edges going into last layer, but it can also backfire if you have slow recognition.
Like a long F2L there, finishing with an R-perm again. 8.42 there for Seth, so not going in the direction he would like, trending upwards as opposed to Charlie's downward trend.
Looks like he might be feeling the pressure on the stage in front of hundreds of spectators here at Nationals 2026.
So Seth now counting at 8. In order for him to slot onto the podium, he needs a sub-8 average. It's still that Lennon Hughes 7.9, not least because Charlie is looking to get there first.
And a nice X-cross there into a really easy ZB, 593.
There you go, the first 5-second solve we've seen in the finals so far. Charlie Eggins lays claim to it on scramble number 4.
And ZB has been the hero of the good singles of this final so far, for Liam and now for Charlie. And here's Seth for solve number 4. Very rough performance on the last 2 solves, but hopefully can salvage this. And it looks like a really good start to the F2L, the ZBLS, and into a soon J-Perm, 702.
Best solve of the average so far, but lockups late in the PLL prevented it from being any quicker. It's going to have a range, was going to finish with a 7-second solve regardless, but has a range from 7.39 to 7.8 or so.
That's going to guarantee him at very least 3rd place on the Australian podium. Well, no, it won't, because Charlie is also guaranteed to be on the podium. So Seth will need his best possible average.
Charlie, in fact, guaranteeing himself to be ahead of Elijah regardless. 7.52. It's a middle of the road time again for Charlie. It's going to get him an average in the 7s, 7.50 on the nose. Puts him 2nd overall behind Alexander Vucic, ahead of Chan Ho Hin. And more importantly, it gets him ahead of Elijah Laporte, currently sitting on the top step of the Australian podium as well. Now Seth Ferry does have a chance to do better.
Yep, Seth with a 739 best possible average. And some good cases in F2L there, but unfortunately rotating between. 696 is going to give him his best possible average and secure him first in the Australian so far.
And there we go. A lackluster average by his standards, but regardless, it still gets him top step at the moment.
Seth Berry finishes with a 7.39 average.
So there we go. Seth seems pretty happy with that.
This puts Seth Berry into first for now, Charlie Higgins into second, and Elijah Laporte as third.
So we're seeing a lot of changes to the podium early days. And the names will just keep on coming in because we've got Phoenix Patterson, who is our 9th seed, and Riley Dexter, the current Oceanic record holder for 3x3 average. A lot of people would have expected Riley to be seated closer to the top of the table. However, he slots himself into 8th place, the 7th fastest Australian.
The dual 3x3 Oceanic record holder, qualifying with a 7.16 average, Riley Dexter.
And Harry giving Riley his flowers there, announcing his crowning achievements, OCRs in both 3x3 single and average. It's unfortunate to be seeing him so early in the head-to-head finals, but I'm sure for him it's a relief to get the solves out of the way so quickly. And brings a shoebox up, which I wonder what that's for.
Notably, he carries all of his cubes to competitions in shoeboxes, so that might be his entire collection of warm-up cubes or whatever puzzles he's chosen to bring to the competitor waiting area.
And that's good to know.
It's a bit of bowl knowledge for you.
Absolutely. And for Riley, I think we're going to be expecting the fastest times of anyone we've seen so far. He's more than capable of getting sub-6 and beyond. And we know
Dexter, oh, sorry.
No, you go.
Riley Dexter unfortunately had a subpar performance in this competition so far. He has getting progressively, unfortunately, slower averages as the competition has progressed. Notably, has not gotten a sub-6 average yet in this competition. He might be saving it all for the final, though. Who knows?
And Phoenix tackling scramble number 1, which is notably the best scramble of the set. 5.16. It's going to be far and away the best solve of the finals so far.
What
really
a great way to start.
Really nice last layer cases there, but the F2L was really, really sweet as well.
Yeah, the crowd liked that one. Went for the same 4-move cross that we've seen basically all of our competitors going for. We'll see if Riley Dexter is able to manage something similar. Again, we are, of course, talking about the current Oceanic record holder for 3x3 average. And it's been so many people's favourite for so long. Prior to the start of this competition, you can almost bet on it, but he hasn't had his best times so far.
Looks like
Riley
Riley
for that white cross.
Yeah. But a big, big exhale there. Potentially not too happy with this scramble. Oh, and a crazy F2L solution there, but struggling on the last layer.
Oh, it's not going to be a great start for Riley, unfortunately. 7.5. Phoenix has the better of him by over 2 seconds to start. I think we've seen anybody get close to a time like that to begin. Charlie Egan started with a 5, I do believe, as well.
5.93, I believe.
But nowhere close in the end to what Phoenix has managed there.
And Phoenix, notably, 2 rounds ago of 3x3 at this very competition, got his first sub-6 average, along with Caden and Toby Seufert.
Looked like a really lengthy F2L solution here. 7.89. It was a lot of rotations in the F2L and back and forths. It looked like he clutched up with had the Sexy Sledge OLL, but did an alternate ALG and the 9 mover to get corners permuted. Riley, an unfortunate way to start the average. We've seen him clutch up in big moments, not least the last national championships, which unfortunately saw him in 2nd place, continuing the unlucky streak that he's had in head-to-head finals.
And Riley, no stranger to pressure in non-nationals situations as well, going solve for solve with Timon Koloshinsky in head-to-head finals at Melbourne Summer 2026. And once again, a really rough start to this F2L, but pulling it together nicely for the last layer.
Oh, it's so unfortunate from Riley. He's already on the back foot. 8.30. for the Melburnian, the Oceanic record holder.
That's very likely going to count that 7.53 for him, which is, as you said, puts him very much on the back foot for the rest of the average.
What does that mean? Early days. It's got a lot of ground to make up. Likewise, Phoenix Patterson's already got a strong hold at the moment, looking like he's the prime candidate to slot in the top spot.
And the F2L solution was really, really good, but shaky on the last slot, last layer. 7.26 for Phoenix.
Just that last layer solution, really lucky all the way through, but still finishes up with a great time for him. Currently, that counting time, that 7.26, if he gets a couple more times around there, could look to not just take the lead off of Seth Ferry for the the Australian national title, but the overall lead from Alexander Vucic as well.
To give Riley a chance at the win or even the podium here, he needs to get some really, really fast times to salvage the average after that 7.5.
More of a fluid F2L, but just a little bit. Oh, what's happened? 6.80. Look, I mean, it's best time so far, but it looked a bit all over the place. That solve, I think, had to fix an accidental U wide move that he made early, but the transition from that OLL or potentially OLL CP into the Z perm was quite smooth. That's what we're used to seeing from Riley.
Phoenix for solve number 4 now. Really fluid into the start of the solve. Oh, and a big lockup on the F perm. 702 had a lot of potential going into last layer, but unfortunately couldn't follow through.
Yeah, even with that lockup, still counting a 702, still very comfortable. He's going to take the lead off of Seth Ferry regardless because of that 5.16 single, even if he does get his worst possible average. So Phoenix slots himself in a top spot. Riley at the moment counting a 7.5, has potential to claw it back. He's got a 6.8 that he can work with, and we imagine that 6.8 will end up counting. That's the caliber of solver that we know Riley to be.
And the signature hand flap from Riley going into solve number 4.
Going for yellow again here. Looked like a pretty efficient F2L. Lucky on the OLL. Finishes strong, 5.84. So he is going to count that 6.8 just like we said he would. And he gives himself potential to take the win or take the top slot away from Phoenix Patterson.
And a much more characteristically fluid and efficient F2L from Riley there. Is Phoenix Patterson up for solve number 5 with the best possible average of 6.48, but keeping in mind he will need to count 5.16 to make that happen. But he's on pretty good pace here. And a really strange last layer approach. Not the best COLL algorithm for that case. Gonna give him a 706.
And 7.11 the finishing average for Phoenix. Slots himself in a top place for the time being, but Riley Dexter is going to need a 6.98 in order to take that top spot off Phoenix, who is now leading the overall competition, not just for the Australians. Riley, if he happens to get worst possible average, he would finish off the podium altogether. And that is not what we would have expected, but a little shake of the head. I wonder what that's about. Could it be doomed before it's even begun? Riley Dexter behind the 8 ball for a rare moment. ZBLL finishes with a 6.38, so he is going to take top spot currently. That average close to the 7-second mark. In fact, it's under 6.90, the first sub-7 average that we have seen in the Australian Nationals finals. We don't expect it to be the last. It's not the commanding position that we've seen Riley in recent national championships. 6.90 is a time that's well within grasp for the solvers that we have coming up, isn't it?
Absolutely. And every single matchup we've seen so far has made modifications to the running podium for the Nationals title. Progressively getting better and better.
All right. In our seventh seed,
So it's Riley Dexter on top slot of the podium, but not in the commanding position you would have expected him to be in. Got Tommy Capriles as Harry's introduced him as, former Oceanic record holder for fewest moves and square one.
Qualifying with a 7.04 average, Aaron Keith.
We saw Aaron Keith in many a final of this competition, been proving himself in the big cubes to be a real contender for national podiums, no matter the field. Didn't quite do so well for himself in the previous head-to-head finals at Australian Nationals 2025, which was his first big competition where he was overly relevant. But now I've got Aaron slotting himself in amongst some big names here.
And Aaron already has secured himself a national podium in 5x5 earlier today with a really good performance alongside Jay Kapoor and Felix Zemdegs. But looking to see what he can do in 3x3. His previous round average was a 7.04. But here's Tommy Capriles for solve number 1. And a 781 for Tommy with a bit of a hesitant timer stop there. Kind of fumbled the cube. Maybe wasn't sure if it was solved, but, you know, eventually realized it was fine. Looks like Lennon might be tossing up, giving him a +2 there. Yep, there we go. He is going to get a +2 for a timer stop violation. Looks like he might have chopped a bit there. But here's Aaron Keith in inspection for solve number 1. And immediately hit an M2U2 M2 cross. And into Y-perm. 793 for Aaron. Not quite around the mark of his previous round average, but sub 8 regardless.
So interesting way to start for both of these competitors. 9.81 with that +2 from Tommy. We've seen Tommy perform in big pressure moments as well, as recently as last World Championships. Unfortunately, due to an error on his stage, he was robbed of starting his 3x3 average with 2 5s in either, I believe, the semi-finals it was. The semi-finals of the second round there. Nonetheless, Tommy Capriles is one of our competitors. We know who can lay down good times when it matters most.
Doesn't look particularly impressed with the scramble and a really hesitant cross there. But going to go into 2-gen last layer. 8.34 for Tommy. And that +2 is going to make it really difficult for him to bring the average back to something around his standard.
Aaron did not start off so hot, came into this round with an average of 7.04, seeding him the 5th fastest Australian.
And a few unnecessary rotations there, but a decent enough last layer to give him a 7.32. Just so many unnecessary rotations, probably a lot more potential in that than a low 7.
Tommy Capriles going for a white cross here. So pretty fluid, maybe just a couple pauses late in that F12. OLL skip into J-perm. 7.24. Might not have been the prettiest solve, but the result is one you'd absolutely take if you were him.
Definitely, and it looked like it was a little bit doomed from the early stages of that F12, but you know, OLL J-perm, OLL skip J-perm is a pretty fortunate way to finish off.
It's about one of the best last layer combos that you can have.
Here's Aaron for solve number 3 now. Struggling a little bit in F12 there, and yeah, I botched the timer stop, 873.
Again, fortunate with a couple of good last layer cases. Got the hedge and inverse sexy into H-perm, I believe. looks like he's still enjoying his time. The New South Welshman had a lovely showing here. I believe he was unfortunate last Nats not to finish on a podium, so he's got a couple this time around and is slotting himself well into the 3x3 finals. He's certainly a name to watch for the future. Tommy Capillas now.
Tommy with pretty fluid F2L there. And bit of a trouble on the last layer there. Looks like he went for a COLL, cancelled into his C-perm, but just couldn't follow through. 782 for Tommy.
So it's another counting time there. So he's counting a 8.34 and a 7.8 for Tommy Caprillis. Whereas Aaron's sitting pretty, just counting that 7.9 at the moment. Should be going sub 8. However, for a lot of these competitors, or these two competitors rather, it's looking like podium might almost be out of the question. Current third place on the podium is Seth Ferry with a 7.39. Aaron Keith has one solve under that mark, and it's not by a decent amount at all.
Big hesitation before doing that free pair, and just so many rotations. Just a lot left to be desired for these solves. 8.21 for Aaron. He's nodding his head though. I think he's happy to be here.
So I think even with these two competitors getting their best possible average, they are not going to make a change to the podium. So as we were saying, every single pair so far has made at least one change. It's not going to be the same for these competitors here. Looks like they're going to slot themselves towards the back end of the field, unfortunately. Seen that OLL quite a few times in this pair. 7.8 is the way that Tommy Caprillis will finish his story for Australian Nationals this year. It's going to be in and around that a high 9, sorry. Yep, 7.99 average there. And Aaron Keith will have a similar sort of range. We'd expect his average to be somewhere around there. Might be interesting to watch just the race between these two, but they're not going to trouble the scorers at all with the podium.
And Aaron off to inspection for his final solve of Australian Nationals. Now, I haven't really had a good look at this scramble up until now, but it looks like one on the better side, given the set. But really hesitant towards the end of that, and going to finish with an 8.78 after a pretty good last layer.
We see Tommy Capillas finish up with a 7.99 average, and Aaron Keith finish up with an 8.29 average.
Yeah, excellent work from these two. It's been lovely to see them on the stage, but the national podium, as Harry Forbes points out, remains unchanged. So our final two matchups are going to be live very soon, and these are some of the absolute favourites to take Riley's top spot. So I think Riley's short-lived stint at the top might come to an end very soon. We've got Felix Zemdegs coming in now. You're talking big names in Australian speed cubing. You need not venture further than Felix Zemdegs. We're getting into the sub-7 solvers from the previous round. 6.61 was his seed. And joined by a prior national champion in Toby Seufert. Just gotten his first sub-6 average in this very competition, so coming up in very red-hot form.
And it looks like he was running a little bit of a race there to the station. Said it took him only 10 seconds from the door to the station. But as you said, we're going to be looking at some of the best names in Australian speed cubing in this group, in this matchup, and the next one. Every single solver has a sub-6 average as of yesterday.
You're absolutely right. And two of those competitors, including Caden Liu, who we are going to see in the next and final pairing, only got their first sub-6 averages yesterday. So really picking the best time to peak. He goes Felix Zemdegs. He does not need anywhere close to his best average at the moment to take that top spot. So came in with a 6.61. He doesn't even need that to take top spot away from Riley at the moment. 6.90.
Felix notably the only remaining color neutral solver. Looks like he's going to go for that yellow cross.
It's like he's done a slightly different solution, giving himself an M2 to M2, but it's a strange finish, 6.23. Looked like he skipped the OLL there, and with that MTU to M2 cross just a little bit stuck towards the end.
I'm
Surprised that that's a solution none of our solvers have considered doing at the moment. If you fix that cross there, it's a one move cross if you do the M2U to M2 after some point later.
I believe several competitors have actually done that approach in this round so far. But Felix is by far the best performance on that kind of a solution we've seen on this scramble. Not the best time we've seen on the scramble. That would be from Phoenix with that 5:13 earlier. Here goes Toby now. Really, really shaky towards the end of that solve. 7:31 for Toby.
So Felix starting as Felix often does. Not the fastest time that we've seen on that scramble. It's tripped up a lot of our competitors. The fastest on scramble by a long way is Phoenix Patterson, who currently sits in second place on the Australian podium. But Felix starts off with 6.2. If he can get many more times around there, that's going to slot him very comfortably top spot.
Oh, and some good use of keyhole there from Felix. And a 5:93, really solid start. The best we've seen so far, starting off with most likely counting a 6.23. Comfortably ahead of our next best in the round so far, Riley Dexter. And here goes Toby for solve number 2 now. Started off a little bit rough, considering the performance he's had at this comp, getting his first sub-6 average in the second round of 3x3. Here goes Toby. Found a pretty efficient F12 there. He's going to get a V-perm and struggle on it a little bit. 7:34. It's going to be in and around the same time he got on the first scramble.
Unfortunately consistent there for Toby Seufert. That second solve had a lot of potential to go much lower than that. Unfortunate to be saddled with the V-perm, but even still, could have been better. We've got Felix Zemdegs here. First 2 solves very much in position to snatch the win away in emphatic fashion from Riley. Steadies the hands and gets underway.
And a very hesitant start there. Looking to kind of salvage it there towards the end. 7:05, not the best time, but still putting him in a pretty good position for the last 2 solves. Doesn't need anything crazy for his standards to slot him comfortably above Riley. And just waiting on Toby to have his cube delivered for solve number 3 now. Toby well behind where he'd like to be, I'm sure. But only 2 solves into the average, he still has a long way to go.
So in order for Felix to take top spot away from Riley, guaranteed he's going to need a 7.4. But here's Toby Seufert. Unfortunate with another lucky last layer. A little misalignment there, but it's still going to be good. 7.48 there. Oh my days.
And it looks like
It's
Toby's
unfortunate for Toby, yeah.
Yeah, it looks like he's finding pretty good solutions, but really struggling to come through with his execution. Really lucky, especially towards the end of the solves.
So 7.40 or better from Felix will take the win away on either of the next 2 solves. It's a time that he could probably just about do in his sleep. So expecting top spot to be seceded to Felix Zemdegs after this solve.
Oh, and really shaky towards the end of that F12, but finishing off nicely with Soon Yu Perm, 693 for Felix. And as you said, he is going to be comfortably taking away that top spot from Riley. But we still have 1 matchup left, so that doesn't guarantee him the win just yet. His best possible average now, 636, and worst possible, as I said, ahead of Riley with a 674.
So unfortunate for Riley that taking the Oceanic record away from Felix earlier in the season, and the Oceanic record single not long after that, despite those has not had his best competition by any stretch of the imagination. Sometimes it just goes that way. Toby Seufert here.
And just really struggling towards the end of F2 once again. 6:27, it's a good time, but I think he knows there was a lot left there on the table.
Yeah, so it's very comfortable that Felix is going to take the top spot away. Toby could still slot himself into third place after this matchup. Riley's going to move down to second, but Phoenix with a 7.11 average. Toby's not going to need a time that quick in order to get himself ahead of that.
And Felix up for his last solve now looks like he's going for Orange Cross. And as we saw earlier on, there was a pretty promising Orange Cross here on that final scramble. Oh, looks pretty quick to the F-palm there. 6:29 to finish off. It's going to give him a... And Felix hears the news that he's in first place so far. I can't believe it. Here goes Toby for his last solve.
So Toby needs a 666 or better to slot himself into third. That's going to be the best that he can do. He can't take over Riley or Felix. So third is the best that he can hope for. 666 is the mark to do that.
It looks like a pretty good start to the solve, but yeah, just shaky towards the end there. 7:44, the RPM wasn't enough to save him. And 7:36, he's not going to be on the podium.
So Felix taking over top spot by around about 0.4 clear of Riley Dexter. He's guaranteed himself now a podium on the Australian Nationals stage at the very least.
Felix Zemenick, Riley Dexter, and Phoenix Patterson.
So how has he done it again? Felix will be asking himself that question. Toby being a good sport and shaking the hands of his fellow competitors. Now, big dogs starting to come up. We've got Caden Liu, newly minted sub-6 solver with his performance in the second round. 6.29 in the previous round will still very comfortably take the first place away.
Yeah, we have just crowned him the new one-handed national champion, getting it with the one-handed national record average, with qualifying with a 6.09 average, David Epstein.
There it is. Big adulations for David Epstein. He is the top dog this competition. Nobody getting sub-6 in the previous round, but he has taken the top spot there with a 6.09. And in both of the 2 rounds prior to that, netting himself sub-6 averages, he has been the competitor to watch by far across this competition. So eyes will be on him predominantly, but who knows if Caden Liu is going to snatch away a win from Felix. Would certainly be the old guard replacing the new guard replacing the old, rather. David Epstein is a prior national champion from 2 years ago in 2024 in Adelaide as well. So he's been in this situation before, and let's be honest here, it's not going to take his best to do it either. So we're expecting that he is potentially the favourite given his results in this competition so far.
Yep, he has been the most consistent across the board so far. 6:09 in semi-finals and a 5:97 in the second round. So comfortably sitting low 6. But here's Caden for solve number 1. Really hesitant on those first 2 pairs there. And a 770 is not the way to start. We know this is probably the best set. So, sorry, this is the best scramble of the set. So we're likely to see something special from David here.
We saw Phoenix start exceptionally well on this one with a 5.16. He's still currently sitting third place, hanging on by a thread to this podium here. Looks like David going for this cross colour as well on yellow. Oh,
and
Express
a really
from David. Starts off well with a 6.00. Still a shake of the head. He felt like there could be better on that scramble. And indeed there was, but a 6-0, if he gets too many more times in there, he's going to lock himself the win as well. 6.48 is well within the grasp for these competitors.
And he was a little indecisive when he got to that last layer there. At the last second, he decided to switch what algorithm he was going to do to get a bit of avoidance of diagonal PLLs to give him a J perm, which is a bit of a better outcome than a Y perm. But, you know, I'm sure he was expecting better for such a good scramble. Here's Caden for solve number 2. And Caden just really slow to finish the cross there, but 761. Seems like he's struggling a little bit. Looks like he might have... His hands might be feeling a little bit cold. He's rubbing his face and putting his hands in his neck there. Solve number 2 for David now. Started off strong, even if it wasn't a good execution by his standards. It was still only the 3rd best we've seen on that scramble so far. And a big hesitation before that LZB there, 746 for David on solve number 2.
Yeah, that's unfortunate from David. 7.4. He's not going to want to have too many more times trending in that direction. He needs to stay where he was in that first scramble.
And Caden for solve number 3 now.
It's got Caden finishing up. 7.97, it looks like. That could almost see Caden out of the podium altogether. None of his times so far on the current 3rd place average from Phoenix Patterson is going to take a monumental last 2 solves in order to do just that.
Absolutely. He'll need to count a crazy time here if he does want to pull himself onto the podium here. Current podium sits at 648 by Felix, 690 by Riley, and 711 by Phoenix.
So Felix in pole position to take this one out again, but David's got a good chance in order to usurp that role as top dog.
David up now for solve number 3. Proudly wearing 3 of his finals contender stickers.
Relatively short inspection there from David.
Oh, and a really
it's
good
getting
F
well underway. Lucky last layer, 6.88. That's going to be a counting time.
It's not the worst case scenario for him. He still has a pretty good shot at the podium and even the win, given his current times.
He cannot lock the win on this 4th solve.
Caden for solve number 4. Unless we see an insane performance from him, I think I'd say it's all but over. And a 641, it's a good time for him, but 724 is not going to be enough for him to make the podium as his best possible
Unfortunately not,
average.
you're absolutely right. 6.48 at the moment. David does not have a faster single than that. So the slimmest of margins will be made even more so by the fact that he can't win on single just yet. David counting a 688. It's going to be tough for him. He's going to need a time in around the 654 for it to be possible.
Oh, an insane solution from and a really good CB execution for
There it is! Oh my goodness, first up 5 at the 11th hour.
And David absolutely can lock the win on his next solve. His best possible average is 593, which will pull him well ahead. And for the win, he will only need
654. That's it.
654 is all he needs to pull ahead of Felix and take the national title. Here goes Caden.
Okay, so a little bit inconsequential here, but what about this script? It's going to come down to the final solve of Australian Nationals to determine a winner.
And Caden with a 679, a decent enough finish to his average. As you said, rather inconsequential, but I'm sure he's happy to finish it off with a 737, considering the poor start.
So here we go. Final solve showdown. Here's the maths. David Epstein only needs a 654. It's been a challenging set in challenging conditions for these competitors. He's only got one chance. Can the 2024 national champion reprise his role 2 years later? Become Australian national champion in 2026? It's really lucky to start. Is it over? He's clawing it back as we go. Could it be? Oh, 59! It's not going to be enough. It's going to be Felix Zemdegs taking top spot. David is going to finish in second place. He's going to finish in second place by about 0.02. It's 0.01 of a second, Lockie. 6:49 is the finishing average for David Epstein. And Felix Zemdegs goes back-to-back for his 11th 3x3 national title. 6:48 is good enough to take it this time around. Felix Zemdegs, the greatest of all time. Take a bow in Melbourne.
An absolute heartbreak for David Epstein on solve number 5. Had the chance to take it away, but unfortunately couldn't pull through.
Look at Felix on the right of screen. He could barely even believe it. He didn't believe it when he clutched the first place spot that 6.48 could possibly be enough. We didn't know that it was only going to be 0.01 between first and second in the end, but he's done it once again. Felix Zemdegs, national champion. What more can you say? There's a reason he's the greatest of all time. Oh my goodness, Lachlan Stevens. Melbourne Nationals has absolutely lived up to the hype, and it's finished with that head-to-head finals right there. What else can you say? Felix Zemdegs has done it for the 11th time. No one else is even close to having the kind of legacy that he has, particularly in Australia. And he's still got it after all these years. The 15 years after his first Australian national title, possibly even 16 years after his first national title.
I think it is 16.
He takes the win somehow against all odds. What more can you say? The man, there's not enough superlatives for him.
Absolutely not. And in the most dire of situations, it coming down to the last solve, not even of himself, but all he could do was sit and watch and hope that David managed to blunder and not successfully get that 654, which he so desperately needed to take that win from Felix. But unbelievable stuff from Felix. Only lost one national championship ever. Of his 16 years of competing, he has only ever lost one nationals that he's attended. What a legacy.
And there it is, Felix Zemdegs. He's getting his adulation from the crowd and his family. His mum's here and his new wife. Unbelievable result from Felix. That is absolutely the way that he would have wanted to finish his first major competition in Melbourne since 2022. He couldn't get it done there. Obviously, succeeded the win to Dwayne Ramos there. But on this occasion in Melbourne, 2026, it's Felix Zemdegs, the name above all others.
And
what else can you say?
We might have to get him on stream for an interview.
Do we have a third headset by any chance, or is it just the?
We do have a third headset.
Third headset.
Yep, these
you
are our
can see
notes.
our notes. There's not a whole lot else to say. Felix Zemdegs is now the 11-time 3x3 national champion. Felix, you laid down a 6.48. You took the win over Riley at that moment with a 6.90. How confident were you feeling that 6.48 would be enough to take it? What were you thinking?
I didn't think it was good enough for the win, I'll be honest, after it. Once I saw Riley in first seed, I was like, oh, well, he's probably done pretty well. So I was shocked already when Riley, when I'd gone into first after I finished. And then yeah, just watching David on the final solve was pretty nerve-wracking. Yeah, I knew, like, yeah, I guess people aren't going to be at their best in the final, but yeah, still pretty shocked.
Yeah, it's crazy that solving under lights, obviously it's completely different. This is, I mean, it's still a national title, but it's a bit under how everyone else has performed the rest of this competition. We've seen so many new sub-6 solves, but for this finals, it doesn't really matter. You just have to solve the best on the day, and you've proved that 16 years after your first national title, you can still do exactly that. So congratulations to you, Felix. I mean, any word on those scrambles? I mean, we saw the first one had a pretty juicy yellow block, and the M2 to M2. What happened there?
The first scramble, it was like a one move, like M2U to M2 cross.
Yeah, we saw that.
So in my mind, I'm like, I have to do like 3 D2s for this cross. I don't really want to do that. I'm just going to look at this one move and try and plan a bit more. And then I got some like, it was like an O-perm on the top with my M2U to M2, and I just fully freestyled it. I was like, well, I can plan so much, and the F2 would have been so good already that, yeah, even though I could have goofed that up a little bit, it worked out. I'm glad I went for it because, yeah, I think, I was pretty nervous.
Yeah, in the end, I think that that first scramble tripped up a lot of our competitors, and I don't think that was the most, definitely wasn't the more common approach to tackling that scramble, but it certainly worked out for you, even with admittedly a bit of freestyle and, you know, kind of fudging it up in the moment, but, you know, we'll take that.
In the warm-up, I had a scramble similar to that, and I was like, all right, let's try this, and it worked well. So then I think there I'm like, all right, it's in my brain. I'm going to do it. Oh, that was a funny one.
I mean, it's a national title, all the same, but you know, 6.48. It's not the times that we've seen all throughout this competition. We were talking up David Epstein as, you know, he's been the standout performer this championship. He's obviously taken a win which he's taken so many times before in Square One. He's gotten titles all over the place. Another, I think, the 4th event that he's gotten a title or a record in one-handed earlier this competition, and 3x3 as well. He's been the standout performer. You know, he went sub-6 in the first 2 rounds. He's the only competitor to do that. Obviously, first seed coming into the finals as well. We were thinking that he was in pole position to take it, but I mean, he wrote the script well. Came down to the last solve, and in the end, it just came off second best. I mean, it's usually Riley we see in these kind of circumstances. Unfortunately for him, he finishes 3rd place this time around.
Yeah, I mean, it's so awesome to see all of the new sub-6s this competition, and I think every year it just gets harder and harder for me to win. I'm sure next year will be the same. So yeah, obviously Caden, Phoenix, Toby doing that, and then David doing it so many times. Like, yeah, it's awesome to see. So
even for yourself, I want to pick your brain coming into this competition, because obviously we've had national champions where we've had standout performers come out and your top spot looking to be taken, but this is the first competition since your first one that you've come in without the Oceanic record 3x3 average. So did that play a part in all in your mindset leading into this competition? Did that maybe take a bit of the pressure off for you? Or?
Not really, to be honest. No, not really. I think it's always been pretty tight in recent years in 3x3. So I don't think, whether I have the OCR or not changed anything. But I guess it's, versus the times where I'm like sort of expected to win, versus now, last few years where it's sort of neck and neck. I think it's already taken the pressure off. But that doesn't mean there's still not nerves and pressure. I was sweating on that last one, or all of them. But yeah.
Oh boy, yeah. The Nationals finals doesn't really get a whole lot easier, does it, with time? And obviously with the head-to-head format gaining prominence in recent years, it kind of magnifies that pressure, if anything. But you still handled the pressure well enough, or at least better than your competitive your competitors that you are competing against. Obviously, we did have a sub-7 podium altogether, so sub-7 was what was required. We had Riley Dexter with a 6.9 there, and then obviously very tight for the top 2. David Epstein in 2nd place has had a stellar competition all around, but unfortunately that national title not to be this year. Felix Zemdegs goes back to back from last year in Brisbane, and we endeavour to see what lays for Australian Nationals next year.
Oh my God,
that three-peat is going to happen, or I guess I suppose we're going to probably take a little bit of a breather before we get into our awards ceremony. But just before you go, Felix, one thing I will ask you: are you looking to Have you maybe done a change in going to Oceanics this year, or is it still?
I'm still not sure.
50-50?
I'll decide in a few months. I think I'm still not too
All
sure.
I'll say it would be a shame if we didn't have the current Australian national champion there, and I will leave that with you as your own decision to make. But anyway.
I back Riley and Co to represent well, even if I'm not there. But yeah, I'll try my best. I'll see. It really depends. But yeah.
Very well. Thank you very much for coming on stream, Felix. Always a pleasure. Thank you for your work on the stream in the first couple of days as well. We know that you had a bit of a day that you wanted to kind of lock in and focus on the
It worked.
competitive. Clearly, it was the right decision to make. So
Yeah.
extremely well done, Felix. Your 2026 national champion. Give him your props.
Thank
Very
you.
well done. We will be taking a quick short break before we get into the awards ceremony. Before then, thank you very much for tuning in. Lockie Stevens, thank you very much for taking us through that head-to-head finals as well. Your expertise behind the scenes was well appreciated.
No worries at all. I had such a blast. I don't think my headset was working there, so sorry for that absolute silence from me. I was just kind of sitting and nodding, but you were beautiful in that interview, by the way.
It's okay. Well,
you're a weapon.
Felix is a very easy guy to talk to, and that says a lot about his character and the reason why we hold him in such high regard here in Australia. So, nonetheless, very pleased to be announcing another national title for Felix Zemdegs. I hope it continues. Long may it continue. But for now, we will take a quick breather and get over to our
award ceremony.
Absolutely right. So, as our competitors who are receiving their awards get ready to make their appearance on the dais, we will love you and leave you. Thank you very much for tuning in to Australian Nationals 2026. We will see you after the awards for a short goodbye. But for then, it's been a pleasure. Michael Tripodi and Lachlan Stevens here bringing you through this head-to-head finals. Have yourselves a lovely afternoon.
Thank you, everyone.
Just pan it to the podium. We're just gonna have a break. We're not gonna fill space. Awards soon on the screen or something.
We're not gonna complicate through
awards.
I don't think it's worth it.
I don't know if we're even gonna show awards.
We should show awards.
I mean, the
camera's already there, so we may as well. Yeah, just.
Is the camera mic?
Do you want to just unmute a headset and just turn the game way up or something for it, or?
Yeah, we could do that.
Yeah. And we'll probably come back after to say like a proper.
Stuff we get back up.
Yeah, we usually do.
Why? Okay, you do it. You're doing phone? What if I do phone? Yeah? Can I use my phone? Yeah? Okay, I'll use your phone. What would you like me to do? Okay. So what do you need me to do? Just the podium photos? Okay. Switch it between 1 and 2.
Mom.
I have to take photos. So. Yeah. Everything here is yours.
Or if you could send me a link to it.
Yeah.
All right, thank you everybody. Can I please grab everyone's attention now? All right, just everyone's attention so we can pause back up for the time being. We'll go through awards and then we can pack up afterwards. Backstage, that includes you people too. Perfect. All right. Firstly, I just have to say thank you so much, everybody. Being here and being present. I don't normally do speeches, but I must for this because there's so many people who worked on this throughout in the back scenes and worked on all of this crazy competition. So I have to give my thank yous to everyone. So I apologize if I take a while, but it's very important. I acknowledge absolutely everyone that worked on this competition. I'm going to start first with Daniel and the stream team. Daniel worked so hard behind the scenes to work on the stream. All of the design, software and everything, he spent ages, he showed me pictures of his room, it looked like a mess. So he invested a lot of time into this, so thank you very much to Daniel and the stream team, all the commentators of the stream team. Michael, the leader, put together the team, and the commentators were fantastic as always throughout the entire weekend. They put on a good show and made the stream look fantastic for everyone, so thank you to the stream team once again. I want to thank all the interstate delegates that came over to help out. All of their help and contribution made sure the competition ran very smoothly. Everyone who came was terrific and, like I said, helped out very much. So thank you to all the interstate delegates that came. It was much appreciated. Thank you to all my Victorian delegates. They played a pretty crucial role. Swami was very helpful with the floor plan for this. Miles did all of the paper and printing. Divnor worked very hard and did all of the graphic designs for all this competition. Anything graphic design related, that was all him, so he worked very hard on that. Big shout out to Tam, who's not here, but Tam did all the States Cup stuff and ran States Cup, and he did a terrific job with that. I just want to also thank the social media. Wei was on social media the whole weekend. Thank you to Wei, always on top of the social medias. Big shout out to Harry as well, who stepped up when I just asked him to and went on the mic for both States Cup and the 3x3 final. Thank you to my president Zach and my other helpers Dallas and Charlie. Charlie's from Perth, but he couldn't be here. They were all very helpful as well with giving advice and tips as well for everything for this competition. So them and the Speaking Australia Committee, Vicky, Kerry, and David, all very helpful with helping run this competition. Thank you to all the SCA committee members. Thank you to the data entry team. We had David Zendegs, Caden, and Ed. They were terrific all week. I don't think we had any problems with speed or anything. They were terrific on data entry, so thank you so much to all of them. They did very well on data. Thank you to the Retro team, as I mentioned before, Vicky, in charge of putting the Retro team together. Everyone who was there, we had Paul, Lisa, Lucas, and, oh my god, there's one more, Jeff Hobbs, yes. Jeff Hobbs, thank you so much to the Retro team. They made sure it was going smoothly and they did fantastic, especially selling the merch and everything. And thank you to our sponsors, Spark Cubing and Fletchers. They helped contribute to this competition. It was very helpful and we appreciate their support. Thank you to them. Special thanks to Spark for supplying the prizes. All podium winners got a Nationals V100 cube, which is outstanding. So thank you, Spark Cubing, for supplying those prizes. Appreciate their support. Thank you. And once again, I can't stress enough, thank you to absolutely everyone in the venue. 4 days went by so fast, and even though we ran behind most days, it didn't feel too crazy because we had everyone helping around and it was all fantastic. Everyone played their part, and I, again, can't stress enough how much of a important role absolutely everyone in the venue played. So once again, thank you to everyone so much for helping this all put together. Thank you very much. Alright, I think that's me done with the speech. I'm going to get started with awards. So we do have a few unofficial ones to start with. And I'll begin with, we do have a Best Dressed States Cup Team award. So we didn't actually advertise it, so none of the teams really dressed up. However, there was a team, New South Wales 2, that wasn't able to be part of the States Cup. However, they all bought Teletubby costumes and they all looked very fantastic yesterday. So for their prize, we would like to give them all a koala animal. So if any of the New South Wales 2 team that was supposed to be in state, maybe supposed to be States Cup are here. Anyone yet? We got 1, 2, we missing anyone else? 3 yet? Congratulations guys, well done. Oh, there you go, here. There you go, congratulations, well done. Thank you to them. Even though they didn't participate, their costumes looked fantastic, so they deserve that prize. Now, moving on to some unofficial awards. So beginning with, of course, this is an Australian Nationals, but we recognise all the internationals who came and the official podiums for the competition. So for the official podiums of the competition, we've only got 2 international competitors. However, they all performed fantastically. So for one award, we've got in Pyramix first place with a 1.87 average is Junchi Feng. And our other competitor, who podiumed in 3 events, we have Megamix first place with a 27.85 average, 5x5 second place with a 44.22 average, and 4x4 second place with a 23.32 average is Alexander Vucic. Okay, now moving on to our States Cup that we ran last night. Our 3rd place team with a best time of 38.92 seconds was Western Australia 1 with Jackson Foster, Amy Smith, Lachlan Stevens and Jonathan Charlesworth. In 2nd place with a best time of 29.39 seconds, we have Team Queensland 1, Elijah Laporte, Lachlan Adams Romain, Toby Soifer and Charlie Eggins. of 25.99 seconds. We have Team Victoria 1 with Phoenix Patterson, Riley Dexter, David Epstein, and Felix Zendegs.
Parkour.
Moving on to our unofficial event, 3x3 team blind. In third place with an average time of 35.94 seconds, we have James Kirshner and Jay McCarley. Jack McCarley, my apologies. In second place with an average time of 31.40 seconds, we have Charlie Hanley and Roman Rudikov. And in first place, winning 3x3 team blind with an average time of 24.62 seconds, we have David Epstein and Riley Dexter. And lastly, before I go to the main awards, we have certificates for our national record holders for the competition. We got 2 national records for Australians. In Megamix, Jamie Olsen with a 31.53 average, and David Epstein in one-handed with a 9.26 average. Now moving on to our events. Although this event wasn't held at this competition, we held it a couple of weeks ago and recognised the Australian national podium for 3x3 fewest moves. In third place with an average time of 21.67 seconds was Gerald McGinley. My apologies. In second place with an average time of 21.33 moves, not time, is Max Paris. And in first place, winning 3x3 fewest moves with an average move count of 20.33 moves, Jaden McNeil. Now moving on to 3x3 multiple blindfolded. In third place with a best time of 20 out of 21 cubes in 48 minutes and 18 seconds, Charlie Eggins. In second place with a best result of 39 out of 41 cubes in 57 minutes and 36 seconds, Michael Tripodi. And in first place, winning 3x3 multiple blindfolded with a best result of 44 out of 49 5 minutes and 45 seconds, Felix Williams. Now moving on to 5x5 blindfolded in third place with a best time of 5 minutes and 32 seconds, Daniel Wang. In second place with a best time of 4 minutes and 56 seconds, we have Felix Williams. And in first place, winning 5x5 blindfolded with a best time of 3 minutes and 33 seconds, Amy Smith. Moving on to 4x4 blindfolded. In third place with a best time of 2 minutes and 42 seconds, we have Felix Williams. In second place with a best time of 1 minute and 36 seconds, Charlie Eggins. And in first place, winning 4x4 blindfolded with a best time of 1 minute and 31 seconds, Amy Smith. Moving on to square one. In third place with an average time of 8.59 seconds, Jacob Joshi. In second place with an average time of 8.46 seconds, Oryx Way. And in first place, winning square one with an average time of 7.25 seconds, David Epstein. Moving on to Scube, in third place with an average time of 2.71 seconds, Eli Panetta. In second place with an average time of 2.61 seconds, Zichi D. And in first place, winning Scoob with an average time of 2.05 seconds, Max Paris. Moving on to Pyramix. In third place with an average time of 2.14 seconds, Jack McCarley. In second place with an average time of 2.06 seconds, Phoenix Patterson. And in first place, winning Pyramix with an average time of 1.97 seconds, Eli Panetta. Moving on to Megamix. In third place with an average time of 40.54 seconds, Nicholas Moratides. In second place with an average time of 32.26 seconds, Roman Rudikov. And in first place, winning Megamix with an average time of 31.53 seconds, Jamie Otsu. Now moving on to clock. In third place with an average time of 4.15 seconds, Christian Trubicic, sorry. In second place with an average time of 3.70 seconds, Amy Smith. And in first place, winning clock with an average time of 3.04 seconds, Kyle Jones. Moving on to 3x3 one-handed, in third place with an average time of 10.72 seconds, Felix Zendex. In second place with an average time of 10.12 seconds, Elijah Laporte. And in first place, winning 3x3 one-handed with an average time of 9.26 seconds, David Epstein. Moving on to 3x3 blindfolded. In third place with a best time of 19.06 seconds, Jack Kai. In second place with the best time of 18.89 seconds, Daniel Wang. And in first place, winning 3x3 blindfolded with the best time of 13.77 seconds, Charlie Eggins. Moving on to 7x7. In third place with an average time of 2 minutes, 26 seconds, 0.08 seconds, milliseconds, Joseph Burnett. In second place with an average time of 2 minutes and 25.83 seconds, Harrison Jonathan Newrich Young. time of 2 minutes and 3.25 seconds, Felix Zendex. Moving on to 6x6, in third place with an average time of 1 minute and 34.20 seconds, Harrison Jonathan Newbury-Chun. In second place with an average time of 1 minute 32.31 seconds, Jamie Otsu. And in first place, winning 6x6 with an average time of 1 minute and 20.18 seconds, Felix Zendex. Moving on to 5x5, in third place with an average time of 49.84 seconds, Jay Kapoor. In second place with an average time of 49.81 seconds, Aaron Keith. And in first place, winning 5x5 with an average time of 42.70 seconds, Felix Zendex. Moving on to 4x4, in third place with an average time of 27.44 seconds, Riley Dexter. In second place with an average time of 26.86 seconds, Aaron Keith. And in first place, winning 4x4 with an average time of 23.01 seconds, Felix Zendex. Moving on to 2x2, in third place with an average time of 1.34 seconds, Nathan Fairs. In second place with an average time of 1.33 seconds, Sebastian Lee. And in first place, winning 2x2 with an average time of 1.14 seconds, Roman Rudikov. And moving on to the main event 3x3. In third place with an average time of 6.90 seconds, Riley Dexter. In second place with an average time of 6.49 seconds, David Epstein. And in first place, winning 3x3 and Australian Nationals 2026 with an average time of 6.48 seconds, Felix Zendex. the OzNat sign banner by everyone, all competitors in the venue. Thank you everybody for signing. Congratulations, Felix. Okay, and thank you everyone. That concludes the awards for Australian Nationals 2026. So, I would like to once again thank all of you for coming out. You know, I'm a bit biased myself, but I'd like to especially thank the WA people who have flown a long way across the country. For people representing all states out here, thank you very much for coming, and for those international competitors as well. It's a great honour to have you all here. And he was briefly thanked during his speeches, but I just want to give a huge shout out to Lennon Hughes. Organising a comp of this scale is incredible work. The time and late nights that he put into this, it's a lot of work in the background that not many people can achieve, and I think he did a fantastic job. So, huge round of applause to him. I would also like to briefly give a shout out to Clock and all the Clock podium winners, as this is the final time it will be held at Australian Nationals, so congratulations to you guys. You are the forever Clock podium getters. Woo! And now I think this is the moment you have all been waiting for, and it is the location of Australian Nationals 2027. Now I can confirm that Australian Nationals 2027 will be in Australia, because we don't have a location yet. Sorry for doing that to you all. It is in the works. We will get something out to you as soon as we can. But without further ado, Australian Nationals 2026 has officially ended. Thank you.
Alright, we're doing the stream wrap-up thing. Yep.
There's some photos.
Watch the cameras.
Alright, should I just take them away? Scrap.
No. No, you're on it.
We're gonna do the wrap-up. Wrap-up. That's live.
Temporarily. You were just on stream for that. Once they're done, we'll do the stream wrap up and we're done.
Yeah.
Back up.
Sounds good. Thank you for your work. It's been a lot of work.
They want podium. Everyone who got a podium could come over to the podium steps.
Do I get it?
Big round,
I
big
feel like
round.
that's helped us like no
Everyone who got a podium, over to the steps, please. Only 73 more photos to go.
Okay. We're packing up. What will not be missed? But bring back magic.
What? Mark will not be missed.
But bring back magic.
Bring back magic. Oh, yeah. Of course. There was some dust in there.
Yeah.
Just about.
Who's Zaid?
Hey!
Oh, Zaid!
Where's the kookaburra?
What's a kookaburra?
Yo, hold down there. Oh. One of these mics will be running anyway. I want to thank everybody who tuned in over this weekend. It was a lovely another edition of Australian Nationals here in Melbourne. Cannot wait to see you in 2027 for the next one. Don't have a kookaburra that makes a sound for a send off, but anyway, lovely to see you all. Thank you very much again. Boys, been a pleasure. That's about it. Always and wave. Fellas and wave. Honorary. So, they're thanks, everyone. Bye.
I'll take honorary power.
Yeah, you will.